the best. And bow to your princess number one. You should know I get my way on morning, noon, night and day. Okay. Starting out, wanna make sure you notice my hair. It changes a lot, yeah, so does what I wear. And number two, take a look at the shoes I choose each day. Yeah, please, thanks. Number three, remember every time you gotta speak, only answer it a yes or triple it to three. Now you understand, so hurry up and take me by the hand before I get mad. Now you see, I'm really not hard to please, but I need what I need. And need you to open up your heart and find how really super cute I am inside. Say I'm the best, and bow to your princess number one. You should notice me every day. No messing around, cause I hate to wait. Make way for me, the only girl that stands above the best. Now before the rest, I'm dying for a bite of something sweet, so bring it here to me. Oh! Check 1, 2. Get real, you mean I'm way too cute for real life, truly, and never forget that. Hey, another thing, you really can go on, ignore me when I'm talking like that. Oh, did I forget? I want a horse that's milky white. Well, really, it's a need. He'll only come to me. Now you understand. You better kneel down and repeat. You're my princess on beat. Now you see, I'm really not hard to please, but I need what I need. And maybe I'll let you nag when I'm done bad, but only when I say and get my own way. Say I'm the best, and now that you're my prince from high above, can't you see me or look my way? My hand is cold and far away. Say you're the best, but living as a cold prince blind to love, will we ever change? Come on, wake up, I don't have all day. Oh, guess I've only been dreaming. He won't feel these feelings. I won't ever get my way. Like the only berry on cake and icing, breaking out a golden egg to make the perfect pudding. Boys and girls, we have to stay strong. Show the world I'm more than just a girl without high hopes. Even I know how to live without you, and later you'll be sorry, I know. Of course I always know, but I'll repeat it all again. Say I'm the best, and bow to your princess number one. You should keep your eyes on me, or I may just go off and leave you. Grab me with an everlasting hug, and I'm safe from falling. With you so near, it's dangerous here. Again with the same, you turn away. I'm more in danger of being anywhere but you. Oh! Hey, baby.
Once in a faraway world was a caller that called like a snake. I want someone, please, I need someone, please. So I listened close as it howled and neighed. Please don't be angry and please don't abandon me. Don't leave me here on my own.
Okay.
It wrapped itself tightly, daily and nightly. Only with praise would it loosen its hold. I placed in the top of my class. There's no one left for me to surpass. Don't I look cute in this dress? I really, really must confess, it's tightening round my neck. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. All of the hurt, all of the ache, help me escape. Take it, oh take it away. Is there no end to this Grow as you may, but the necklace will stay just as small as the day it was born. It's so suffocating, the endless placating. No one is ever enough. Lose to anyone, always ranked number one. Aren't I a beautiful child? I'm better than her, I'm better than him. Oh, everyone come round and gawk at perfection. Meeting you right after school, I'm finally confessing to you. Ain't it too good to be true? A girl like me in love with you, who's miserable, vulgar, and crude. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love. You can have everything if I have you. I can have you. Shoulder my load, now yours to behold. Still not enough, you're not enough, never enough. Still I won't loosen my hold. Truly, I'm so sorry. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. I know it hurts, only gets worse. God, how it hurts. Soon you'll be craving the pain. This is my happiness Is this my happiness
Ever on and on I continue, circling with nothing but my hate in a carousel of agony. Till slowly I forget and my heart starts vanishing, and suddenly I see that I can't break free. I'm
slipping through the cracks of a dark eternity, with nothing but my pain and the paralyzing agony to tell me who I am, who I was. Uncertainty enveloping my mind till I can't break free. And
maybe it's a dream, maybe nothing else is real, but it wouldn't mean a thing if I told you how I feel. So I'm tired of all the pain, of the misery inside, and I wish that I could live feeling nothing but the night.
you can tell me what to say, you can tell me where to go, but I doubt that I would care, and my heart would never know. If I make another move, there'll be no more turning back, because everything will change and it all will fade to black.
Will tomorrow ever come? Will I make it through through the night. Will there ever be a place for the broken in the light? Am I hurting? Am I sad? Should I stay or should I go? I've forgotten how to tell. Did I ever even know? Can I take another step? I've done everything I can. All the people that I see, I will never understand. If I find a way to change, if I step into the light, then I'll never be the same, and it all will fade to white. On and on I continue, circling with nothing but my hate in a carousel of agony. Till slowly I forget, and my heart starts vanishing, and suddenly I see that I can't break free. I'm
Slipping through the cracks of a dark eternity, with nothing but my pain and the paralyzing agony to tell me who I am, who I was. Uncertainty enveloping my mind till I can't break free.
Maybe it's a dream, maybe nothing else is real, but it wouldn't mean a thing if I told you how I feel. So I'm tired of all the pain, of the misery inside, and I wish that I could live feeling nothing but the night.
You can tell me what to say, you can tell me where to go, but I doubt that I would care, and my heart would never know. If I make another move, there'll be no more turning back, because everything will change and it all will fade to black. If I make another move, if I take another step, then it all would fall apart. There'll be nothing of me left. If I'm crying in the wind, if I'm crying in the night, will there ever be a way? Will my heart return to white?
Can you tell me who you are? Can you tell me where I am? I've forgotten how to see, I've forgotten if I can. If I opened up my eyes, there'll be no more going back, cause I throw it all away and it all would fade to black.
Hello, and welcome on in to the Slime Cave. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Hi, Ash Protogen. Hello, Chuggles Pops. Hi, T-Pain. It's good to see you all. I hope you're all having a wonderful afternoon and ready to be lore dumped upon. Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Eric is here. Eric is here. We are going to lore dump on all of you. I'm so sorry. None of you asked for this except for maybe a couple of you. But most of you haven't asked for this, and I'm sorry, but you're gonna deal with it because I'm gonna be drawing along with it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. We'll have a good time. We'll just start over in the art scene, yeah? We'll just start over here. We'll just start over here. Let me move Eric. Let me move Eric. There you are. Hi, Eric. You can just sit kind of on my lap as well. So we're gonna be talking about WoW lore. I hope you're excited. Hi, Mexican Task Force. Welcome on in. Good to see you. We've got some nonsense going on today. I'm going to be drawing and explaining the lore of World of Warcraft, which is one of my rare hyperfixations. I very rarely have like special interest level things where I hold on to them for years and years, right? Pokemon is one, World of Warcraft is the other, and I hate Blizzard, and I hate Nintendo. My life is pain, but my life is suffering and pain. Hopefully you might not be able to hear Eric in this window. You might not be able to hear him. Yeah, I don't think they can hear you. Let me, let me find where I can put you, I guess. That one goes away, and this one comes over here, and also, there we go. They should be able to hear you now. Or not. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I clicked a button wrong, I guess. Try now. There we go. Can you hear him? The mechanic asked me where I got the flat tire. I said probably the fork in the road. Oh my god, Llama Hirapun. Hello, Llama Hirapun. Welcome on in. Thank you. Hi. Always good to have your puns. Thank you. Hi, honey. I hope you're having a nice afternoon as well. Let's see here. Let me see here. Just in case I need this window, I'll have that one up. No having audio. There we go. And where did Glorp go? Why was Glorp not appearing? Hello, Glorp? What are you doing? There was no Glorp. Unbelievable. Alright, I'm gonna move myself a bit over. Yeah. I'm still blocking the thing, but it's fine. It's okay. I'm the focus here. It's me. Okay, and Eric will just kind of be over here with me, and then there. Now we can see the screen a bit, and yeah, yes, can hear him. Good, good. Okay, let me also open my Spotify. I'm gonna have a playlist in the background. No words, just sound, and that won't be in the VOD. I apologize, VOD watchers, but it is what it is. Oh, get nice and quiet a little bit. Anyway, howdy. Hi, real Gerson Boom? The real Gerson Boom. Hello. Hi, Alloy. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Okay, only the real one. Good, good. Hi, welcome on in. We're going to be explaining World of Warcraft lore today, in, kind of a, newbie-friendly sort of way. We're not going to dig too deep, okay? Not too deep. But we will be going over things, the kind of things you need to know to be able to start playing the game that they don't really cover in the beginning for new players, because they hate newbies. I am convinced World of Warcraft hates newbies. The new player experience sucks. I'm here to help fix it. I'm so tired of cleaning up Blizzard's I'm back. I'm doing great. How about you? Hello, Gerson. Hello, Gerson. I hope you're having a nice afternoon. They're all Gerson. Now you stop trying to break up names in ways that will break my head. Hi, Mighty Stoner. Thank you for isekaiing me, but I'm back. There's no getting rid of me. I will always return. Hello. Okay, so... oh.
Thank you, Agent K.
Uh-oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will,
Yes.
look right here.
Okay.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Oh god, no! Okay. Alright. I did not want to be isekai'd to Skyrim. That's like the last place I want to be isekai'd to, please. Or at least it's very... Slightly ahead of Warhammer. Okay, Warhammer's the last place I'd want to be isekai'd to. Okay. But, Skyrim is pretty damn low on the list, okay? So we're gonna be starting the lore explanation like way back in the primordial stuff, because believe it or not, you kind of have to be aware of the primordial origin of the universe of Warcraft in order to fully understand the storyline as it's going on right now. And personally, I think that's funny as shit. That is funny as shit. To fully comprehend the scope of what we're working with, you have to know the creation myth. Hi, Lance. Welcome on in. Yes, we are going to be getting the Elder God stuff. But hi, Lance. Welcome on in. Good to see you. You're here just in time. We haven't started yet. I've just got my thing on the screen, you know? My lovely introductory graphic that I drew while the stream was starting. Not at all reusing my own emote. Oh, there he went. Not at all reusing my own emote. All freshly drawn, freshly made. My handwriting is awful. You're gonna have to deal with it. You'll have to deal with me reading my own words out loud because there's no way you're gonna be able to read them on the screen. But that's why I learned to draw, because I could only communicate with pictograms. Because my handwriting looks like, you know, Sumerian. My handwriting looks a little Sumerian sometimes. But yes, class is in session soon. Soon. We're giving people a little bit of time to wander in. A little bit of time to make themselves comfortable. Get yourselves a drink, you know. I'm getting myself a drink as well. I already had a snack before we started. I did not have my medicine before we started. Uh-oh. Let me fix that right now. And Eric is here to help wrangle my brain when I get things wrong. As everyone knows, I got a concussion recently, and my brain has been scrambled ever since. Sometimes I get the words wrong, sometimes I get the names wrong, even if I understand the concept and things behind it. So if I use things incorrectly, Eric is here to back me up and help info dump in the correct way. Yeah, that too, but you know, we're all used to that. It's okay. We see how you use your mod sword, Eric. We see what you do with that. Absolutely nothing. This is just a foam sword. It's the foam sword from World of Warcraft. It always leaves them at 1 HP. Alright, so, hang on. Let's... Jeez, hope you're okay. Oh, it was a while ago. It was like 3 weeks ago. I'm okay. I'm fine. It's just, you know, sometimes this damage lingers. Sometimes it's permanent. And my brain has just been a little scrambled lately. It could also just be stress. It might not be remnants of the concussion. It could just be because I'm stressed out about a bunch of things, but the key underlying factor. Yeah, I also agree. It's probably that. Because I do tend to get more scatterbrained and scrambled the more stressed out I am. But let's begin. So here's our beginning canvas, right? Here's our beginning canvas, and we start in the beninging. In the beninging. So in World of Warcraft lore. All right, the universe, as we know it, was formed when light and darkness were having a fight. They were slap fighting each other, and it created existence. All right, or not darkness, void. Light and the void. Light and the void were at war before existence was even existence, and it created the universe. So that was Warcraft's Big Bang. Is to understand a lot of Warcraft, you have to understand light with a capital L is its own force. Okay? It's not just a description of photons. It is a force. It has a will. It has intent, but it's not a singular thing. It is a all kind of encompassing, like, sort of just, you know, it's a force. It's an intelligent force. And likewise, on the other side of light, from Death Note, no, not that one. And on the other side of light, doing fisticuffs with light, is darkness. The void, basically. It's the void. I call it darkness all the time, but they wanted to avoid doing that because it's edgy, but it's darkness. It's darkness. Okay, but it's the void. All right, the void is also a force. It is not merely an absence of thing. It is its own damn force. Okay, we got light. Oh my god, my pen is not cooperating to be able to write properly. There we go. Light and void, and they always fight. Okay, they fucking hate each other. They fucking hate each other. They will always clash because they're basically opposing forces, right? Light is kind of warm, it's kind of soft, it's kind of gentle. Void is cold, it's ruthless. Light can also be seen as order, while void can be seen closer to chaos, but it's not the same. It's not the same thing, right? But each one leans more toward one or the other. Each one just kind of prefers one over the other. Yeah, these are also their own things. Order and chaos are their own forces. But light and order are basically holding hands and making out, and void and chaos are doing the same thing. All right, they're smooching each other. They are doing kisses. We're gonna put hearts over here so you know. Yeah, they're making out. They're not the same, but they love each other very much. Okay, they're very gay. Hi, Gladius. So once you have that understood, then we bring in a new concept. Okay, as the universe existed, now after light and void were duking it out and accidentally created material matter, then came the twisting nether. The twisting nether came next, and that's when demons came into existence. Demons are weird little guys. We don't fully understand them, really. We just know that most of them tend to be assholes. Not always. There have been demons that have helped people for deals and orders and things like that and whatnot, as opposed to the straight nether. There is no straight nether here. This is a queer nether only, thank you. But the twisting nether is kind of its own plane of existence, its own force that kind of runs parallel to the universe, I think. The swirly. Is that how it goes, Eric? I can't remember. Eric is trying desperately to remember. Hang on. I have a resource in the background that I can peek at when I'm... whatever. Okay, yes. It is the astral plane between worlds. Okay, the twisting nether is just kind of it's the line between the ebb and flow of the void. Okay, so the thing that's like right there is the twisting nether. Here, let me... Yes, it's the space between spaces. And here, this is where demons' souls are, or where they return to. See, when you kill a demon, you're not really killing the demon, you're killing its material shell and sending its soul back to the nether, where it then reforms and can come out again. And that also can happen to people, as shown by Illidan's Stormrage character we'll be talking about later, who admits during one of the opening things that he has a demon soul, and that's what happens when he dies, when you die and walk back to your body. In the game, a player dies, and the screen goes gray, the sky goes weird and swirly, and they can walk back to their corpse and resurrect. This is acknowledged in canon as a thing that the players do. They're absolutely actually coming back to life. And it's something that is shown in Demon Souls. Yes, Demon Souls are canon to World of Warcraft. This is explained in the starting for the Demon Hunter. For the Demon Hunter class, Illidan will make note when you die, as you walk back to your corpse, he'll be like, ah, you have a demon soul like me. You don't stay dead. So that explains how, for example, a warlock can summon the same demon over and over and over. The game Demon Souls, no. Chocolate Paws, please don't be purposefully obtuse while I'm trying to explain things. If you're gonna please, class is in session. So there's a bit of a wibble between things. The twisting nether is a weird, funky thing, right? It's just got some weird shit going on. Now, while this is happening, apparently at some point that is not fully explained or understood, the Shadowlands exist, and that is, oh lord, Eric, you're gonna need to help me with this one. I don't know how to say this other than it's the afterlife, but not the afterlife. Help! I don't know how to help. You're gonna use a floating island, and there's a gravestone on it, and a halo over the gravestone, and a person just kind of vibing. Okay, so the fucking Shadowlands just throws a wrench into everything we understand in existence, okay? Limbo, is it like a soul prison that locks a soul out of reincarnating? No, this is why it's difficult to conceptualize. So, when a person dies anywhere in the universe, these little guys, known as Kyrians, they're little winged guys, they come along and they take the soul. Okay, they take the soul and they bring it to the Shadowlands. In the Shadowlands, a being known as the Arbiter, who's just like judge of all, sees all, looks at your entire life. Kyrian with a Y, the first I is a Y, but it's Kyrian. And the Arbiter is the judge of souls who determines which afterlife you go to. There is a multiple afterlife situation thing, and you go... Oh, hello, thank you for the follow. Erotic tapeworm. Phenomenal. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Slime Cave. So, there's multiple afterlives that exist within the Shadowlands. The Kyrians bring your souls to the Arbiter, and the Arbiter decides which one suits you best. Sometimes, if you've been an asshole, you get sent to a place called the Maw. Alright, Vor fanatics, where you at? There we go. If you've been too much of an asshole, if you're too irredeemable, you get sent to the Maw. Now, first of all, the Maw was created as a prison for one being in particular. See, there's these beings called the First Ones that we know absolutely fucking nothing about, okay? The First Ones, we don't fucking know! Exclamation point. They might be the Titans. They might be something called Titans, which we'll cover in a bit. They probably aren't, but they created the Arbiter. They created Zoval, the jailer, who eventually gets locked in the Maw. They shaped a lot of the Shadowlands, and presumably even parts of reality which echo the Shadowlands. There's a lot going on involving the First Ones. We know very little about them. Go ahead, honey. You were gonna say something. The Eternal Ones, sorry. Or, no, yeah, the First Ones. The Eternal Ones are the ones that were, the powerful beings in the Shadowlands. Yeah, the Primus and all of them were the Eternal Ones. The First Ones created them. We don't really know what the First Ones really are, but we know that the First Ones are probably the closest thing we have to an actual god, because they conceived and put in place the 6 governing forces of reality: the light, the void, order, chaos, well, disorder. Okay, we're gonna put disorder here. Chaos. Yeah, disorder. And then life and death. There's also the forces of life and death. Okay? And basically the First Ones conceived them and put them in place and created the pantheons. The pantheon of order, the pantheon of death, of the realms that they inhabited. And these are the Titans, or the original Titans. Yes. The Titans, as we know them within Azeroth, you'll see them referenced everywhere. Okay, this is very important. It's gonna get its own fucking thing. But the Titans are essentially like, a lot of people view them as gods, but they're actually creations of the actual ones, I guess. But you know, they're kind of godlike. Yeah, they're high tier demigods. But they've got some weird shit going on of their own. Exactly. Those people that post first in comments. The first ones. So yeah, most people, most of the time, you don't learn about the Shadowlands, which is the place of death. It's the realm of death. Like, you know, they mentioned the 6 governing forces, right? Well, Shadowlands is, Shadowlands is death. It's the realm of death. And they have the pantheon of death, which is they have a couple gods. You don't need to worry about them yet. They're later on in the series, but just know that there's a pantheon for each plane of life, of existence. And the material universe is not included in those original planes of existence. Light, void, fighting and clashing and, you know, crawling for territory is what created the universe as we know it, or as they know it within Azeroth. It was not created by the first ones, who had originally created the planes and the forces that clashed to make the universe. It's like the first ones are like the material universe's like grandparents. Okay, like, these are grandpa. It's not. They didn't intend to make us. We just kind of happened on accident. I'm pretty sure the life plane is the Emerald Dream, maybe. I think. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. All right. Okay, so realms, or, realms, universes of existence can be attuned to any of the 6 forces, including in combinations, as long as those forces aren't conflicting. Like, obviously, there's not going to be a realm that is attuned to both light and void. They conflict. They hate each other. There's not going to be one that's attuned to both life and death. They conflict. They hate each other. So, but there can be light and life. There can be order and life. There can be void and death, which is, yeah? Good. You know what? Fuck me. You're right. That Arden Wheel's its own fucking bullshit, but you know what? You were absolutely correct. You were correct. I have absolutely never considered that. You are correct. Ardenweald, for anyone who doesn't know, Ardenweald is one of the afterlives that you can go to, and it's basically what if death was actually sparkly nature fae bullshit, and also blue. And the people who die, by the way, these afterlives are meant to serve as like a midpoint between your soul and reincarnation. So there's absolutely reincarnation nonsense going on as well, and you know, the cycle of souls and whatnot. But we're not going to get deep into that because that's not the point of this. That is not the point. So maybe another stream. So we've got the material universe, right? We've got light, void that made the material universe. We've got order and disorder, life and death. We've got the Shadowlands with multiple afterlives. There's 4 key afterlives, but that are directly ruled by the pantheon of death. But there are implied to be many, 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 many more. And not all souls go to the 4 key stones ruled by the pantheon. And then, there's the twisting nether, and that's weirdness that wiggles and wobbles between the realms of existence. And we've got the first ones, as well as the pantheons. The maw for assholes. That's where souls go, and they don't get a chance to be reincarnated. They're trapped there, and it sucks. So, speaking of people who suck, let me just hide this away for now. One of the pantheon of death in particular is a little bit important to talk about, and I'm going to draw him as terribly as I can. Okay, I'm going to draw. This man is supposed to be gorgeous, and I'm going to make him not, because Eric is like, oh. He's just like, he's got like, hang on, Dorito face. Yes, perfect. Yes. This is him. Okay. I'm not wrong! I'm not wrong! I'm not wrong! So, anyway, we're gonna talk about, for a little bit, we're gonna talk a little bit about Sire Denathrius. You got the gist of the first screen, nice. Now, Sire Denathrius, first of all, he's hot, would, 100%. And the fact that I loved him as a character immediately should tell you that he is the worst sort of person, because we all know what kind of characters attract me immediately, and it is the worst people in existence. Okay? They're problem TM. So, Sire Denathrius rules Revendreth, which is the land of aristocratic vampires. Alright? They're not only aristocratic vampires, their entire purpose of Revendreth is to punish sinners to redeem them. To see if they can be redeemed and either be reincarnated or become one of the Revendreth. A person of Revendreth. So, we've got some kinky punishment nonsense going on with them, and they're all snooty aristocrats, and it's kind of great. The place is edgy. It's fucking got this stupid Tim Burton goth aesthetic going on that I absolutely adore. Okay, it's just like, this place is spooky. There's bats everywhere. There's fucking woods full of creatures. It's great. I love it. It's my favorite place ever. I don't care what anyone says, or I'm looking at you. Revendreth is perfect. So if you're an irredeemable asshole, no. If you're irredeemable, you get sent to the maw. Only those who can be redeemed. Only those who can be redeemed can become an aristocratic vampire. They have to acknowledge their sins and what got them sent to Revendreth. They have to understand why it was horrible, why what they did was unforgivable, and they have to be approved as truly penitent by a mentor, by a sponsor, basically. And then they can become a vampire. So there's a whole thing to it. It's not just like, hey, if you're an asshole, you get to be a vampire and snooty hot people help. No. That is not what it is. If you cannot be redeemed, you will be sent to the maw. And that is prison. Yeah, being redeemed is being the vampire or getting a chance to reincarnate. You either get to become the vampire or you can choose to reincarnate instead. Because if you're the vampire, you stay in Revendreth. You don't go back to the realm of the living. You don't leave. Other than, like, to travel elsewhere in the Shadowlands, maybe. Okay, here we go.
Karen looks at me. My god, you look so horrible with those tattoos. GF, and you look like an undercooked breadstick. Karen, shocked Pikachu face.
Alex, I'll take I'll put 50 on Never Happened. Revendreth is very cool. It's one of my favorite places. Yes, absolutely. But, Sire Denathrius is one of the Pantheon of Death. He is basically equivalent to a Titan in power, so he is strong as fuck. He is cunning, he is intelligent, he is prideful, and he uses people's misperception of his arrogance against them. He uses his arrogance to shield his actual intelligence, and I very much like that. But also he's just big vampire daddy, and I love him. Hang on, let me see if I can get a... Oh, he's absolutely. So, I'm just gonna get a screenshot of this real quick. Let me just show this to everyone. Let me just paste this in here, okay? Yeah, hi, this is Denathrius. Hello! This is Denathrius. This is him. As you can see, he's got hooves. He's got horns. He's got a smug and punchable face. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, terrible. I love him. I love him. Look at this. Yeah. Now, Denathrius, yeah, anyone who's seen prior Warcraft content may be like, hey, this guy looks a little bit like a certain kind of demon. There's a reason for that. There is a demon known as a Dreadlord. Or their proper name, the name they prefer, the Nathrazim. They are the Nathrazim. He does kind of look like Krampus, I agree, but a hot Krampus. Hello, Astral Calico. Welcome on in. Nice to see you. Welcome to the Slime Cave. We're just getting into a little bit of WoW lore. We've already discussed the primordial origins of the universe and the forces that govern it, and now we're going on to a little bit of specifics. Specifically of Sire Denathrius and his Nathrazim. Now, the Nathrazim are also cunning little manipulative bastards that work in the sidelines. And they pretend to serve someone else. They pretend to be demons from the Twisting Nether. They are not demons from the Twisting Nether. Am I allowed to lurk even though The Nether hasn't figured that out. Allowed to lurk even though I find WoW lore kind of hokey? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. If you just want to listen to me absolutely making fun of it while I describe it, go ahead. I am not offended if you're sitting here going, this is silly, because I also am sitting here going, this is silly. But you can enjoy silly things. It doesn't have to be great. And Blood DK is very fun, I agree. Sire Denathrazim, sired by Denathrius. So he is basically a Titan, but a Titan of Death instead of a Titan of Order, like the Titans that are so familiar on Azeroth. Right? And he's just... Okay, he's actually handsome, but I'm doing this on purpose. Fuck this guy. he's absolutely an asshole, okay? He is the biggest asshole. He sent the Nethrazim to infiltrate various forces of the other orders. The order, you know, the plane of order, the plane of light, void, everything. The Nethrazim have gone to all of them. The Nethrazim pretend to... Huh? Yes, he's been very successful. Oh no, I won't say, yo, this is so cringe. It's an MMO. There's only so much they can do. Yes, it's a little hokey, but also they've been building on a story that's like 20 years old, 30 years old. Like, it was hokey at a time of things being hokey, and then they just kind of had to live with that choice, you know? Dreadlord is what they called themselves as teens, and now they're embarrassed. I know, honestly. Slime cat! Yes, I'm an eldritch slime cat. I ate the heart of an elder god. And, now I kind of am one. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Denathrius is basically vampire Genghis Khan. He wishes. He is manipulating and collecting information on the realms from the background. He does not handle things overtly most of the time. He does not make a move himself. When he does, it doesn't go cleanly. He's very good at working in the background, but as soon as he shows his hand, he's just kind of a dork. And I do kind of like that. It's like he's got performance anxiety or something. And I do love that. I just kind of love that. So, keep in mind the Nathrazim, okay? This is something you want to remember. Deathlord Nathrazim. Secretly serving Sire Denathrius, but they will show up again elsewhere, okay? They will show up against... Oh, again elsewhere. So Denathrius basically told them, get out. He publicly told them, like, oh, you're exiled for being weirdos, and was secretly sending them to infiltrate elsewhere. But publicly was going, no, I denounce these assholes. They're not my brand of asshole. And sent them away. So they went to places like the Twisting Nether, where they pretended successfully to be demons. And it's been some interesting stuff being uncovered during Shadowlands, let me tell you. So up next, we have... After all of this is happening, okay, all of this is happening in the time before time, you know, the universe is new and everything, the pantheons of the different realms have been created by the first ones, they're now going around creating their own things, it's just like a pyramid scheme of creations. You like hokey and campy things so long as it isn't poisoned by irony. I agree! I like silly things. You know, sometimes things just don't have to be that deep. But also, sometimes they're just hokey and you can like it anyway. Like me with WoW. It's just hokey and I like it anyway. But, so speaking of Nathrezim and the Twisting Nether, okay? Then we have Sargeras. And Sargeras, angry man. Very angry, okay? He's a very angry man. He was originally a Titan of Order. He was in the Pantheon with the Titans that the people of Azeroth recognize as gods. Okay, like, he was a pretty important guy. Except he got angry. He basically... Let's see, what happened with him? He saw a vision, right? Or he received a vision, or he found a world that had been corrupted by the forces of the void. As we've discussed before. There's some beings within the void that are very troublesome, very scary, and they spookered the hell out of Sargeras, who was originally just kind of, he was a warrior, he was a fighter, he was the one who took care of threats, right? He was the one who, like, if a world had something that was very hostile, he was the one who took care of it. Except he found a world that was overrun by something called the Old Gods. And he just kind of went googly bonkers. Okay, he lost all hope that the universe would ever be a good place. Yes, the planet had been corrupted. He found this corrupted planet that had been, like, you know, poisoned to the core. A nascent titan. There was a nascent unborn titan, because inside of planets, there could sometimes be something called a world soul. And the world soul is extremely powerful and can be forged into a titan. It can become a titan. And the old ones had corrupted a tiny baby titan inside of this world. And Sargeras saw it and was like, this is fucked up. This is fucked up. And instead of consulting the other titans, he basically panicked and hit the nope button and made it explode. It just exploded. And the rest of the Pantheon got really mad at him. And he basically was like, fuck you guys, you don't understand how big of a fucking threat this is. Yeah, first urge to purge. He was like, you don't understand how big of a threat this is. Something about this scared him. Something about this terrified the shit out of him. And he was like, nah, man, we need to get rid of all forces of the void, okay? We don't want the void here. Fuck it. They're messed up. We need to get rid of these guys. And the rest of the Pantheon was like, bro, can you chill a little? Like, maybe we could have saved the planet. Maybe we could have saved the life forms on it. And he's like, you know, his angry eyebrows get even bigger. And he's like, no, you don't understand. You don't get it. You don't understand. You're not listening. You're not listening when I'm telling you these guys are fucked up. And he's right. They are fucked up. He's not wrong. However, what was wrong was he then decided, fuck you, I'm running away. Okay, he basically betrays the Pantheon of Order and forms something called the Burning Legion. And again, I'm not going super into detail. I just want people to be able to understand these terms and what they mean when they come up in the lore, and just give a little bit of context on what they are and why they're important. So we're not digging too deeply into, you know, what happened with Sargeras in the Pantheon, or who the rest of the Pantheon is until it's relevant, stuff like that. So we're just skating through so that people get the gist of things, right? So Sargeras is now very angry, on a rampage, and he's like, no, it is too late for this world, for this reality. Light and Void made a universe before. Yes, Folly, I'm going to explain that. They made a universe before, so we can make a universe again. Let's just destroy this universe that has already been corrupted by the old gods, has already been infiltrated by the void. Let's destroy it and make a new one. Let's throw it out and make it better. Let's push the problem somewhere else. Okay? That was his solution. That was his idea. And for this, he creates the Burning Legion using the demons from the Twisting Nether, who cannot die permanently. They can't die permanently, they just keep coming back. That is an unending legion. Cosmic crash out, exactly. So he's like, you know, there's gonna be no way anyone can stand against us. We've got unlimited forces. The action economy is ours. The world is doomed. The universe is doomed, right? He's mostly correct for a very long time. So the Titans, the Pantheon of Order, were supposed to be establishing order in the universe. They were supposed to be creating planets of life, of existence. They were shaping landscapes. They were helping, you know, uplifting creatures, evolving them, granting them greater intelligence, greater powers to be able to guard and protect these worlds, these lives, while looking for world souls like themselves, like how they once were, to make more Titans. They're trying to find more Titans, and specifically, they're looking for something called the Prime World Soul. The most powerful, special Mary Sue World Soul in existence. The bestest. The brightest. I have no idea where the Prime World Soul might be in the universe of World of Warcraft that is centered mostly on one planet in particular. No idea. It's Azeroth, by the way. It's Argus already had a world soul, already became a Titan. That Titan is already dead. By the way, just throwing that out there. You're not gonna don't worry about the name Argus yet. We're not anywhere near there. So, fucking Cybertron. So now we have the Burning Legion in the background, cascading through the universe, destroying planets, so that the old gods have nowhere to get a foothold. Okay, so the old gods have nowhere to run, basically. He is destroying the universe for the sake of existence, in his mind. Because he thinks the old gods can be a threat to Titans as a whole. To their existence, to the pantheons. He's just like, what the fuck is this? He looks at the old gods and he goes, what are those? Okay, what are those? Like, we've got him. Okay, hang on. I need another layer. Don't mind me. I'm getting into this. He is right. He is right. We'll get into that. We're also getting into that, but, you know, all things in time. We're trying to go a little bit chronological order in how things are going. A lot of this is primordial stuff and not really established on the timeline of exactly when it is, but this is just kind of the order that things happened. You know, Light and Void were created as realms, existence forces by the first ones, who we know nothing about. We know nothing. Other than they're represented by kind of an infinity Ouroboros symbol, and that's it. We don't know if they're still walking the realms. We don't know what they looked like. We don't know jack shit all about the first ones. except that they left behind Zereth Mortis. But that's, again, much later. So Sargeras, in all his angry bullshit, sees the old gods and is like, what the fuck is that? What are those? What is that? And don't get the drawing wrong. The old gods, as cute as they are fucked up little guys. Okay, they're fucked up little guys. Don't trust them. They will try to look innocent and cute at you. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Look into his eye. Look into his eye and know that he is evil. Okay? Like, prime evil. They're very evil. So, the old gods are from the realm of Void. Right? I don't think... Oh god, ads in 1 minute. Okay. Let's see. Let me look up here. I need to look at things. I need to look at things. I'm not entirely sure if we know whether the old ones were also created by the first ones. I don't think we know that. I could be incorrect. Don't get me wrong. I could be incorrect. Let's see. Okay, yes, no. They are Eldritch Horrors, the old gods are Eldritch Horrors of unimaginable fucking horror things created by something known as the Void Lords. Which is a name that may be familiar to anyone who has worked with a warlock. The Void Lords are also fucked up little dudes, okay? There's a lot of fucked up little dudes in the Void. Don't make that face at me. Don't make that face at me. As soon as the ads go, I'm gonna take a break and have a drink. But in the meantime, for anyone who is not subscribed, you will be hit with capitalism most likely, and I apologize for that. I unfortunately cannot turn off the capitalism. Daddy Bezos will not let me. Me's checking through the fucking information, the notes I have. Like, no, the old gods were created by the Void Lords. And the Void Lords... I wish I was kidding on what they look like, but that's really just what they look like. It's really just what they... Yeah, these are Void, the Void Walkers are the ones that are summoned by warlocks. But from the moment... Yeah, they're considered demons. The Void Lords have been watching the physical universe since it was born. And have been envious of the titans of the pantheons created by the first ones. So, it is therefore implied that they were not created by the first ones. They rule over the void outside the barriers of reality. They've got some weird eldritch shit going on. But I need to stop explaining this while the ads are going, so I'm just gonna take some drinks. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Yeah. I'm just gonna hang on. I got something I need to do. Yeah. Just like that. Perfect. Yes. Yes. That kind of improved his looks, actually. Like, is that just me? Is that just me? He looks better like that. I'm gonna monocle. No, that's too thick. Let's, monocle. There we go. for his snooty ass fucking snooty nonsense that he has going on. Yes, yes. Perfect. And then behind his horns, he's got a top hat. Perfect. Oh my, Sire Denathrius, you've never looked so handsome. He looks better like this! He looks better with a mustache, what the fuck? True. That is true. You know what? That's fair. Let me just put this over here. Once everyone's out of ad jail, I'll go back to talking about the Void Lords and their nonsense. There we go. He's got a top hat. Perfect. Oh, it looks like ad jail is over. Hang on, I've got to add one more thing. Hang on. Oh, okay. Who is pinging you? Ah, potential spam. Go away. Thank you. I'm busy, potential spam phone callers. Describing the lore of a video game that is 20 years old. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Right? I'll be like, hey, you want to learn about the lore of World of Warcraft? And then they just hang up on me. They just fucking hang up on me. Kind of like that time when they were like, I'd like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. And I'm just like, I'm disabled. I can't drive. And they hung up on me. I don't have a car and they hung up on me. And I never got a call about that again. So anyway, back to this. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Hello. We're gonna be discussing this again. Okay, so what we have here, the Void Lords exist. You know, obviously they're in the void. Okay, they're in the void realm, beyond reality, beyond our understanding of reality. Reality is out here. Okay, void is in here, and the Void Lords are different from the Void Walkers that the Warlocks summon. But they're probably not unrelated. There's definitely a connection in their appearance that we just, you know, whatever. So, what the old gods did, as they were looking enviously at the Titans, okay, they were looking enviously at the Titans, they made their own fucked up horror men in the old gods. They just made some fucked up little guys. And sent them out into the material universe out here outside of the void. They threw them out. They just, like, I'm not even kidding, they threw them out and yoked them. Okay? They wanted them to find a world in a vulnerable state. A world with a sleeping world soul. They did not know which planets contained a world soul, so they literally threw them out, hoping that their creations would smash into a planet that contained a nascent Titan. Okay? They were, meanwhile, while this is happening, the Titans are over here, you know, duking it out with the demons of the Burning Legion. Okay, the Burning Legion is like, fight, 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 purge, destroy, and the Titans are like, man, fuck you guys, you suck. And the Void Lords are like, hee hee hee, steeples figures together, it's free real estate. Alright, the Void Lords are like, okay, while they're busy, we're just gonna find a planet with a world soul of our own. Okay? We're just gonna throw a whole bunch of these old gods and hope one of them sticks. That's it. That was their plan. It is hilarious that was their plan. What's even more hilarious is that it worked. It worked. They did not more than once, because, you know, yeah, it happened. It worked more than once that we know of. Because Sargeras found one, right? It's implied he found other ones. It's implied the Titans found other ones. It's implied the Titans found a lot of other ones. Which also implies that life just kind of exists in their universe, like everywhere. Like, you can't throw a stone without hitting a planet that has existence on it. Alright, so there's a lot of life. Yes. That is very true. That is very true. Every safety regulation in any reality is written in blood. It's written because people die, and the safety regulation is created so that more people don't die. And the Titans have a lot of safety regulations regarding the old ones and the void, because they were so big of a problem. They would just root themselves in a planet and grow and get their little tendrils inside innocent baby little planets until it's too late and the planet is corrupted. And they would just kind of feast on it, and then there was nothing the Titans could do at that point. And it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Now, while the Titans are busy duking it out with, I don't know how to represent the Titans, really. I'm just gonna draw a beard. No, you can't even tell it's a fucking beard. Well, they're like stick figures. How would you, if I put a crown on it, maybe? Like a really big crown with a cross on top. There we go. They're gods. So while they're fighting the Burning Legion, Sargeras is over here like, what the fuck are those at the old gods, fighting a war on two fronts. He is fighting the Titans, and he is fighting the old ones whenever he can find them. So that's why he's just recruiting the demons, who are basically endless, because this is a lot of fun. Give him pauldrons. That'll have to wait till Azeroth. Boy howdy, the people of Azeroth will get pauldrons. So, while this is all happening, and they're all distracted doing this thing, the old ones found one planet in particular. They found baby Azeroth, okay? Don't judge me. Hang on here. They found baby Azeroth. Okay. Good grief. What? Look, it was a baby at the time. Okay. The world soul of Azeroth was still asleep. It was very baby, and the old ones come in with their like 10 billion eyeballs, and we're like, it's free real estate. Hello, little child. Would you like a candy from the void? Okay, they just went, would you like some candy from the void, while sticking their hand in the baby planet's diaper. Okay, it was fucked up what they did. Because what they did was they went to the planet and they built something called the Black Empire. Which was, here, as she's sleeping and just kind of being beaten up and not aware of it because she's sleeping, Snoozy Baby, Snot Bubble, Snoozy Baby, they had the Black Empire, which was a fucked up place of fucked up void worship and blood sacrifice and, you know, lives. So many insects. The void made a lot of insects. The old gods made a lot of insects. And there was slavery, and there was fucked up shit, and it was just the worst timeline, okay? The world... The elementals at this time, the planets would manifest elementals of what's, you know, there's stuff going on involving elemental planes as well. I'm not going to get into that, but most people who are aware of fantasy stories are aware of the elemental planes, right? There's a plane for elements as well as, you know, order, chaos, all that stuff. So, yes. Yes, there are also reflections, and each one is a reflection of a certain element. Fire, water, earth, storm, you know, depending on different stuff. But, so, there were elementals manifesting on Azeroth, and the old gods, hydrogen, helium, lithium, yeah, you know. God damn it, chocolate pops. So... the old gods saw this and went even more real estate and enslaved the elementals and enslaved the life forms that were beginning to form on Azeroth. And just made bullshit hellscape fucking apocalypse. Hi, Game Buddy. Welcome on in. Good to see you. They made an apocalyptic ass fucking bullshit empire of darkness and gloom, and just, it was miserable, it was dark, it was evil, it was the Black Empire. It was not a thing anyone wanted, except for, you know, the old ones and the people who worshipped them. And then the Titans finally got the Discord alert that something was wrong. Okay? They found Azeroth and was like, holy shit, this is like such a deep-rooted corruption. Someone get the vacuum. Right? They needed to clean this shit up. I'm sorry that I explain things like this. But what they did is they created a bunch of beings called the Titan Forged. Alright? These are beings of, I think they're basically like completely order constructs. I think. And they were created to root out the corruption of the old ones. Okay, because the Titans couldn't, you know, just like stay forever or whatever, and interfering in the planet had consequences. Okay, interfering with the planet had consequences, as they find out. Okay, basically, they tried to rip out one of the old gods that had taken root. Right? They tried to rip out one of the old gods that had taken root in Azeroth, and this clingy bitch had been rooted so deep that as they ripped him out, the way you're explaining things makes it understandable and lightly paced while having context. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I do want this to be understandable for people who don't have a lot of the context, you know? So while they're ripping out this being called Ysarge, okay, is like the being with like 7 heads or something like that. He was a fucker. He was the leader of the old gods on Azeroth. He was brutal. He was vicious. He was the most powerful. He's a big dick of dicks. Okay, as you can tell by the fact that he clung to the planet as they're trying to remove him, and this ripped a wound in the planet itself. It ripped open a massive hole in the planet that damaged her permanently. This created something. As he was ripped out, they're pulling him out here. You know, see, they're pulling him out, and it didn't go well. It didn't go well because it created something that you may have heard the name of if you played World of Warcraft. It's called the Well of Eternity. The Well of Eternity is the wound left behind in Azeroth after an old god was ripped from her body. And the magic that pours out of Azeroth, that's her blood. Her blood basically formed the Well of Eternity. The well of magic that caused life to explode on Azeroth. For magic to explode on Azeroth. Everything that happened was because an old god had sunk its teeth into Azeroth, and then they tried to rip it out, and it didn't go well. And because it didn't go well, that's when the Keepers were basically made to slowly eradicate the old ones, to sweep them up with the vacuum, brush them under the rug, get rid of them, so that it wouldn't harm Azeroth further. Because the wound on the surface affected the world soul. It made her weaker. It made it so that they couldn't turn her into a Titan yet. But if they left her alone, she would either die or be consumed by and corrupted by the old ones. And they did not want that to happen. Especially as Azeroth seemed particularly bright and powerful. They did not want to abandon her. And it was very rare for them to find an intact world soul that can be awakened to be turned into a Titan in the first place. So they're like, we have to save her. We need to do this carefully, and that's why they created the Titan facilities. That's why they created the Titan Keepers over here. I'm just putting crosses on them to represent it. So Christian-centric, Catholic-centric. I'm sorry, but it gets the point across to most people, especially Americans. I do apologize for that, but it's not actually correlated to Christianity. It's just a useful symbol. So they'd make these big facilities meant for detecting, purging, cleansing the old ones, because they're that big of a threat. If they got rooted in the planet again, Azeroth wouldn't make it. And obviously the Titans are not working on mortal timelines here, so they're like, yeah, it'll take like, 10, 20,000 years, whatever. That's whatever. We'll just go out and get some milk. Okay, like, to them that was just like, yeah, that's fine and dandy, that should suit it. They didn't care about much else, right? And they built some fail safes, like, if old god corruption gets too long, press delete type of things. They built in a delete button. They built in like the reset buttons and stuff like that, and just all sorts of overseers and observation facilities, testing facilities, everything they could to try and make sure Azeroth would survive. At least 3 re-origination cannons, which, as you can probably guess by the name, it would wipe out all life and start it over again. It's the reset button. So they were just like, woo! So there was a big war between those. And once they had they thought they eradicated the old ones. Okay, they thought they won this war. The fact we're having this discussion means they did not. But they thought they did. And so as they just buried and or sealed away the old ones and were like, clapping each other on the ass saying job done, they then went around seeding life on Azeroth. There was it was the ordering of Azeroth then occurred there. They started making plants and oops, sorry, my tablet went a little weird right there. They started making plants and trees and life forms and prototype life forms and all sorts of stuff. They had mecha gnomes and mecha big guys, mecha Vrykul, mecha everything, mecha high, mecha ho. They tended to make things robots. Now, the Well of Eternity was like, hey, I can do that too. And eventually starts making races on accident. Basically, it just kind of happens. Honestly, yes, but hang on, we're getting to that. So, life, animals, all sorts of things started appearing on Azeroth, okay? Some of it was accelerated by the presence of the Well of Eternity, some of it was guided by the Titans, and some of it just kind of, happened, a little bit. But for the most part, it was guided by the Titans and or affected by the Well of Eternity. Eric came from the old gods. We all did. But I'll get to that. I'll get there, I promise. And during this time, as they were making life, the universe and everything in Azeroth happen, then there were dragons. Specifically, proto-drakes. They were not yet dragons. Until a really big, really evil dragon named Galakrond started eating everything. And just being a menace to life in general. It was just being an asshole. Fuck that guy. Fuck that asshole, okay? Galakrond was a bitch. He was massive, he kept mutating, the Keepers couldn't keep up with him, really. They were trying, and they just couldn't do it. He was the worst. And what happened was a bunch of smaller proto-drakes were like, fuck this guy, my life for ire, and went to go fight him themselves. And were empowered by the Titan Keepers with the permission of the Titans, using, Titan magic, and became dragons. The dragon aspects, who are, hang on, let me get into this a little bit. Just a little. So we have the red dragons, who is the leader of the dragons. And that's Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder, the Dragon Queen. Okay, they are red dragons, and they value life. and are very sweet and kind, and they like children. Like, they like kids. They just love everyone and everything when they can, and it breaks their heart when things have to die. Yes, they're rainbow lizards. Accurate eyebrows. Yeah. And Alexstrasza, the Dragon Queen, is very pretty. She's very lovely. I love her a lot. I would die for her and the things she goes through. Oh my god. We'll get to that. All right. So we have Alexstrasza, who is, you know, life and everything. That's the red ones. And then we have the blue dragons, led by, hello, thank you, Astro Calco, for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Slime Storm. And the blue ones were made by Malagos. The blue flight was Malagos, who was magic. Gotta run. Oh, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. They ruled magic. They were given a book called the Arcanonomicon, in which they could write all things about magic and whatnot. And that was given to them by Norganon, the Pantheon of Order, Titan of Magic and Knowledge and whatnot. So that was personally given over to him, and I wish I could joke that this isn't really what Malagos looked like in his human form, but he did choose to be a blue blood elf, and that is very funny to me. The new evolution of Arcane. More like Necronomicon, but Arcane instead of death. Instead of Necro for death, it's Arcano for Arcane. And they were given the rule of magic. And then there's the green flight, ruled by Sarah, over nature, which is different from life. There's some complex things going on, but basically, in terms of nature, think of specifically plants and animals, while life encompasses like life force, life being, existence itself. But Ysera is probably the dragon that is closest to mortals. She is strongly revered by druids, as one might imagine. She's also known as the Dreamer, and she dies but gets better. She dies, but she gets better. Hi, hello, Rain. Hi, Canole. What is WoW? World of Warcraft. We're talking about World of Warcraft. Life is the motivating force. Nature is the natural order. Yes, kind of. Nature is like the wild, like the plants, animals, the forces behind that. Life is, you know, the spark of the soul, the living versus growth. Yeah, they're very strongly related because, well, not because, but hilariously, Alexstrasza and Ysera are sisters. They're from the same clutch. So, they're literally sisters. And then we have the bronze dragons, which I find it hilarious that for the most part they're known as red, blue, green, and then you get to bronze. And it's like, you couldn't have been yellow or gold dragons? No, you had to be metal. Either call them like ruby and sapphire and everything, which they are represented by those, and then allow bronze, or what the hell are you going? What the hell are you doing in regards to this naming trend? It is thematically clashing. I don't appreciate that. Anyway, so the bronze is ruled Nazdormu. And they watch over time itself. Now, what they do is impose order onto the timeline. They ensure no one fucks with the past or manipulates the future. They make sure there is one true timeline and that it stays solid. They prune unstable timelines and fix anyone who tries to meddle in chronomancy. They basically, you know, keep them from doing that. Hang on, let me give myself some more room. Wah! Shrunka. Okay. And Nastormu is kind of a sad boy, because for a little while he thinks he's gonna die, but then stuff happens. Stuff happens, and then he gets better, and then it's just, you know, there's stuff going on. But he's Oldman. We'll draw him as an Oldman, even though in game he's hot. I'll just tell you that. But the bronze dragons rule over time, okay? They do some timey-wimey nonsense. And finally, the last flight that was established was the black dragon flight. And they were ruled... Oh god, how do you spell his name? Oh shit! Hang on. I wanted to get it correct. They're ruled by Neltharion, the black dragon. And it's one thing you can kind of see, they represent Earth. But they're like guardians. They're the warders, they're the knights, they're the shield, is what they're supposed to be. Their domain is protection.
Did somebody say vor?
And, honestly, as soon as I saw Neltharion, I was like, wood, which means he's a villain, obviously. I know what I'm like, okay? I know what I'm like, I know what my taste is. If I'm immediately attracted to a character, they're a villain. In some way or another, okay? It's just how it goes. And, he very much was. He becomes, Neltharion the Earth Warder. And, he, unfortunately, becomes corrupted by the old gods. They get their happy little tentacles in him, okay? They get their happy little tentacles into Neltharion. They're like, hey, what's up? Power. You want power? You want strong power? You want good power? You hungry for power? And whispering things of betrayal and all this other stuff. And he eventually becomes Deathwing, the villain and victim of Cataclysm. And that is exactly what Deathwing looks like, and if you look up a picture of him, you will see that he looks exactly like that, and I'm not incorrect in the least. That's what Deathwing looks like. So... But that's not till later. Oh, can you ask a question about Malagos? Oh, go ahead if you'd like, but if it will be addressed later, I'll push it to later. But go ahead and ask a question now if you like. But I might be able to answer a little bit right now. I can't remember what kind of horns Malagos had. What makes Malagos insane? Sorrow. Sorrow does. I will get into that. I will get into it. He goes insane because of grief. It is not even the old ones, it is grief. It is a very sad thing that happens. Okay, so anyway, the Titans made the aspects in order to protect Azeroth, to fight from the inside against threats that the Titan Keepers may not be able to keep up with. You know? Like, and it worked very well for a pretty damn-ass long time. Azeroth had a band-aid on her head, the Well of Eternity was going great, you know, life was continuing and flourishing, people were evolving, it was all sorts of stuff going on. It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. Now, meanwhile, off in the distance, we'll have to mention something happening in the distance, okay? And this can be said to be where the timeline of events starts in the World of Warcraft, okay? This was about 25,000 years before the start of Warcraft. Okay, the earliest known date we know of is a carbon-dated potion that's from like 150,000 years in the past. But events as we know them that can be like directly traced to certain eras and times begin around 25,000 years before the start of World of Warcraft, approximately. And so while the the dragons are existing and just kind of having a good time over there, and just like everyone's evolving, the proto-drakes are becoming dragons, little beings are appearing around the Well of Eternity, intelligent life is forming. We'll go more into that in a second, but meanwhile, in the background, there's a little planet called Argus. And on this little planet called Argus, which also has a world soul, there arises a species known as the Eridar. That's the name they choose for themselves. Okay? And that's just kind of happening in the background. Eridar, Argus. We're just gonna put a pin in that for now, okay? We're just gonna put a little thumbtack in that one. Yeah, a little thumbtack for now. Okay. So put a pin in it that Argus exists. The Eridar are arising there. And focus back on Azeroth, where the primal incarnates, proto-drakes who did not follow the Titans, proto-drakes who did not accept the ascension of the Titans, the influence of order over their existence. The Titans' magic gave them order, made them beings of order, changed their very existence. Not all of them wanted that, and that created the primalist dragons, the primal incarnates. Okay, these were dragons related to the elements. These are things like what's her name? Razageth. Was it Razageth? Oh my god. Power! Power overwhelming! And Fyrak. Power! Because he died really quick. I don't remember. Oh no, he didn't. Not that. Oh, you meant that one. Okay. I don't remember. Anyway, we don't have to go too much into detail of them. You learn about them during the events of Dragonflight. Those actually do get explained, and so I won't dig into it. It's not important. However, just know that the primal incarnates happened. They fight against the dragons. There's a big war between the two of them against basically the natural elemental dragons that arose on Azeroth, naturally, versus the dragons who were ascended by the Titans who came to Azeroth and were not of Azeroth. Okay, so there's a little bit of a contest there, a little bit of conflict, and it ends with the primal incarnates losing and being sealed away in a place called the Dragon Isles. They were locked up. Okay. And during this time in the Dragon Isles, at this point, we know that Neltharion was beginning to be corrupted by the old gods. Okay, this is their whispering at him. He's doing shady shit because he started creating his own custom race. He started homebrewing the fuck out of this planet and made the Drakthir, the dragon people. They were an experiment of his, and experimentation kind of runs in his blood and his family. We'll get into that later as well. But they're basically genetically modified life forms created using dragon blood, dragon magic, and some other of the mortal races combined to make the ultimate soldier life form. They were military. They were completely subservient to Neltharion. He used an artifact. He used a fucking Thanos fist artifact in order to command them and ensure absolute obedience. But then, the fist kind of breaks and they get put into stasis. They're frozen by the blue dragons, who realized Neltharion was up to something. And then he kind of went berserko, and shit happened. It's things happen, right? But they were put into stasis in the Forbidden Reach, which is very near to the Dragon Isles. This basically attached to the Dragon Isles. So there's just a bunch of shit sealed away at the Dragon Isles. Okay, yeah, it's the hide shit place. Yeah, okay, we're just shoving things. Everything is going to the Forbidden Reach. We're gonna call it Forbidden. The end. Okay.
Did somebody say
No one said
vor?
vor. No one said vor. Let's see here.
He's pulling his cock out!
No, I'm not. I am trying to explain things. I'm gonna take your redeems away. I'm gonna take your redeems away. T-Pain! You know the rules. Anyway, so that was about all of this. The war, the sealing, the Drakthir, etc., was about 20k years ago. Eridar Argus, about 25k years ago. Okay? You know, this whole war and everything, about 20k. About 20k with this. So that's how long ago that was. It was a long-ass time ago. Which means, yes, the aspects are old as balls. Alexstrasza looks great for her age. Okay? She is probably like 150,000 years old. She looks wonderful. Alright, so let's put that away for now. Now, we get to the next part of the storyline. Alright? So, remember how I was talking about the Well of Eternity? You remember how I was talking earlier about the Well of Eternity, the wound in the face of Azeroth that bled her magic blood and was influencing life on the surface. That redeem was about 30 seconds desynced. Yeah, there's desyncing stuff going on. It's fine. It's fine. You know, I'm playfully scolding you. If I was really mad, I would have timed you out for 10 minutes. But no worries. I was just teasing. Yeah, part of the reason Neltharion is being corrupted was due to his ties to the Earth, where the old ones had been hidden or sealed by the Titans. The Titans had sealed them within the Earth because they couldn't fully remove them without hurting Azeroth. That's why they left the Keepers behind, to try and clean that up. But something went wrong, and we're going to get into that a little bit. But yeah, his deep connection and ties to the Earth, his deep love for Azeroth is ironically what caused him to go insane and want to destroy her. Was because he was so tied to the Earth that he heard the whispers of the old gods from deep within it. It kind of fucked up. It's very sad. There's a lot of sad shit going on in the background of this, okay? So, anyway, as I was talking about the Well of Eternity, right? Like, there's the wound in the face of Azeroth. It's just a big puddle of water of her blood. Okay, her blood just mingling with the water in the ocean and just kind of dissipating throughout the atmosphere, causing all sorts of magical shit to happen. Okay? About 16,000 years ago, okay, we start seeing the first intelligent, established civilization on primordial Kalimdor, which I'm going to represent with South America. Don't worry about it, okay? Anyway, primordial Kalimdor, was good enough, nailed it, yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna, it was actually kind of more like this, and it was one continent. There was only one continent. We had a Pangea situation, and in the asshole of this continent was the Well of Eternity. Right, that was where the creature had been ripped out of, okay? So that's where the well is. And along the surface of this wound with the magic was the trolls. They first appeared. They are the first intelligent civilization that we know of that was not the Titans or influenced by the Black Empire or anything like that. They are the first natural race of Azeroth. Yes, of course the trolls would be there to say first. They were the first commenters. And these guys made the Empire of Zul. Eventually. But that happened to fight the Akir. And the Akir are bugs. They're bugs influenced and grown by the blood of the old gods. They're fucked up little guys. They're fucked up little guys. Okay. the remains of the Black Empire. And the trolls are like, fuck you, get off my lawn. So there was an Akir troll war. All right. And during this time, at some part of Kalimdor's asshole, we're not entirely sure which. I think it's. Hang on, I'm thinking in terms of. Would it be around here, maybe, or was it down here? Anyway, the Loa, known as Sethralis, is a snake lady. Snake lady, yay, snake lady. I don't know why I gave her legs. She's a snake. She defeated an old god soldier general named Mithrax. All right, he's peak asshole. He's peak asshole, and she defeated him at the cost of her own life. And they sealed him away in a box beneath a place of trolls known as Atal Aman. Okay, so he will be a problem later. And she died, unfortunately. She didn't make it. But a Loa, for a quick explanation of that one, Loa are nature spirits. They're natural spirits. They're usually animals or some sort of concept of that. They're tied to certain things, like doodles are good. I'm sorry. So the Loa often interact with mortals. They're not as high above mortals as, say, the Titans would be, or anything like that. They're more powerful than most mortals, depending on how many believers they have, how much influence they have, all sorts of stuff like that. But there's like the Loa of Secrets is a spider. Okay, and she's sneaky and eventually gets too big for her britches and she dies for it, and stuff happens. It's fine. It's very hoodoo and voodoo coded. Yes. Hi, Amara. Hi, honey. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Oh my god!
Lady Amara Rain paid the slime tax for 17 months.
Oh my god, thank you for being a tier 3 subscriber for 17 months! Enjoy the Steppies icon, unique to the tier 3s. So there's like the spider Loa. There's a lot of Loas have different names as well. Like, for example, Logosh. Also known as Goldrin. Goldrin, he's a wolf. He dogo, but he angry. He's a dog, he's a wolf, but he's very angry about it. Okay, and then we have, like, Ashamane, who's a saber cat Loa. He's kitty with big teeth. He's very fierce, very good, very fight cat, okay? So, these Loas are nature spirits, very hoodoo, very voodoo. How many subs do they have? Apparently 17. But, so one of them was Sethralis, who again sacrificed herself to kill, or to defeat, not even kill. She sacrificed herself just to defeat Mithrax. Okay, who is, you know, a servant of the old gods. He's a Kithrax, which is basically they're, oh my god, it gets complicated. We'll just for now, we'll just say he's a soldier of the old gods, a soldier servant of the old gods, a general tier. Like, they're very strong, very powerful, and you do not want these fucked up little guys near your civilizations. We can dig into faction specifics later some other day. Loa power is dependent on subs. Yes, actually. That's not entirely wrong. Loa do get stronger the more followers and devoted followers they have. My favorite Loa, personally, is the Loa called Johnny. And Johnny looks like this. Much like D&D deities, yes, it's very D&D coded. Hang on, I'm gonna Google Johnny. I want you to be able to see Johnny, okay, so that you know that I'm not fucking kidding. So let me get this image really quick. This is Johnny, okay? This is Johnny, and your character, if you're like, say, a human, if you're a human, you're probably about this tall compared to Johnny. Okay? Like, Johnny is your size, if not smaller. Alright, he's just a little guy. He is a trash goblin. He is the Loa who protects orphans and the homeless and the destitute and those who cannot afford their own home. And also, he laughs like I do. He is a small trash goblin, yes. He is a small trash goblin who protects those who cannot protect themselves. Who have absolutely no way of ever protecting themselves. That is who worships Johnny. That is who Johnny protects. And he loves scavenging trash. Yeah, eat the rich one. He calls anyone who can, like, afford to buy things, they're a rich man. If you can afford to buy anything, you're rich. Yeah, so Johnny is great. I love him. He is unironically my favorite Loa. There are so many Loa. He is my favorite. There's a few others that I like Gonk is great. Paku is hilarious. Gonk is the Loa of raptors. He's just kind of a big chunky dude. And he has like feather headdress. He's kind of great. And then Paku is like a pterodax, which is like basically a pterodactyl, and she is a menace. She is a menace, and I love her. She is absolutely a menace. During one quest line in which you're trying to teach a stubborn hatchling to fly and it refuses because it's afraid, she pushes you off a cliff because she knows the hatchling loves you and will save you. So your hatchling learns to fly in order to save your life because Paku kicked you off the cliff. And as you fall, she's just like, it's great, okay? I love her. I love the Loa. They're very funny. They're all very funny. There's also a Loa called Cragwa, who is also great. This is the Vor Loa. I'm not kidding. I can hear Eric wheezing in laughter because he knows it's right. Yes. Eric is trying very hard not to laugh at the description of Cragwa being the Vor Loa, but literally one of the missions you get is having him eat people whole. You ride on his back while he eats people whole. It is true. I know what I'm talking about. He is the Vor Loa. But also he's very smart. He's very intelligent. And just, you know, just an all-around cool dude as long as you're not on his bad side. If you're not on his bad side, if you're not being a dick, then he's great. Yeah, Buon Samdi is a Loa. He used to be a troll, and then he became a Loa. That's a thing that you can do. You can become a Loa. Again, D&D coded. D&D deity coded. Okay, so you can just think of Loa as like D&D deities, all right, where they can ascend and they can fall. They can disappear if they don't have enough followers, if they were naturally born and whatnot. Okay. Spoiler name here. No, that gets addressed in a little bit, touched on in the Shadowlands as well. We're not gonna go into that. So so I got into the Loa because I was talking about Sithralis and the Kithrax. So they seal him away beneath the troll city of Atulaman. Okay, remember the Soul Empire and everything that they had made? Yeah, that stuff, that going on. The war ends, the war of the trolls versus the Akir, which was part of this stuff. This stuff was also the war between the trolls and the Akir. Oh, thank you for lurking, Plagueis. It ends with the defeat of Ajakir, with the survivors fleeing to form the colonies in a place known Ankiraj as Jolner Rub and Mantives. Now, let's see. Ankiraj is about here. It's on here. I'm not fucking, I can't write that. Fuck it. You're never going to be able to tell what's going on in this diagram if I do that. So Ankiraj is over here. It's spelled very strangely. Don't worry about it. Osjolner Rub is up here. And Mantives was like down here. Like, AQ was more like over here. The reason I can say this, by the way, is because of how the continents split. So this is roughly about where they were positioned. These are where the buggy people... Thank you. Yes, thank you for spelling it in the chat for me, Eric. I appreciate that. So these places, AQ, I put the tail on the Q in the wrong direction. No one look at me. And Mantives and Azjol Narub. Okay, the Akir went to these little places, and we're like, we're digging down deep. We're gonna establish ourselves within the earth. Some of you may have heard the little alert voing in your head hearing that. For those of you that did, you get a cookie and a pat on the head. If you know, me saying they went underground and established kingdoms underground made you go, yeah, you get a cookie and a pat on the head. Again, we'll put a pin in that. We'll just put a pin in that one, right? So, and then some trolls also make another city on top of where they defeated another Kithrax general, Kithix. They made a city called Azulaman, which was about here ish. Yeah, somewhere around there. They defeated another general, and he was here. And I guess the one, Atolamon, was like, oh my god, hang on, where was Atolamon? Would you say it was here? Oh no, my vitamin D, however, honestly. So this all happened. All of this happened about 16,000 years ago, okay? It happened within the span of about 1,000 years or so, roughly, from our estimations of what we can understand of the timeline. Not sure where in the continents a lot of these are. I could, yeah, it's there. It's in the Isekai thing. Thank you, Amar. Well, you see, this eventually becomes Kalimdor over here. This becomes the Eastern Kingdoms. Over here is Northrend.
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies
Then
and gentlemen,
there's
if you will, look
Pandaria,
right here.
and there's other pieces of everything for... Hello?
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
And then stuff becomes like the Dragon Isles eventually, and whatnot. But that doesn't happen yet. Okay, that doesn't happen yet. For now, 16,000 years ago, big war between the trolls and the bugs. It was a bug war. All right, it was Helldivers 2, but with less clones, less guns. I'm not saying no guns because we don't have proof one way or the other. Wasn't Pandaria always the turtle? No, actually. Pandaria isn't the turtle. The turtle happened as one panda left to go explore the world on the back of a turtle. The turtle kept getting bigger, and he kept bringing more Pandaren with him every time he returned, until the turtle became an island. Also, thank you, Medicinal Bear, for that. Thank you for flashbanging us. Thank you. So Pandaria was the island itself, was the land. And it's specifically in Pandaria where the remains of Ysarge are buried. But we'll get to that later. Ysarge, you know, the one that was ripped out of the body and caused the Well of Eternity in the first place. Yeah, he was like fucking, there's some remains of him in Pandaria. Okay, how'd the original Landshark get? It's not on the back of the turtle. There is just, the turtle just grew over time, and I guess they might have added soil from other places or whatnot, but, Pandaria is not the turtle. The turtle is its own thing. The Wandering Isle is the turtle. Pandaria is not the Wandering Isle. They're two different things. They're two different places. Both of them have Pandaren, But the Pandaren on the Wandering Isle are not the exact same Pandaren as the one in Pandaria. The ones in Pandaria, their ancestors are the same ancestors as those of the Wandering Isle, if you go back far enough. But they're just like two divergent civilizations of Pandaren. One of them went to roam the earth, one of them did not. And, so, all 16,000 Pandarias that I'm gonna eat you. Now, that all happened in the 16,000s, and then we get to the 15,000s. Okay? Then we get to the 15,000 years ago. And 15,000 years ago, a little disease appears. A simple little disease that terrifies the shit out of the Titan Keepers. It doesn't bother the trolls or anything. It doesn't bother the Akir or anything like that. But it scares the shit out of the Titan Keepers. And when you said chunk of Pan Azeroth was Pandaria, I assume that meant the land was down the trail. Oh, no, sorry. I was not more clear with that. No. The Pandaria chunk that was part of Pan Azeroth was down here, but the Wandering Turtle is something else entirely. It was not part of the original continent in the least. And neither, here's a key thing, neither were the Dragon Isles. Specifically, Kaz Algar, a place called Kaz Algar, was created by the Titans to be, or the Titan Keepers, to be a Titan facility. Okay, so those were... Oh, adds in 1 minute again. Didn't know any place that wasn't Turtle. Yeah. The Turtle is just the beginning starter area for the Pandaren, and is not part of the continent itself. It's a wandering island. It is some land on the back of a turtle. And yes, I'm sorry, the ads are coming. We will do some silly nonsense while the ads are here. Eric will go get me a bubbly, please, and maybe a Treato. A treaty snack, please. We can have a little snack break. Everyone can go potty and have a breathe while we maybe review some of the lore. Watch the ads to pay for a snack. Thank you, Ray, and I appreciate it. There's also another static pin to play. Yeah. Honestly, the lore gets a little convoluted. That's why I'm doing the lore explanation for newbies and stuff today. Because it gets a little convoluted, it gets a little complex, and I'm happy to explain it. A bubbly? not that kind of bubbly. First of all, I can't have alcohol. It's a Pepsi Zero. It's just a Pepsi Zero. I like the carbonation. It makes me burp though, but whatever. You're gonna deal with it. Stop deep diving after Wrath. I never got free, Amara. I never got free. We just renewed our subscriptions. We're back at it again. Fucking Folly's starting to play. Like, help us. There's no escaping this hell that we live in. But we'll start talking about this little disease that is not COVID or rabies when we get back from the ads. For now, let's quiz ya. Can resub and help. Oh, if Amara, if you want to explain and help Folly play too, that would be wonderful. Like, if you want to play with us and do stuff, I know Folly has a different sleep schedule than us, and the times when we're active, Folly tends to be asleep. Thank you, honey. That's not a Treato. That's a Snacko. I said sweets. It's Treato.
He's pulling his cock out.
The redeem of he's pulling his cock out right there was kind of perfect. It wasn't his cock. He gave me Cheetos. I want to make that clear. And yes, Amara has the gremlin sleep schedule like Folly does. So if you guys would like to hold hands and do stuff together, I would very much like that if you guys could be friends and be happy and play together, because I don't want Folly to be lonely, but at the same time, the times when my brain goes, okay, it's time to play, Folly is asleep. Don't want to bother people. Amara wants people to play with Folly! I know Amara does. I know she's the kind of person who's like, I want to play with people, but I don't want to bother them. Both of you are like that. Both of you are like that. For the love of God. Alright, pop quiz time. How many forces exist that were created by the first ones? Go! Bonus points if you can name them. At least 5. You are correct. Amara was not here for that part of the presentation and will be excused. And Rain joined late and still got the answer correct. 5 is not the answer, but they said at least 5, and so I'll give them points for that. I'll give them partial points for that. But the answer, for those of you who are sitting there sweating because you weren't paying attention or you weren't here, 6. The first ones who created the original planes/forces of existence created light, void, order, disorder, life, and death. And the physical universe came into existence because of a conflict between light and void. Bam. There you go. And that was way back in whatever. So they're forces and realms, and there's just kind of, there's a lot of complexity regarding metaphysical nonsense going on with the realms. You know, it is what it is. Hi, Papa! Eric gave me a cookie, but now the ads are over. Infinity Stones times Diablo. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, so we're back at it. Now that the ads are over, welcome back from the ads. We're gonna get into this again. So before the ads, we were talking about a little disease. This little disease is, hilariously, the acronym is cough, which I find hilarious. That will always be funny to me. It's known as the curse of flesh. Okay, it's the curse of flesh. Got the cough. And the curse of flesh first affected the Dragon Flayer Vrykul, who were kind of a humanoid beings. They were humans that had showed up like kind of around here-ish in the Northrend areas. Yeah, flesh is a curse. The Vrykul are big and strong and tough, and they're basically Vikings, but like if Vikings had been transformed, tooled up, and a little bit wider to be like stronger. Okay, so they're powerful dudes. And it's a shame that we still can't play them, because the curse of flesh would infect some Vrykul, okay, and it would alter their offspring. And their offspring became humans. Humans are Vrykul affected by the curse of flesh. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. Yeah, that. So, the Vrykul, their children, became soft and little, and those are the humans. And those became humans. They were stunted and weak compared to the Vrykul, and at that time they were killing off anyone who had that curse and who gave birth to children like that. But obviously that didn't stick, because the humans kind of stuck around and populated the earth, as we're known to do. You know, the curse of flesh also affected the Mogu. The Mogu, who were mostly in like Pandaria and places like it, were servants of the Titan Keepers, who, as the Titan Keepers, you know, kind of faded out of existence, got destroyed, wandered off, inactivated, whatever, the Mogu took over and formed their own kind of bullshit. They originally were made of stone. They're stone lion looking guys, and they also got affected by the curse of flesh, which caused them to break apart into warrior clans and start fighting amongst themselves for territory and influence and slaves, because they did slave things. There was lots of clans. They had all sorts of affiliations. There was very politics. Think ancient China. Okay, think ancient China. And meanwhile, while they're fighting several new races, such as Monkey, the Hosen, and the Jinyu, who were fish people, and the Pandaren, panda people. I cannot draw a panda to save my life, and that's what you're getting. They settled in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, which would have been right around here-ish, I guess. Maybe down here more? Somewhere around there. Anyway, it's the center of Pandaria. They settled down in kind of the center area where they would be kind of safe and not as affected by the Mogu who are enslaving all of them and killing them and doing all sorts of fucked up things. Eventually one of the Mogu seizes control. His name is Lei Shen. He's a fucker. He's a bastard. He seizes power from the Titan Keeper known as Ra. And Ra goes into a Great Depression for the next 15,000 years. I'm not kidding. This man just sulks. He is the saddest boy. And also, his fate is terrible. Just as he starts to get over his depression, he dies again. I'm sorry, I have to tell you that because I don't want anyone to get hopeful if they do the storyline and see him getting better, and then he dies. He sacrifices himself to save someone that he started to have feelings for, okay? Another Titan Keeper construct thing. He started to have feelings for her, and he sacrificed himself to save her, and it was very upsetting. Okay, but anyway, so this Mogu asshole, affected by the curse of flesh, made into flesh instead of stone, attacks Ra, steals his lightning thunder power, you know, locks him away, makes the Mogu Empire. And then, a tribe of dark trolls, meanwhile, goes around back over in, around the edge of the Well of Eternity here. The dark trolls go around and, just kind of settle along the shores. Instead of, spreading out into the other parts of the continent the way other trolls were doing, they stuck close to the well. And over time, the arcane energy emanating from the well, remember, World Soul Blood, the arcane energy from the well turned these dark trolls into a new race of highly intelligent beings who named themselves Kaldurai, the Children of the Stars. And eventually they would be known as Night Elves. That's right. Night Elves are originally trolls. Unbelievable. Canon refused. You can say that you and the elves both. The Night Elves hate it. Local Night Elves hate this one trick. And the Night Elves are creationist. They don't believe in evolution. They step from the portal as beautiful Nells because of Loon. No! Yes, I can tell you're a Night Elf main, and I'm calling you wrong. They are twinkified trolls. Congratulations, Amara. You're the twink. That's the secret all along. We elfed your trolls. Okay? So, these trolls, or the Night Elves, as they came to be called, the Kaldurai, started practicing magic, influenced by the arcane energy of the Well of Eternity. They were bending magic to their will and using it to make beautiful cities, right? Craft artifacts of great power. They were reshaping the land. Some Kaldurai resisted the urge to use the Well of Eternity's power like this and tried to warn the others the danger of abusing it. They're like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this about something we don't understand. Everyone else said, shut up, nerd, and kicked them to the curb. Their warnings went unheeded. They shoved him into a locker. And during this process, the upper-class Kaldurai began to refer to themselves as the Highborn. very important. This will matter a lot later. Okay, very important. The magic wielding, abusing Nidos were Highborn. Yes, they were gay. They were extremely gay. Not even Highborn. So that was all about 16,000 years ago. Around 12,000 years ago, 12,200 years ago, okay, Lei Shen, you remember the Mogu Emperor? The Mogu Emperor who stole Ra's power and is an asshole? Yeah, he's still alive, you know, a couple thousand years later. People lived a longer time back then, you know, it's fucking whatever. But, he went and he tried to invade a Titan facility known as Oldham because he wanted the Forge of Origination. You remember how we were talking about how the Titans had all sorts of fail-safes for in case old god corruption went too far? Yeah, one of those fail-safes is Oldham, the Forge of Origination. That would completely remodel the planet. It would erase all current planet and, you know, do all that stuff. He wanted the Forge of Oldham. I forgot a step. I'm sorry. We're winding back the clock a little bit to 13K. 13,000 years ago. Not yet 12,000. We'll get back to that in a second. But I forgot something. Something important. So, meanwhile, do you remember Argus? You remember Argus? We put a pin in that, right? Okay, so meanwhile, at the Argus pin, okay, Sargeras is over here being a grumpy boy and converting most of the Eridar, the life over there, into the Burning Legion. He is convincing them to join the Burning Legion and help him destroy existence. Okay? Like, he's promising them power and all sorts of stuff, and is convincing them to destroy everything, and it's not great. And while this is happening, a being of light known as a Naru, which they kind of look like floating kanji rune things. They look like symbols. They're weird, but they're beings of light. They're called Naru, and a Naru helps some of the Eridar to escape from Argus without being corrupted by Sargeras. They just noped the fuck out. Okay, they left behind everything they ever knew, their own home world, in order to help a relatively small handful of them escape. There was more than one ship, obviously, but they had stuff going on. They evacuated because it was either stay and join Sargeras and die or leave. And the Naru renames them. Oops, that's the misspelling. Into Draenei, which means the exiled ones. I spelled it wrong again. Oh my god, there we go. Draenei, the exiled ones, because that's what happened to them. They were exiled from their own world. Is that or die? So that happened 13,000 years ago. Can't forget about that, okay? They escaped on a ship called Janadar. Alright? But I think there was a couple of other smaller ones. I don't know if they didn't make it or whatever, but the big ship they basically all escaped on was Janadar. Okay? And that was 13,000 years ago. Velen is old as balls. Prophet Velen, the leader of the Draenei, yeah, he was around 13,000 years ago and evacuated with his people. Okay, now back to the 12,200 years ago with the Mogu. Anyway, Oldham's Tol'vir Guardians activate the Forge. The Tol'vir are centaur but cat. Imagine a centaur, but it's a cat. It has 4 cat legs. Its body is like an anthro-furry, like the upper half of his body is like an anthro-furry. They're kind of rockin' looking. They're pretty cool. But those are the Tol'vir. They also get affected by the Curse of Flesh. They were originally stone and become flesh beings. It happens a lot throughout history. The Curse of Flesh is the reason of existence. They did get limp. It's true. The Curse of Flesh, okay, the Curse of Flesh leads to Trogs and their counterpart, Dwarves. The same beings that became trogs also became dwarves. So dwarves and trogs are related the way night elves and trolls are related. You're welcome. Also, gnomes. Gnomes exist because mecha gnomes from Titan facilities got infected with the Curse of Flesh. Yeah, without the Curse of Flesh, you don't really get fluffy life as much. Except for the trolls. The trolls were not Curse of Fleshed. They did not come from Titan life forms. They just popped up around the Well of Eternity. They're Azeroth's natural life form. Also the Vrykul. No, the Vrykul started out as iron as well. The Vrykul also started out as iron. You see them in Ulduar. There we go. You see them in Ulduar, up in Northrend. They have mechanical Vrykul. Those were the origin. Yeah, in the Storm Peaks. They got the Curse of Flesh and became Vrykul. Those who got the Curse of Flesh again from Vrykul became human. That's where those came from. The Curse of Flesh caused all of that shit. This looks like it's implying that the Vrykul came from gnomes. I'm just gonna go ahead and... like, no. The Curse of Flesh happened to all of these. Okay. Yeah, the Vrykul got the humans got double cursed. Basically, they were cursed into Vrykul to be flesh, and then the Vrykul got cursed again into humans. That's why humans are small and soft. They are double cursed by the Curse of Flesh. The Curse of Flesh, in origin, the origin of the Curse of Flesh, guess who? Guess who? Go on. The ultimate little guys. The origin of the Curse of Flesh was the Old Ones. The blood of the Old Ones, I believe. A good underdog story. So, Yogg-Saron had some stuff to do with some things. He was buried in Northrend, and his blood became the mineral known as Serenite, and infected the entire region and whispered, horrible things to everyone living there. But yeah, no, it wasn't just Yogg-Saron. It's just it kind of originated from them. Let's see if I can get a little bit more detail on that. Because the Curse of Flesh is a very interesting thing to kind of dig into. But yes, it was created by Yogg-Saron, but it didn't necessarily, oh, God. It wasn't just his bullshit. He corrupted Yogg-Saron, specifically, who looks like this. Hang on. There we go. I'm just gonna hang on. Let me. It's the same picture. It's the same picture. I was close, right? I do that from memory. I was close. So, he corrupted the Forge of Wills. The Forge of Wills was being used to create more Titan creations, right? That was how the Titan Forge stuff came into existence, such as the Mechanomes, right? Except, he infected it like a weirdo, like a creep, so that any Titan Forged being will transform into a mortal being of skin and flesh. And then it spread from there. And then those are more small mouths. Yes, those are all, there's more mouths, yeah. It's all mouths all the way down. Sorry if those look like eyes. No, those are not eyes, those are not holes, those are mouths. That's Yogg-Saron. Young Pharaoh, it's just my bite emote. So, this bitch is the reason that there are so many fleshy beings on this planet. So many, which is hilarious because that means the old ones orchestrated their own downfall by trying to kick the Titans in the shin. They kicked the Titans in the shin and then an anvil dropped on their head, is essentially what happened. But the anvil takes a really long time to arrive. So, but anyway, with this stuff, they basically turned Oldham into a desert. It used to be a lush jungle, and it became a desert. And then Lei Shen is defeated. He's killed by the Tol'vir. And then there's a bunch of Mogu emperors that happen and try to seize power. And it's all very, it's all very China. It's all War of Three Kingdoms. It's don't worry about it, okay? So the shit happens. There's so much shit going on there. You can dig more into it. It's very interesting, but it's not very important for what we're doing. So, 12,000 years ago, all right, then we get Eldra Thalas, which was a big magic city of Highborn in a place called Feralis, made by the Chandrilar, who were those who remain hidden, basically. I was trying to remember the name of it. Chandrilar were like, they're the Illuminati of the Highborn. Okay, they're a secret society of the Highborn doing all sorts of not good things with magic. All right, so these guys were up to bullshit. Some of them were genuinely just curious about magic. They were trying to master it and learn more about it and understand it better. And other ones were doing not great things with it. But you know, you can learn more of that in the dungeon, Dire Maul. But, which is where Eldra Thalas is in the ruins of Dire Maul is, Eldra Thalas. So, they were like Illuminati elves. They're a secret society of Illuminati elves. Okay, and that's rising up about 12,000 years ago. Meanwhile, over in Pandaria, a really cool panda named Kang, very cool panda, has a big stick and uses it to whack all the Mogu in the shin. Okay, he bonks all the Mogu and incites a slave revolt. They overthrow them and lead to the Pandaren Empire. Because fuck the Mogus, they're assholes, Pandaren just want to chill. Pandaren just want to eat and sleep and drink. That's it. That's all they want to do. Some of them like to farm. Some of them like to fish. They just want to vibe. They're just little guys. I love the Pandaren very much. I cannot draw to save my life, but I love them very much. They're probably, in terms of like their outlook on life, their attitude and everything else, the Pandaren are my favorite. Like, unironically, the Pandaren are absolutely my favorite. I'm very good at doing that, Folly. Yeah. Kung Fu Panda. Okay, we got some Kung Fu Panda shit going on. They overthrew the Mogu, were like, get the fuck out, and got rid of them, and sealed some away, defeated most of them. The Empire of Mogu crumbled, and the Pandaren replaced it. And the Pandaren are just chill dudes who like to vibe. They're friendly guys. They're having a good time. Okay, they're cozy guys. And that's what happened 12,000 years ago. Not super exciting yet, but there's some roots being laid here, okay? These are some roots for later. These are for later, okay? And then around the same time, a little bit afterwards, we're talking like 11,900, okay? 11,900 years ago, then we had the Zandalari Troll Wars. Zandalari. Yeah, I can't write. I'm so sorry. Anyway, so these guys, the Zandalari, were a empire of trolls who were allies with the Mogu, which doesn't say great things about the Zandalari. Just the fact that they were allies with the Mogu means you should not trust them as far as you can throw them, and considering how big they are, you can't throw them very far to begin with. Okay? They attempted to conquer a plot of land in Pandaria. They were like, you know what? It's free real estate. The Mogu are gone. The pandas are just like soft little nerds who like to eat food. Like, we're just gonna... They were promised some land by Lei Shen, the Mogu emperor who died. Alright? They were promised land, and they're like, we're just gonna go fucking claim our land. Even though the Mogu are no longer in charge. They were just gonna do what they want anyway. Except, the invasion is repelled thanks to a Pandaran named Jang and the newly founded Order of the Cloud Serpent. The Order of the Cloud Serpent were dragon riders, but the dragons are noodles and not related to the aspects as we know them. They are not related to the dragon aspects. Cloud serpents are not dragons within the canon of Azeroth, Pandaria, any of it. They're not the same origin. They are sky noodles. They're little sky noodles. They're great. I love them. And basically, them and the pandas riding on their backs defeated the mighty and fearsome Zandalari Empire, sent them running. The Zandalari just got fucked over by that. It was very funny. And the Zandalari never really recovered from that. But again, you can go into more detail later. It's very funny. It's kind of a great story.
Did somebody say vor?
It's a great story, but we're just gonna move on. Okay, so now we get to a very, very fucking important thing that you absolutely have to remember and know if you play World of Warcraft. 10,000 years ago was something known as the War of the Ancients. Sargeras, you know, the big angry former Titan who is trying to destroy reality as we know it in order to get rid of the influence of the old ones. Sargeras puts his little feelers out and senses the magic coming from Azeroth. There's a lot of magic coming from Azeroth, and Sargeras is like, oh, what dith? What dith? So he decides to invade. And because there's a bunch of life there already, yeah, 10,000 is very specific number lore-wise. It's also like, this is when a bunch of shit happened. This particular war is when a whole lot of fucking shit happened. So if anything says it's like, oh, it was 10,000 years ago, it was during this. It was in this event. War of the Ancients. This event changes the face of Azeroth permanently, literally. Not even kidding. Because Sargeras sends in his dudes to corrupt the leader of the Highborn Night Elves on the Well of Eternity, who are using all of the magic, making Azeroth stinky. Azeroth is being stinky because of, namely, the influence, power, and manipulations of one person. Queen Ashara. We're still working up to War of the Ancients too. Shut up, Eric! Queen Ashara, who was beautiful and charismatic. She was beloved on the level of a goddess to the Highborn. That slut. She was very self-absorbed. But I mean, considering she lived a super long time being worshipped by her people, it kind of makes sense that she got a little fucked up in the head, you know? But so Ashara fell under the influence of Sargeras. And her followers created a portal for Sargeras and the Burning Legion to enter and lay waste to Night Elf civilization. Yeah, these are buildings on fire, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's grass. I don't know. Fuck it. Little nuclear clouds somewhere, or it's farting, something like that. Anyway, point being, Night Elf civilization on the shore of the Well of Eternity was being absolutely fucked over. Okay? It was just getting boned. They were absolutely getting bodied by the demons. They did not see this coming, especially not from their leader, the beloved and, charismatic Queen Ashara. Emperor Xiaohao, the last Pandaran emperor, he looks like a fucking lemur when I do that. Anyway, Emperor Xiaohao, last emperor of the Pandaran Empire, is told of the invasion by a Jinyu water speaker. They're basically seers. They use the water to see into the future, and they're like, oh no, danger. They saw this coming. The Night Elves didn't, but everyone else did. And Emperor Xiaohao purges himself of his emotional burdens, becoming one with the land. Very cultivator bullshit. Very Chinese mythos, really. But he emptied himself of all emotion and became one with the land in order to isolate Pandaria behind a wall of mist, keeping it hidden from the rest of the world. It protects it from the war and ensuing disasters, but keeps it hidden for the next 10,000 years. And the war of the Burning Legion and everything going on, and all the different peoples of the world, including the Tauren who had appeared. The Tauren were around at this time and whatnot. Were also fighting against the Burning Legion. Demigods, such as, you might recognize the name Cenarius. He's the one who taught Night Elves how to be druids. He's Big Daddy Deerman. And the Loa, literally everyone who called Azeroth home was fighting against the Legion. It was a massive war. It was a war so big that their only recourse to end the war is to get rid of the Well of Eternity. Because the magic of the Well of Eternity was powering the portal that brought in the Burning Legion. Without that power, without that magic, the Burning Legion couldn't get in anymore. So they got together a strike force and went and destroyed the Well of Eternity. Malfurion Stormrage led the assault, and he was the first Night Elf Druid. The first one taught by Cenarius to master nature and the wild and things like that. He has antlers, his wife is Tyrande, and, he's just, he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. He got big shoulders, as they all do. Got all big shoulders. So, Malfurion Stormrage. Very important man. Very important. They destroy the Well of Eternity, stopping the Legion invasion.
FBI, open up!
Yes! However, when the Burning Legion approaches, I lock the door. In this case, they removed the door with the wall tool. Actually, they used explosives, which, as you might imagine, exploding a wound in the face of the planet that contains the planet's blood, the blood of a Titan soul, on the level of gods that they revere, exploding that had repercussions. This repercussion was known as the Sundering. The explosion separated the continents. We got ourselves Kalimdor, got ourselves what would eventually be the Eastern Kingdoms, we got Pandaria, we got Northrend, we got fucking Khazalgar, we've got the Broken Isles, we've got Kultiris, we've got all sorts of fucking bullshit everywhere. Okay, the Sundering. It all exploded. The planet literally shifted because of what they did. 80% of the planet was pushed underwater. 80% was gone. Almost the entire world gone. There's only a handful of isolated continents remaining, and in the center of it all, the Maelstrom, where the well once stood. Where the Well of Eternity once bled out into the world, now there was an infinite storm. The ocean spiraling into the depths of the planet. Constantly. And then, you know, spewing back out because the water never ran out. It's fine, don't worry about it. They didn't think that far ahead. It's just a constant whirlpool, basically. It's very scary, no one can really navigate it, it's absolutely horrifying, and we just avoid that. We ship around that. Our shipping lanes do not touch the Maelstrom. It leads to that one place, yes, it does lead to that one place. More on that later. So, at this point, Pandaria is sealed off by mist, they're like, fuck that shit, I'm out! Something planar bullshit, and the Dragon Isles, the dragons go, hey, we shouldn't leave these mortals to their own devices, huh? We shouldn't leave these mortals alone. Look at what they did when they were unsupervised. Unsupervised behavior. They broke the planet. So the dragons leave the Dragon Isles, making it hidden. They ask the Titan Keepers still on the island to be like, hey, I need you to light the beacon when the elemental forces of the planet stabilized. When the elemental forces of the planet stabilize, that means our work in the rest of the world is done. Or at least made a significant enough, you know, dent that we can come back home. The Dragon Isles had been their home up until this point. Potentially over tens of thousands of years. We're not entirely sure on the timescale beyond 20,000 years. But the dragons were there that whole time. And now they had to leave it because they were the custodians of the world and they had already failed. The world was nearly destroyed. So they left in order to ensure it doesn't happen again. Big L. Absolutely big L. And so the Dragon Isles were sealed as well. And then we have the mention of Mount Hyjal. Which, there's some stuff at Mount Hyjal, basically. Illidan's gift. They planted... Oh god, how do I get into this? How do I get into this? So... There's a few Night Elves that did survive the explosion. Not everyone died when the Well of Eternity sundered, right? When the planet basically remade its own face. So the few that survived were like, they were literally on rafts in the water, okay? They were like, man, this shit sucks, okay? Like, this shit fucking sucks. So they were journeying in the wreckage of the world and realized what they had done, what had happened. And though, you know, Sargeras and the Legion were gone, the cost of victory was astronomical. There was so much land and life that was lost because of it. The Highborn also... Some of them survived. And the rest of the Night Elves, the ones who didn't like the Highborn, such as Malfurion, who did not like the Highborn, were like, man, you guys fucking suck. but he still let them live with them because they were still kin. So he was like, without the well, what can they do, really? And just kind of let them stay. And they still continued to work magic, but without the well powering it, it was much less impressive than it used to be. So they're looking for a new home for themselves. They're going full Moana with this, okay? And they climb a big-ass mountain known as Mount Hyjal. A big-ass fucking mountain. And there's like a bowl in the middle of it. The mountain surrounded on all sides, and then a big bowl valley in the middle, like a crater. And they found a little lake in there. Just a little lake. But the lake... that poor little lake was befouled by magics. By magics. Now, the first one to reach the summit was Malfurion Stormrage's brother, Illidan Stormrage. Some of you may recognize that name. At this point, he's still a night elf. For those who don't know, that changes. Kind of. It's complicated. But Illidan was very jealous of his brother. Always wanted the attention and recognition that his brother received. Everyone was proud and happy of Malfurion, who was just a good guy. And Illidan was an incel in love with his brother's wife. Yep. Malfurion married Tyrande, the high priestess of Elune, who is we think she's a Titan. We're not sure. We can't put a pin in that because we have no further information. Elune has some weird shit going on. We're not entirely sure what's up with her. She's probably a Titan. She's the sister of the Winter Queen, who rules over Ardenweald in the Shadowlands, which, as you may remember, the Winter Queen would be a member of the Pantheon of Death, and Elune is her sister, apparently. There's some weird shit going on with that. There's some lore. We're not entirely certain. Okay, there's just stuff that's been mentioned that we don't have all the details on yet. But Illidan is very jealous of his brother. He still loves his brother. He doesn't want to kill or hurt his brother, but he's very jealous of his brother and the success and recognition that his brother got. Hello, Electrofire Wizard. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Yes, we are going World of Warcraft. We're explaining WoW lore for newbies. We are currently at the end-ish of the War of the Ancients. We went through everything up until that point. And is the Crater Lake poisoned by it being in a volcano? No, it was magic. Yeah, Shar Saloon stuff going on. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on with that. But, so Illidan had gotten to the top of Hyjal first. Okay. He had gotten to the top of Mount Hyjal first and found the well. And was like, what if I maintain the flow of magic in the world by pouring in some vials of water that he had taken from the Well of Eternity before it explodinated. He had taken these vials. He took 7 vials of the Well of Eternity before it explodinated. And he puts it into the lake in Hyjal that was still befouled by magic. And it ignited and coalesced into a new Well of Eternity. And Illidan was like, yes, I am the winner. The new well is a gift to future generations. I did it. I am the best. I'm so cool and awesome. I saved everybody. And Malfurion is like, get back here. I'm gonna kick your ass. You just hunts him down in rage. Very angry at his brother because magic explodinated the world, Illidan. Why are you trying to make another one? Illidan, last time magic brought fucking Sargeras and the Burning Legion, Illidan. And Illidan was like, well, we used that magic to help repel him, didn't we? So if we learn more about it, we can use it to fight him again. And Malfurion and everyone, already still panicked by, the recent war, was like, no, like, we're not doing that, actually. Yeah. Malfurion tried to explain to his brother that magic is innately chaotic. and that it would always lead to corruption and strife. At this point, he had a strong bias against magic. He did not like magic. No. Yeah, magic is order, actually, but Malfurion doesn't have that perspective right now. It is a force of order, just so you all know. Magic is not chaos. It is the opposite of chaos. But he was like, no more fucking magic. It explodinated our planet. It brought the demons. No! And slaps Illidan, and Illidan is just like crying because he wanted to do something great. He wanted to be acknowledged. He wanted to be amazing the way everyone thought his brother was amazing and believed him to be a disappointment because he never quite lived up to the stellar example of his talented brother. Cenarius, you remember Dear Daddy that I talked about earlier, right? Cenarius. Hang on. Yes, that's exactly how Cenarius looks. He also has arms. Centaur Dear Daddy helped seal Illidan away in barrow dens where he couldn't cause any more trouble or mischief and just had to sulk by himself away from everyone else. Where he was supposed to remain chained and powerless until the end of time, which, you know, that feels a little bit like an overreaction, right? Like, Illidan was trying to help. He had a different perspective and was trying to help. However, Illidan did do some corrupt things with his magic. He did go a little power mad, a little power hungry. He would siphon mana and life force from apprentices in order to empower his own magic to fight the Legion. It was pretty twisted. But he also wasn't entirely wrong in the fact that magic, utilized properly, could help them defend against the Burning Legion. So it was just kind of a complicated situation, and Malfurion, in order to prevent Illidan from explodinating the world a second fucking time, chained him in the barrows and had people watch over him, including Maiev. Maiev Shadow... The kerning on my handwriting. Maiev Shadowsong, a warden, who takes her job very seriously, and will ensure that Illidan remains burninating to the rest of time. She is his personal jailer. She makes sure he stays locked the fuck up, and she does not waver. She does not pity this man. She does not pity this fool. She makes sure he stays the fuck in jail. Okay? she's a fight gremlin. And also, I love her, but she's a little bit of a zealot. Okay? And so, meanwhile, the Night Elves are now left with a new well of magic, and they're just like, okay, this shit's gonna cause some trouble again, right? This shit's gonna cause some fucking trouble. And so Cenarius settles in and is like, man, I'll vibe here a while. I'll keep a watch on it. And they begin to study Druidism that would allow them to heal the earth and regrow their beloved forests at the base of Mount Hyjal, which had been destroyed in the explosionating. And meanwhile, the Night Elves banned magic. No magic. No magic whatsoever. Like, they were not allowed to study arcane magic. Okay? So, in the meantime, they started trying to grow more trees and stuff. And, as they were doing shenanigans, the dragons came out. They came to Hyjal in the groves and everything, and were like, wow, this place is kind of great, actually. The dragons were like, wow, guys, you this is kind of dope. But then they met Malfurion, who was Archdruid at the time, and, you know, very important dude, and he's like, hey, the Well of Eternity here, the new one, was made by my dumbass brother, and we're pretty sure if it just stays here alone and unguarded, that the world is gonna fuck up again. And the dragons were alarmed and were like, as long as the well remains, the Legion could return one day because someone might misuse the well. And that's not good. So they, specifically Alexstrasza, Ysera, the green dragon, Alexstrasza the red dragon, and Nozdormu, the gold dragon, the bronze dragon, were like, yeah, we're gonna agree with you to keep the well safe to ensure that the Burning Legion doesn't find their way back into the world. Alexstrasza, the dragon queen, puts an acorn into the heart of the well. And it is empowered and grows into a giant fuck-ass tree. Big tree. Big tree. Big, giant, magical-ass fucking tree. And it will be the everlasting symbol of the Night Elves' bond with nature. It's called Nordrassil, which meant Crown of the Heavens. And Nozdormu places an enchantment. Mr. Remember, he controls time and whatnot. Mr. Timey-Wimey places an enchantment on this tree, ensuring that as long as the tree stands, the Night Elves who protect it will never age or fall prey to sickness or disease. He grants the Night Elves immortality in order to watch over this newly made Well of Eternity in the roots of Nordrassil and make sure that the Burning Legion doesn't come back. Meanwhile, Ysera, the Dreamer, also enchanted the World Tree. She linked it to her own realm, the ethereal dimension that you may have heard us mention before, called the Emerald Dream. It's a spirit world that exists outside the boundaries of the physical world. From there, Ysera regulates the ebb and flow of nature and the evolutionary path of the world itself. And as she enchants the tree, it binds the druids to the dream in sort of a mystical pact. As part of the pact, the druids will sleep for centuries at a time because, again, they're immortal now. So every so often, they'll have a vigil where their spirits roam the path of the dreamways in Dreamland for a bit. And though they're sad at the prospect of losing years to hibernation, they agreed in order to uphold their part of the bargain, right? They're gonna help protect the tree. They get immortality, and in exchange, they help in the nature dream world with their nature-based magics. You know, it's a pretty good deal, right? Also, bye Rain, see you later. Yeah, everything they lost, the destruction from the first well. Woofa. And then Elden Ring was born. And yeah, you do see Maiev and the Demon Hunter start. You see her a lot in Burning Crusade. So, and now they have a tree. Now they have a big tree. Okay? The Night Elves are immortal now, and they have a big tree. And the continents now exist, and 80% of the land that used to exist is now underwater. And also, the Lunar Festival is created in order to honor ancestors and whatnot around this time. Okay. And so, around 9,400 years ago, Night Elf Society is beginning to expand. The Sisterhood of Elune, led by Tyrande Whisperwind, who was the High Priestess and wife of Malfurion and loved one of Illidan, unreciprocated. She never tolerated him in his romance, but he was kind of insistent, and it was a little creepy, but you know, it is what it is. So Tyrande and her Sisterhood of Elune become the Night Elf government and military. Which, you know, honestly, there should be a separation between... whatever, I'm not gonna go into the politics of separating religion from state and military in a fantasy world of Night Elves, but let me just say that that's the wrong way to go about things, but it is realistic and does match reality. So she becomes government and military leader, and the Sentinels, her Sentinels, are created to protect their emerging society. The Sentinels are all women. They're all women. It is, the Night Elves are matriarchal, okay? The Night Elves, the warriors, the priestesses, anyone who's important pretty much, except for Malfurion, anyone important is a female. The only important guy acknowledged by the Night Elves at this point is Malfurion. He's the only one that they're like, yeah, all right, he's okay. Even though he's got a dick, he's all right. And he's just like a smile emoji. There's not a single brain cell going on in Malfurion's head. Okay? Like, it's just the sound of bees buzzing. That's just what he's got going on. But he is training other druids now. He's making more druids who are mostly men, but can also be kind of women, but most of the time they're men, because most of the women either go into the priesthood or the sentinels if they're going to do that kind of thing. But yeah, it's a matriarchal society, and the men are druids, and only the women get face markings at this point in time. Women will have face tattoos that are badges of honor. They signify that they went through something, got acknowledged by others, and so each of the markings on their face, they mean something. And at this point in time, up until very recently, men could not get those. There is, in fact, one storyline and you could take part in World of Warcraft in which a male gets acknowledged by other Night Elves and is allowed to have facial tattoos for the first time in history. And it is beautiful, and it's just amazing, kind of. He's got a dong, but it's, like, really good. Making church military can't possibly go wrong. Exactly. And it was genuinely a peaceful religion. They didn't like war. They didn't like having to fight. Like, they enjoyed being good at it. They enjoyed, their own capability, their ability to fight and everything like that. They, they're predators. They're very carnivore, but they aren't bloodthirsty. They hunt because they need to. An ad is going to be starting in 60 seconds, so. But yeah, Tyranda's a Night Elf general in the War of the Ancients. Malfurion was a druid. He became very important because he did some very great deeds, but he was at this time considered an exception to the rule, and is generally acknowledged by Night Elf society that men are nowhere near as good as women when it comes to being important. If that sounds unfair to you, I would like you to look at all of human history and reverse the genders and shut up. Thank you. Fairy, Themyscira, and Amazonian. Yes. Yes. Hang on. Since there's going to be an ad, I will be taking a short break and getting some drinks. If anyone needs to go get pee or, stretch, go get themselves some drinks and snacks, please do so. I'm going to eat the cookie that Eric brought me an hour ago that I never got to eat because I only got it when the ad break was ending. Yay, I love cookies. Gosh, I love Night Elves. I also love Night Elves. I'm gonna eat a cookie now. It's one of those oatmeal cream pie cookies. I love those. I always want to have a cookie and not a box of cookie. By reminding myself that I can have one later. If I eat them all now, then I only enjoy them all now. If I eat one now, then I can have more later. It's like having more of it all overall. But if I eat them all now, then it's just gone. Later might not come. You see, that kind of mentality is a problem in and of itself. I do identify as a problem. I know you do. I know you do. I eat cookie. My wife cookie. My Ev's brother. Yeah. He also was a male who was considered very talented and important. Yes. There are very, very few of them who were genuinely respected. Yeah. Honey. I love Ferondis. Ferondis did nothing wrong. Genuinely. Can you get me some juice or something cold, honey? Because the soda you brought me is tepid. So I would like cold drink, please. Pretty please. Wish I could say I picked Night Elf as some kind of indicator for things, but it was genuinely, oh, they're pretty hippie-dippy druid shit, you say. In retrospect, it tracks. I mean, I also just looked at the Night Elves and went, wood? And made one of those immediately, so, you know. When I first started playing World of Warcraft, I didn't know anything about the lore. At all. I still haven't played the original Warcraft games. I did not play them, but I eventually got more into it and dug into the lore and learned a lot and found a lot in the video games and everything. And I started to enjoy it. Like, yeah, it's kind of cliche and hokey, but it's fun. It's fun. Excuse me, sorry. The break has ended. I hope it didn't end before the burp. I hope no one enters and just hears the burp. Because that would be kind of awful. Also, have you all been able to hear the quiet background music going on? Or has it just been silent for you? There has been background music for me. Caramel-filled marshmallows. Oh, phenomenal. Alright, so, here we are, back at it again with the bullshit. Okay? So, around then, and then a little while later, around 9300, they had a conflict with some of the druids who went nasty, and it's called the War of the Satyr. And basically, some druids went, but what if we used fell energy instead? And became basically demons. And, Malfurion said, no. What if we didn't do that, actually? What if we didn't? And, that was... There was, some... I'm sorry, that's basically what happened. But, basically, armies of satyrs, corrupted by the fell energy of the Legion, the hellish energy that belongs to, like, the Twisted Nether, the demons and everything, attacked a bunch of Night Elf civilizations. And, during this time, okay, two Night Elves in particular created Worgen on accident in order to combat the Satyr. I say on accident. They created Worgen to combat the Satyrs as druids of the pack, using the spirit of, or the power of Goldrun. But they kind of lost themselves to the fury that they channeled, became bloodthirsty, and would attack indiscriminately, including allies. And so, Malfurion created the Cenarian Circle, a, you know, alliance of druids, regardless of faction or political whatever, to keep the balance of nature and prevent further misuse of druidism. They sealed the Worgen away and decimated any semblance of central leadership for the satyrs. So the satyrs still exist. They still go around doing demon magic and being general assholes, but they have no real leadership going on, and it's just sometimes they get a little big for their britches and try to start something again, and it doesn't work. And they just kind of pop up from time to time being a problem. Okay, they kind of be a problem. Now, I would like to note that for some reason, Worgen don't have tails, and that is unforgivable. Pixie, you have to absorb autism from the VOD later. Alright, have fun being gay and Dances Dragons! Have a good time! But, absorb the autism later. What actually is going on, Ocean's 11 style. I'm sorry. There's so much happening. I apologize. But also, Worgen don't have tails, and I will never forgive them for that. I will never forgive Blizzard for not giving Worgen the opportunity to have tails. Fuck them. I will never forgive that. They've done a lot of things that are unforgivable, including the backstory of Alex Strasso, who is that is unforgivable. What happens to her? But Worgen don't have tails. They have tails, but. Yeah, I want them to stand up straight. I want them to have tails, please, for the love of God. Anyway, we're speed running now. A lot of things are happening. There's more details to get into, but we're just gonna go over the key points here, so that you can dig into it later. But we've already gotten a lot of the key background that you kind of need to know. So about 7,300 years ago. Okay, the exile of the High Elves starts, which is agent. Highborn survivors wanting to keep doing magic. Malfurion and the rest of the Night Elves going, please, no magic. And they went, but what if we magic anyway? Just, a lot of stuff happened, and, the High Elves eventually a lot of them become Blood Elves, but not necessarily all of them. Not all High Elves become Blood Elves, okay? But all Blood Elves are descended from High Elves. Alright? The eyebrows, the Blood Elves. Meanwhile, the Night Elves make a mist around Kalimdor to shield it from outsiders, reminiscent of Pandaria, who is also currently shielded from outsiders. And the High Elves, who have been exiled, go and make their own town with blackjack and hookers over in what will eventually be the Eastern Kingdoms. They start making Kel'Thalas, which is like right around here, I guess. The kingdom of Kel'Thalas is like, it spans pretty far originally, but they go over here and they're like, we'll just, do our own thing then. Since you don't want us to do magic, we're gonna go do magic over here. Fuck you. So the High Elves were formerly Highborn Night Elves, and just wanted to still do magic, even though, they'd been grounded after exploding the planet. It takes them something like, God, it takes them like 1,000 years almost to finish founding, in which they're establishing themselves. But then Malfurion, I can't remember. I think he does he forgive them? Did he forgive them? Eric, come back. I need your help. I need your help. A lot of it. That's why it took 1,000 years. They were fighting the trolls. They were trying to found their kingdom, but the trolls were there first, and they did slap fights. And meanwhile, Malfurion didn't want to kill High Elves, so he just exiled them. He was like, I don't want to kill our kin. Come on now, that's too much. Like, I don't agree with them, but I don't want to kill them. Like, that's why I sealed my brother away instead of just taking off his fucking head. Like, we don't want to kill if we don't have to. So they sent them away. And then around 6,000 years ago, do you remember Shandaral? The Elves of Shandaral in Northrend unleash a disastrous spell. which creates the Crystal Song Forest in Northrend. This is just an important key point. A bunch of them die. It's a big magic explosion, and the blue dragonflight goes, "God damn it, mortals, what have you done?" And just basically curses an entire region of Northrend, just cursed. And the dragons are looking at it like, "God damn it, this is what happens when mortals get toys." That's just an important footnote that does have ramifications later, but that just happens about 6,000 years ago. All right. Now, 4,500 years ago, Fandral Staghelm, a druid of the Cenarian Circle and an all-around asshole and eventual raid boss, plants branches from Nordrassil in Duskwood, a land in Kalimdor ruled by the Night Elves. In Duskwood, he plants these branches without permission in Duskwood, over in Duskwood, in the Hinterlands, which are in, or Duskwood was in the Eastern Kingdoms, Hinterlands was in the Eastern Kingdoms. He also did it in Feralis, which was Kalimdor. That was Kalimdor, Eastern Kingdom, and also Crystal Song Forest, which was in Northrend. He also planted one in Ashenvale, which was Kalimdor. And the last one was in Grizzly Hills in Northrend, just southeast of Crystal Song Forest, in order to stop Serenite from spreading, because he noticed Serenite, being fucky wucky and having some old god nonsense going on, and was like, "No, actually, we don't want that." And so he took these branches and was just planting them everywhere like an insane tree hobo. Okay, he was just putting big giant tree branches everywhere. But he didn't have permission to do it and was scolded and got slapped on the wrist. And meanwhile, there's a war between the Tonka and Forest Nymphs. We're not going to get into that one. That's not necessarily as important. Now, the Grizzly Hills sapling grows real fast and becomes the tree known as Aldrassil. Or Andrassil, sorry. I didn't mean to put the L there. I put the L there in my brain as well as in the words. Oh my god, what am I? Andrassil, sorry. And this thing gets corrupted by Yogg Saron and his Saronite and Many Mouths, who's still sealed beneath Northrend. He's still in Northrend. His blood is mineral in Northrend. He's not completely dead. He is there, and he gets his tendrils in the big tree. The druids are forced to kill the tree, which is then renamed as, it's just a giant ass stump now. It's just a big ass stump that they had to kill and fell it, and now becomes, I kid you not, it becomes Vordrassil. I am not kidding. That is not a bit. That is not me making a joke. It is called Vordrassil. The tree that was corrupted by the mouth man of Many Mouths becomes Vordrassil. Yeah, there we go. So that poor failed world tree. That poor failed world tree. All right. And then about 500 years later, in the year 4000-ish, Tyrande Whisperwind, you remember the High Priestess of Elune, leader of the Night Elves, wife of Malfurion, the Super Druid. Yeah, she saves the Queen of the Frost Sabers. She saves Big Cat from Frostmaw giants, from some big giant people. And so the Frost Sabers become the allies of the Night Elves. That's why the Night Elves have cat mounts, because Tyrande saved their queen. All right? they're just friends now. That's why the Night Elves have cats. And then 3,000 years ago, Cough is back. The Cough is back, this time getting the mechanomes. This is when the mechanomes get Curse of Fleshed, okay? The gnomes have been fleshified now. And they leave Old Man and go to Dunmaroth. They're just kind of traveling, they wander around, end up in Dunmaroth in the Eastern Kingdoms, and forget that they were once mechanomes. They just completely fucking forget that they were once Titan forged beings. They're just gnomes now. They're just gnomes. And in, you know, the same space of time, oh my god, I'm talking too much and it's getting to my brain. In a place known as Draenor. On another world, we're getting another world. Yeah, we're gonna meet another color, another world. On another world, on Draenor. I can't spell anymore, and it's fine. I'm doing so good at this. I need to fix my window because it's expanding weird. Excuse me, that is not the correct size. Thank you. No, that's not the correct size either. What happened? Okay. Everything is misaligned. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm really fussy about my art workspace. Don't worry about it. Something got misaligned. Don't worry about it. It's your job. Thank you. Okay, so Draenor. Yet another world. We're here again, guys. We're back at it with a new world. This one, as far as we know, did not have a world soul. Okay, as far as we know, Draenor didn't have a world soul. Now, around the same time that the Curse of Flesh is turning gnomes into gnomes, the mechanomes into gnomes, the Arakoa travel from Gorgrond to Iraq. Now, the Arakoa are bird people. They're bird people. They're bird. They're tall bird people. Okay, they're great. I love them. The fact they're not a playable race is unforgivable. But they go from a place called Gorgrond to which was like a big jungly area, into a place called Iraq, which was a mountainy spire area. And they create something called the Apexis civilization in their goddess Rukmar's memory. Their goddess Rukmar being big firebird thing. There's stuff going on involving, you know, she's probably a Loa of some kind. They've got stuff going on with that. But don't worry about it. That's not too important at the moment. But it is a thing that is happening at the same time. And then back on Azeroth, over here, the Barrow Deeps of Mount Hyjal, you know, where Illidan is sleeping and whatnot, or where Illidan is chained, all of that is sealed up. Hyjal's Barrows, where the druids were, are sealed. Okay? And then we're skipping in time again, lads. Like, the time skips are getting big here. Alright? And then it's gonna slow down again eventually, but for now, we're getting closer to the current timeline. 2800 Arathor and the Troll Wars. Humans. Oh my god, I accidentally made a ruler. Hang on. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. What the hell? I didn't mean to make a perspective ruler. My bad. Anyway, so humans who have kingdoms and stuff now and are no longer just, you know, weak weenie baby Vrykul, they have lands in the Eastern Kingdoms now. They're all chilling in the Eastern Kingdoms. They're uniting and they form the Kingdom of Arathor. And they help the Night Elves, who are also on the same continent with their massive eyebrows, trying to make Kel'Thuzad happen. Kel'Thuzad still is struggling against the trolls. The Amani trolls, specifically. Okay? And in return for their help, as they both fight the Amani trolls, who are just like, you know, make this place great again, whatever. They're doing whatever trolls do. In return for the help of the humans, the High Elves start teaching magic to humans. This is widely regarded as a bad idea. This is widely regarded by many as a bad idea. I don't see a gnome. You don't have to see a gnome. I'm just doodling in order to have something to do with my hands while I talk. Humans disagree. They would disagree, wouldn't they? But, so humans start learning magic, and they're like, ooh, shiny. This is probably a pretty bad idea, but the high elves, who are also ooh, shiny, are like, you know what? This is probably fine. This won't cause any planets to explodinate. Nah, we're good. So, you know, they're friends. They're friends in magic, okay? The high elves and the humans are buddy-buddy. The high elves of Kel'Thuzad and the humans are buddy-buddy. And then, you know, in 2700, 100 years later, the kingdom of Erethdor is expanding, and we end up with settlements in Alterac, in Tirisfal Glades, in Gilneas, in Kul Tiras, and in Dalaran. Some of you may recognize these names. They are very key, important places in Eastern Kingdoms. Now, let me see if I can... Let's see if I can get a map. Alright, because I'm not going to try to draw this. Alright, I'm not going to try and draw this. I won't do that to you. But what I will do... Yeah, give the crazy weenies magic, right? Give the curse of flesh, cursed ass Frykle magic. Okay, and then we're just going to rectangle and cut that. Boop. And we're going to... that. This is the Forbidden Sea over there. Don't worry about it. It's forbidden. Okay. So, as we doodle up here a bit, Kel'Thuzad kind of in this area, right? Like, Kel'Thuzad is basically kind of this area. This was Kel'Thuzad. Alright? Tirisfal Glades. Tirisfal Glades is right here. Ish. Alright. That's kind of where that is. Let's see. Lordaeron is kind of like in this area. Wait, no. That was too big for a Lordaeron. Lordaeron is like in this area here. And Alterac. That was Lordaeron. Alterac is around here. What a cutie. What a cutie. Hang on. Alterac is around here. Dalaran was like right here. Dalaran originally was like right here. Ish. What do you mean technically? What do you technically... Yeah, all of this was Lordaeron. Like... It was all included in Lordaeron, but these are the specific places where Tirisfal Glades was part of Lordaeron. I think Alterac was part of Lordaeron. Yeah, Alterac was part of Lordaeron. This is all Lordaeron territory at the time. At the time. This is when it's still the Kingdom of Erethdor. And they also had settlements in Gilneas, which is over here. Shadowsong was part of Gilneas. Dalaran was just kind of like right there. And then they also had land in Kul Tiras, which is, oh god. But somewhere out here is Kul Tiras, okay? There's an island out here that is Kul Tiras. It's Magic Britain. Like they have sailors and stuff. It's amazing. Okay? And then a few years later, 2680, we get the Guardians of Tirisfal, who were, you know, Tirisfal Glades. They were very important magic. And the reckless use of magic by humans, once again, guess who's back? Back again. Sargeras is back. He's telling on his friends. Sargeras is back. Because they noticed, because of the reckless use of magic by humans, the demons of the Burning Legion are like, hey, they start popping up in Azeroth again. Now, mages from Dalaran, up there, remember the heart-shaped spot in there. Mages from Dalaran form the Council of Tirisfal to secretly fight and contain demons without alerting the general population and causing a havoc, which is actually a good idea. A lot of people will argue against that, but the nature of knowing about demons includes the nature of being tempted by the power offered by demons. All right, it's the more they know about them, the more likely that people are going to be like, well, I mean, the demons are going to win. They're more powerful than us. So, you know, I'll join the winning side. And then, you know, the defending side gets more and more handicapped from it. All right, so they don't want people to know about the demons. They secretly fight the demons. That is the Council of Tirisfal. Oops, I did one L. One L, okay? And they're just doing their best. And like 70 years later, they figured out how to make the Guardian of Tirisfal.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is significant because they basically are empowering one person. They empower one person with all of their powers to create a guardian, with a man named Alodai being the very first guardian. Each new guardian takes the mantle for 100 years and then passes it to an apprentice so that they don't like become, you know, overwhelmed with power and go mad with power and try to keep it or whatever. It is absolutely a tenure sort of thing. If you get that much power, you have to hand it over eventually. Okay, that is the deal. That is the idea. And the Guardian of Tirisfal is a very, very powerful mage, basically. All right, very powerful. And let's see. And meanwhile, over in 2500, all right, 2500 years ago, suddenly. Hang on. I gotta do this right. I gotta give respect to my voice. Suddenly, dwarves. 2,500 years ago, the dwarves awaken in Uldaman. The place which previously had the mechagnomes, Curse of Flesh, becoming gnomes and migrating out. The same thing happened to the dwarves. They also suddenly were flesh, gained consciousness, and were like, what the fuck, bruh, and wandered out, and eventually founded Khazmodon. And they established the city known as Ironforge. And then assist the gnomes nearby, the nearby gnomes, in making Gnomragon. Gnomragon. Okay, this also is widely discussed and treated as a bad idea. Okay, like Gnomragon, also a bad idea. Ironforge, great idea. Gnomragon, no. Don't leave the gnomes unsupervised. This was the first mistake, was leaving them unsupervised. Do not ever leave a gnome unsupervised, okay? Okay. I will end you. That's the problem. Anyway, 2,000 years ago, back on Draenor, I think it's this color, the Primals fight the Apexis. Oh my god, there's a whole bunch of things going on. Okay, so, how do I explain this? Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so much happening here. Hang on, let me look at their description. Yeah, okay. So, I'll simplify this a little bit. The Primals are plant people, okay? They're happy time plant people, except, you know, plants can be quite merciless, you know, and they grow on corpses. Corpses make the best fertilizer. That's not a lie. If you want your roses to have the most beautiful blooms, plant the remains of chicken beneath their roots. The bones, the flesh, all of it, even the offal. The guts and everything. Okay? It will, in fact, help the plant grow better. So, you know, gnomes are bad, but the plant people are kind of worse in a different way. But I love them because, of course, I do. So the primals fight the bird people who scraw in the name of Rookmar. Remember, we mentioned Rookmar earlier. Their bird goddess. Okay, they're all fighting over on Draenor. Okay? They're having a big ol' fight. The Apexis, the birds, absolutely annihilate them with the breath of Rookmar, permanently destroying a place called the Evergrowth, preventing it from ever returning, which vastly cripples and basically decimates primal civilization, which is kind of a good thing because it leads to a golden age of mortal civilization on Draenor. Because the birds are mortal, the plant people were not, and the plant people were kind of assholes, as established. So the fact that they lost was actually kind of great. All right, they just kind of great. And then let's see. So that's going on Draenor. The stuff on Draenor will be important later. That's why I'm mentioning it. Okay, it does eventually become important, and these are things that you'll learn about later in the game. Now, 1,500 years ago is the Gurubashi Civil War. Followers of the Loa Hakar, known as the Atalai Hakari, and the rest of the Gurubashi is just the Atalai Hakari and the Gurubashi, who were previously the same civilization, has since had a civil war split and are now brutally fighting each other. Okay, the Loa Hakar is, in essence, blood for the blood god. Okay, he is blood for the blood god, serpent ass, fucking, you know, yo, what up, give me human sacrifices, troll sacrifices, bleed your children for me, that I may grow powerful and beautiful and powerful. Okay, that's who Akar is. You do not want him to be anywhere ever. But then the Gurubashi send out some pings and ask for help from other trolls, and surprisingly, the Zandalari answer and are able to defeat the Atalai Hakari to banish them from Stranglethorn Vale. They're not allowed in Stranglethorn Vale anymore. They gave them the boot. Fuck those guys. We're getting out of them. No more. Alright, so at this time, in around 1500, they're having a big blood for the blood god war, and the Zandalari interfere to help the Gurubashi to get rid of Hakar, who is blood for the blood god. This also becomes relevant later. Jesus. All of this becomes relevant, I promise. I'm skipping over things that are just kind of like, you know, side quest lore, just kind of flavor text. All of the stuff that I mention has relevance within the plot line and continuation of World of Warcraft itself, I promise. 1200. We're getting closer. We're getting closer, man. Now is when we get a bunch of human kingdoms, okay? We get Lordaeron. Oh my god, my hands are gonna kill me tonight. Lordaeron. We have Alterac, which was previously... Oh my god, how do I spell? Alterac. Previously, you know, these were all, you know, part of the kingdom of Erethdor, but it's since splintered, and now Lordaeron is its own place, Alterac is its own place, Gilneas is its own place now, Dalaran is its own place, and Stromgarde. Those are all their own kingdoms, the 7 kingdoms, formed on continental Lordaeron, which, if we go back here, that's this. Okay, this up here is continental Lordaeron. Cutting off Kel'Thuzad. This is continental Lordaeron. This is where the 7 kingdoms were. Sorry. I'm so good at what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. Oh, I see. That's why the thing went funky. I accidentally dragged the eraser to the wrong area. Okay, I see what happened. Anyway, so 7 kingdoms. Not to be confused with the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. I'm sorry. And then Kultiris, the Kingdom of Stormwind, was formed on continental Azeroth, which is the southern half of Eastern Kingdoms, and the Kingdom of Kultiris was formed off the coast of Khazad-dûm. So we had, you know, quite a bit of. I grouped those together, and then Stormwind, and also Kultiris. These are all continental Lordaeron. This is on continental Azeroth, the lower half of Eastern Kingdoms, and Kultiris is to the east, or west, sorry, of Khazad-dûm. Now, during this time, as the 7 kingdoms are happening in the Eastern Kingdoms, right? Back in Kalimdor, after living hidden in that place I told you about called Eldrathalass. Remember I told you about the magic elf Illuminati? You know? I remember you remember those, right? The magic elf Illuminati, where it was like they were studying magic, trying to understand it, secret society nonsense going on, right? I told you, it all comes back. The Shindralar, yeah. They, a car shows up, you get a blood plague in your capital cities. Good time. Good times. Good times. So, back in Eldrathalass, with, the Shindralar, a man called Tortheldrin. I think that was his name. That was his name, right? Yeah. Tortheldrin and his followers and his men killed the rest of the Shindralar kin. The rest of the Shindralar were fucking dead. They were murdered. Okay? The Shindralar were killed by Tortheldrin and his followers so that they could hoard a certain demon. He's just named Imlothar. He's nothing special. But they wanted to hoard a demon power for themselves. So he 86'd them. Yes. Most of the city of Eldrathalass is then abandoned because they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, man. The Imlothar was like a one-eyed dog. Basically, I want you to know that. I want you to know that. He's like a one-eyed dog. But they wanted his power to themselves, and so they killed the rest of them and escapade. The city's abandoned. Other creatures, such as ogres, start moving in. While many of the Shindralar escaped or went into hiding. But the ones who stayed, who survived and stayed, Tortheldrin's followers who stayed, grew dependent on their fel addiction. Fel being the fiery, evil, corrupted energy of demons. It's yucky and gross and very, very addictive. And they became addicted to it. And meanwhile, back on Draenor, the Apexis civilization has been destroyed. You know the birds? You remember the birds that were doing great and killed the plant people? Yeah, they died, and the breath of Rookmar that killed the plant people exploded. It exploded. and shattered Iraq's single spire into numerous smaller ones. It made a mountain range out of a mountain. It made a molehill out of a mountain. So there was a big thing there. The Apexis civilization was destroyed in a civil war that had to do with there was a curse going on. There's all sorts of things going on with that. But again, you learn more about that in the Draenor expansion. I'm not going to be diving into it. We just need to know it happened for the sake of stuff later on. And let's see. And then, as this is all happening, about 100 years later, in 1,100 years before the start of World of Warcraft, the Tauren, who have been here all along, moo. They have been here all along. They awaken the slumbering Princess Theradris, who was Earth elemental plane person thing going on. She was a very big Earth elemental and is the daughter of Therazine the Stone Mother, who is like a prime Earth elemental. Yeah, they've been around since the War of the Ancients at least. But so the Tauren accidentally woke up a earthen elemental who had actually been imprisoned. But that's not our story to tell here. But they woke her up. That looks more like a horse than a cow. I will accept no criticism. But the Earth Lady, the Earth Princess, she drains the entire land of Mashanshi, the fertile land of Mashanshi, turned the region into a barren plain known now as Desolus. The lands of Desolus were once the Tauren's fertile homelands of Mashanshi. And, Zatar, the son of Cenarius, remember Dear Daddy, I believe he's his son. Was it his son or his grandson? Let me check really quick. Yeah, he's the son. I remembered. Good. I am so good at this. Zatar shows up and is like, bruh, and, so, I'm not kidding when I say Theradris, the Princess Theradris, looks like this, okay? This is not an exaggeration. She is round, she is toothy, she's got like stubby little legs. She looks like me when I first wake up in the morning. And Zatar, hot young centaur deer lad, who takes after his father and is also a deer daddy, he looks at Theradris, right? He looks at Princess Theradris and immediately falls in love. I am not fucking kidding. Dear Daddy fell in love with Morning Gremlin Fae, which, you know, kind of great. So, Tatar, son of Cenarius, fell in love with Princess Theradris, and their children are the Centaur. Their children are Centaur. The horse people are the children of Princess Theradris and Zatar. And the Centaur, you know, being so glad to exist and be horse people and whatnot, they kill Zatar. They kill their father. And then just kind of proliferate all over Desolus. The Centaur just kind of go across all Desolus and start hunting the Tauren who woke up their mother. And igniting a long, bloody war between the races. Long and bloody. Okay, there's a lot of bad blood between Centaur and Tauren. Okay, but Maraudon, a dungeon some of you may recognize and cringe horribly at, Maraudon is the site of Zatar's tomb. That is where the dear daddy who had been killed is entombed. And it becomes treated as a holy ground by the Centaur who killed him. There's some real folklore shit going on there. That Greek mythology be like. Honestly. And then 1,000 years ago. God, we're getting so close, man. We're getting so close. All right. I might have to continue this on another stream, man. We are 90% there. Worship your ancestor. You can't worship them when they're alive. Okay, so back on Draenor. Again, this is relevant, I promise. I promise. Back on Draenor. I mean, I'm just enjoying going through this. Yeah, we have everything that goes after year 0, but I'm just kind of leading up to the background of what you need to understand to just kind of get into and play WoW. I will absolutely do another series of each of the expansions because this is kind of fun. And I'm getting to lore dump about things that no one else cares about. I'm getting... You hum actually mean twice. So, back on Draenor, which again, I promise this becomes relevant. You can sit here and listen forever. I'm good at this. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves. Back on Draenor, and I promise this becomes relevant. Okay. It's fun to hear me talk. Wow. Wow. The ogres who exist on Draenor are taught arcane magic. The ogres are taught arcane magic by the Arakoa, the bird people. This is widely regarded to be a mistake. Tried to lore dump once on WoW with your ex, had slideshows and a 60-page booklet. I would love that. I love going through and like trying to, explain things simply to people, right? Because look, if you can't explain something in as simple a terms as possible, so much that a child can basically understand and grasp what's going on, you don't really understand what you're talking about. If you can't simplify something, you don't truly understand it. So, trying to simplify the story of this is kind of a fun exercise in how well do I understand the lore and everything that happens. And also, it's just kind of fun to share it, She threw it all out because I was trying to educate her and was being patronizing because you were passionate about something. Damn, I would throw hands. I'll throw hands. Your ex is awful. Anyway, so the Arakoa are widely known for bad decisions at this point, okay? Widely known for bad decisions, teach the ogres magic so that they can rebel against their Ogron masters. The Ogron being very big ogres. Basically. Kinda. No, these are all ogres. This is not orc magic. Basically, in order to break themselves free of their masters, the ogre learned magic from the birds under the leadership of Gog Gronslayer. The city of Goria is established, which then becomes the Gorian Empire. You may notice an alarming word, and it is empire. The ogres, being free of their masters, become the masters. All right, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the asshole, and that is what happened. Yeah, it's true. And meanwhile, while this is going on over on Draenor, Malfurion and Mr. Antlerman, Mr. Antler Druidman, and whatever, and Tyrande meet for what would be the last time until the Third War. Now remember, they're married. They've been together for like 10,000 years at this point, okay? In the year 1000, this is the last time they meet until the Third War over 1,000 years later. As he goes to sleep in the Emerald Dream. He's going to the Emerald Dream. And they hook. And it's very sad. They probably did more than hook, but I'm not going into that. I don't want to get demonetized. So they saw each other for the last time as he goes to night-night in the Emerald Dream. Okay, Folly. Yeah, 1520. Don't know when they were born, but pretty sure they were OG stock. Oh yeah, they lived on the shores of the Well of Eternity. They knew Ashara, so these are like they've been together a long ass time, and now they're going to be apart, and it's very sad. It's very sad, very very bad, very very cry. Okay, they're very cry. Boo hoo, boo hoo. And then after he goes to sleep, about 25 years later, 25 years after fucking Malfurion goes and takes a snooze, all right, is something known as the War of the Shifting Sands. Let me just... All right. Malfurion just went to sleep. All right. He checked the fuck out. He's going night-night. Tyrande no longer has the support of her significant other who has been helping her lead the Night Elves for a very fucking long time. All right. She is now by herself, and it's scary. I understand that. I deeply empathize with her. That fucking sucks, as she is new. The reminder that they're immortal at this point, so 25 years is nothing. 25 years and she's still panicking that he's asleep. Okay, she's just like freaking out mentally. Like, she's a boss bitch, don't get me wrong, she does step up, but secretly she is terrified, and that's understandable, and I respect it. The fact that she was scared but did what she had to anyway. We do love Tyrande. Okay, so the War of the Shifting Sands involves a certain asshole. A certain asshole. A certain familiar kind of asshole. Okay? Cthulhu. An old one named Cthulhu is up to no good. Alright? First of all, this bitch was literally undefeatable for the first patch he was around. Okay? Like, they did the math on this. He is literally unbeatable. They had to patch and nerf him because he could not be beaten. Literally. It was impossible to defeat him when he first appeared. Okay? He caused many a raid wipe. He is a dick, but he's very cute. He is very cute. We love Cthulhu. Look at him. He's adorable. So, Cthulhu, being an asshole, little fucko here, has been making bug people. He's been making bug people for like a really long time now, secretly underground. Okay? And he's like, it's time to awise. Wakey wakey. Wookie. And so they're like, time for destruction. Wings out to inky tentacles, and they start attacking Kalimdor. Jonathan would arise. They start attacking Kalimdor. Fandral Staghelm, you know, the guy who was planting branches everywhere, right? That guy? The one who unsanctioned branch planting from Nordrassil and went around, like, you know, planting all the stuff, tried to quell the spread of Serenite using the branches and whatnot, but it got corrupted and turned into Vordrassil. That guy? Yeah. He led an assault. He led the Night Elves and their allies, the Bronze Dragons. Oh, hang on. There we go. Sinister eyebrow. That better? Yep, the Bronze Dragons were involved. They did do something, because the old gods were that much of a threat. It would have harmed the eventual timelines and everything. So the Bronze Dragons, who look like pterodactyls when I draw them like this very quickly, went and pushed them back to the desert known as Silithus. Syphilis. Everyone calls it syphilis, all right? But it's Silithus, all right? It's Silithus. They pushed him back. Welcome to the desert of Sisyphus, where we've been pushing this boulder up the hill for a long-ass time. There's a lot of bugs on this fucking boulder. So they push them back to Silithus, and seal him away in a place known as On Mirage. Remember that from earlier? Remember how they were there earlier? That was originally their stronghold, but they managed to beat him back to their stronghold and seal him within the walls. They were like, no, bad bugs. You stay sealed. You stay inside. Do not come out. However, unfortunately, Fandrel's son dies in the battle. Who let them out? Oh, they weren't sealed in the first place. They weren't sealed in the first place. They had hidden themselves. They had hidden themselves there. And then they emerged, and they were chased back to their stronghold as they realized they had a stronghold and sealed them within there. But, Fandrel's son died. This is important for later, okay? This devastated him. Fandrel never got over the death of his beloved son, okay? Like, we're talking, he was destroyed by this event. His son's name is Valston. Here, let me. Valston. He was slain in battle. Yeah, he was absolutely devastated. Whoops, I was drawing on the wrong layer. Gotta fix that. There we go. Unaging is not immortal. Yes. They're functionally immortal. They're not invulnerable. So Fandrel lost his son, and now in his mind he has to face eternity knowing that he was unable to protect his son. It's very upsetting. My phone's going off. Okay. Shoosh, 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 shoosh. I know. Shoosh, 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 shoosh. Okay. So now this year is very specific, right? Pay me for this. Man, I would love to hire an editor to edit this VOD to make it a video. But I don't have money. Eric learned to edit. So, 823 years before the start of World of Warcraft. Okay? Again, a very specific number, but that's because we know the exact year in which it happened. We have someone known as Edwin. Edwin? She is the guardian. She is the current guardian of Tirisfal. Remember the big magic power secret society fight the demons lady people? Yeah, she is the current one. She fights and defeats an avatar of Sargeras. Sargeras had managed to manifest an avatar in Azeroth without anyone else knowing, and this boss-ass bitch took him the fuck out. She did not fucking care. Oh god, our ads are starting soon. But she did not fucking care. She knocked him the fuck out, and she sealed him in the tomb of Sargeras. The avatar of Sargeras. It was not Sargeras, it was just an avatar. It was a tiny fraction of his actual power. She sealed him in the tomb of Sargeras in the sunken ruins of Suramar, which was previously the capital of the Night Elf Kingdom. So they were put in the sunken ruins of Suramar. Mwah, mwah. Yes, it was formerly a temple of Elune. Giant lollipop is peak weapon. Hang on. I need to justify myself with this, okay? I need to justify myself with this. Yes. So, add jail immediately. was wielded by Egwin. Yeah, it was wielded by most of the Guardian, but she's the only female one, and Aluneth liked her the most, notably. That always was a sexy staff. Oh, it was. Oh, it was. So, when I drew it the way I did, with the quick swirl and the thing, this is justified, right? You can see where I came from with that, right? You can see where I came from with this. Hang on, make it screen. There we go. Fucking dumb. Okay, you've got a minute. 60 seconds, 50 seconds. Good luck. Fucking dumb. It is canonical, yeah. I do eat magic artifacts to gain their power. That is canonical. Take a quick break. So that I can drop the biggest knowledge bomb of all. Oh, that's it, right.
That's the biggest knowledge bomb of all.
Okay, I took my medicine. Alright, so for anyone who didn't see it during the ad break, Egwin's staff is Aluneth. It was used by a lot of Guardians of Tearsfall, and it's intelligent, it can talk to people, it likes Egwin the most, and it looks like a fucking lollipop. I will die on this hill. Look at this. Look at it. Looks like you can buy it in a souvenir shop. Okay? Like, the reason I drew it like a lollipop is because look at that motherfucker! I'm not wrong! I'm not wrong! Anyway, so she sealed... I am putting my tongue on the stones. So she sealed to the avatar of Sargeras, except... Dun dun dun! His soul, his demon spirit, filled with anger, managed to escape, excuse me, by hiding itself inside of Egwin, who did not notice. He possessed, or basically hid inside of Egwin. Okay? This proves very important later on. But for now, we're moving on. To the year 800, years before, he did stinky line her. He did stinky her. Demon magic is canonically very stinky, by the way. Fel magic smells like rotten eggs. It's sulfuric. So, demon magic is stinky. I refuse to believe that demon hunters are not constantly stinky. That's my headcanon for all of you. I want you all to appreciate that every time you're near a demon hunter, it just smells like rotten eggs. You're welcome. Anyway. They have fell sight, dorkhead. Okay, whatever. Anyway, we're not getting into the demon hunters right now. So that thing that Amara was thinking of earlier, in the year 800, a Pandaren known as Lu Lang, all right, he defies Pandaria's belief that the rest of the world had been destroyed. All of Pandaria has been isolated for the last, almost 10,000 years. And they're like, man, the rest of the world don't exist. All right, there ain't nothing out there anymore. The Sundering exploded. We're the only survivors because the mist of the Emperor protects us. All right, that's what they thought of. Lu Ling was like, you're wrong and you're stupid. And so he traveled through the mists. He traveled through the mists on the back of a turtle. On the back of a turtle. And there he went. Hang on, he had a parasol. He had a umbrella. There we go. Canonically. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, real shame everyone's dead, but let's not check. So anyway, he went out on the back of a turtle and returns every 5 years. Every 5 years to bring more people with him. And the turtle, Shen Sin Su, also known eventually as the Wandering Isle. The Pandaren create permanent settlements on his back because he's so fucking big. That is a big ass turtle. Okay, they're big boy. He's big boy. Lu Lang that turtle is still around to this day. That turtle is still wandering around. But, not for lack of trying on the part of the Alliance and the Horde on accident. At some point in the future, the Alliance and the Horde will accidentally crash into the side of Shen Sin-Su, causing severe injuries that almost caused him to die, but luckily we saved him. We saved him, and then the Pandaren join the two factions, because they learned that, the rest of the world exists. But yeah, the Horde and Alliance almost accidentally killed the giant ancient turtle, and then didn't. He's fine. But that was happening. And meanwhile, on Draenor, I'm sorry, I need like a title card that just says, meanwhile on Draenor. I only put this stream on to earn the drop, not realizing what the stream was. A huge WoW Lord nerd, happy to hear it explained again. Oh, welcome on in, Jonesy DeRock. I'm glad that you were just, here to earn a drop and ended up hearing me laughing about the lore and titles of WoW. Oh, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I do a lot of Pokemon here most of the time, but I also do a lot of World of Warcraft and like Hearthstone and card battling stuff and whatnot. So you're more than welcome to hang around. I love lore dumping. It's a great time. Island Turtle almost became soup. However, he lives. Shen Sin-Su is fine. Now, meanwhile, on Draenor, title sting with like the super friends fucking zoom in. Back on Draenor, okay, the orcs are emerging from the subterranean caverns of Gorgrond and spreading across Draenor, forming different clans. Yeah, it does eventually get there. It does eventually get there. Wow. So, the orcs were from Draenor. For anyone who didn't know it, the orcs are from another planet. They're not from Azeroth. Okay? They're from Draenor. They originally descended from a being called Grant, who was a stone giant created by Agramar, a titan, to defeat the Evergrowth, the plant people. Remember the plant people who were a fucking problem? And defeated by the birds and not the stone giants? Yeah, Agramar didn't do great with that one, really. But, the Titans aren't all-knowing. They're pretty powerful, but they're not all-knowing. Alright, so they created the stone giant to defeat the Evergrowth, and instead the stone giant had kids, and they became orcs. and the orcs didn't even defeat the plants like they were supposed to. The birds did. So. But Grond and the spore mounds, the big like living plant essence fucking massive things of the primals on Draenor, right? Grond and the spore mounds did fight, and then pieces of the leviathans fell to the earth and gave rise to colossals. Yeah, Stone to Flesh does feel rather cursed fleshy, and it was a little rude for the time. So they became the colossals, right? And the genosaurs, which are also big plant, little. I said big plant guys. Big plant, little guys. Sort of like centaur, but plant. I don't know how else to explain them really. They're centaurs, but plants. They're children of the spore mounds, and the colossals are the children of Grond. And then Grond, they died. Broccoli tars. Yeah, they're broccoli tars. That is a good way to put it. But over time, the stone giants eventually succumbed to the foes. No matter what they say, stone can't really beat plants. Oh my god, Jimmy!
Ain't nothing better than smelling cheeks.
You would really make Sash say such a thing. Alright, so stone can't really beat plants in the long term, right? In the war of attrition, the plants will win. And that's kind of what happened here. The colossals, the children of Grond, were not making it. And from the colossals' remains, the Magnaron emerged, which were also big things. And after the colossals sacrificed themselves, spores from the plant drifted to Draenor's surface, clung to the fucking Magnarons that came from the colossals, weakening their bodies and turning them to flesh. The big old Magnaron things. The big old guys.
No.
Okay. This is where they had kind of a curse of flesh situation, but it's not the curse of flesh, but it's a similar situation where the spirit of life from the plants. Remember how I told you about the primal forces of, light, void, order, disorder, life, death. These had the spirit of life in them, and they were clinging to the stone giant things and made them fleshy and soft, and they devolved into something called Gron, which were still fucking big, but not as big as the Magnaron. And due to the lingering effects of the spores, some of the Gron degenerated into the Ogron, who were even smaller and fleshier. Then it just keeps going, man. The generations keep going, right? And over thousands of years, the Ogron eventually turned into ogres. Remember those guys? And then from the ogres arise another race, and those were the orcs. Okay, the orcs came from ogres. They are the smallest and the weakest of Grond's line. All right, that's how it went. They kept getting smaller and squishier until they became orcs, who will absolutely eat your face off if you call them small and squishy. This is Dark Souls lore. This is World of Warcraft, man. They will. Yeah, absolutely. They make up for the fact that they're small and weak by being fierce and tenacious as fuck. And also very angry. And orcs from the Shadow Moon clan are taught shamanism by the elements themselves. They naturally have an affinity for the elements, being originally from Colossal of Stone and having that heritage and whatnot. They have a very strong connection to the elements. They construct a temple at the Throne of the Elements, and they start, becoming shamans. They have cool elemental magic. It's very neat. It's very cool. I like the orcs. They have some cool stuff going on. Oh my god, my little yogs are on. Now, back to Azeroth. 700 years before the start of World of Warcraft. the Waygate between Sholazar Basin in Northrend. Sholazar Basin in Northrend. And there was a gate. Woohoo! Between Sholazar Basin in Northrend and Ungoro in Kalimdor. UG, Ungoro Crater, is activated for the last time until the War of the Lich King 700 and something years later. Okay? So this thing is sealed off around here. It's just a key note that it's been sealed off and that it exists for later. You know, it does become important during the War of the Lich King. And then 600 years ago, Egwin is still alive. Okay? Egwin is still alive because she's got a lot of magic in her. She's got a magic lollipop, and she's not afraid to fuck you up with it. Aluneth does not take prisoners. Alright, now, I wasn't done. She's deciding to stay the Guardian of Tirisfal indefinitely. Because she has concerns that the Council of Tirisfal is meddling with the politics of different nations and doesn't think that's, you know, that's very cool. She's just like, guys, bruh, that's not what we're here to do. We're supposed to fight the Legion. But she also has the voice of the spirit of the avatar of Sargeras. Not even fucking Sargeras himself, really, just his avatar. But it got the spirit of him being like, hey, there's some corruption going on. Oh no, you can't trust anyone. You should hold on to this power. You know, got the spirit of paranoia whispering in her ears. Wasn't his name like silly? I don't remember. Mingo or something? Mingo? So, Egwin being like, you know, these people are just gonna abuse their power. I can't trust them. I'm going to run away and, you know, take care of it myself. She builds a place called Karazhan as her secret abode. Initially. It doesn't stay secret forever, okay? But she does make a place called Karazhan that becomes very important later on. Unfortunately, the Guardians find her, like the Tiras Guard find her, specifically the kind of militant forces of the council. Medivh, yes. Medivh is her son. Medivh is Egwin's son. We're not there yet. But the Tiras Guard, the, you know, fighting force of the council, tries to go and be like, hey, you need to give your power back and train an apprentice. And she's like, no, I can't trust any of you. Fuck off. So after they find her at Karazhan, she fucks off into the Guardian Sanctum in Suramar. Okay, like she scoots off into the sunken city of Suramar, where she was supposed to have sealed Sargeras, and now she's hiding there while the spirit of Sargeras just kind of whispers to her about how bad and evil everyone else is. You know? You know, as you do. You know, it's just kind of the thing going on. Meanwhile, back on Draenor. I'm sorry that I keep doing this. I'm sorry. But this is happening at the same time. Yeah, I know. You were cutting out bad there. What are you doing? Okay, well, eat your microphone if you want to be heard. Or, you know, get a better microphone, maybe? Anyway, so over on Draenor, the Pride Lord of the Bloodmane Saberon is declaring war upon the High Erkoa. The Saberon are the cat people. And I am, to this day, infuriated that I cannot make one. They're buff, handsome cat people. They were made to be furry bait. Give me the furry bait. But they will not. Because they wouldn't even give the Worgen tails. These people don't care about what the furries want. The Saber got tails! So many races we can't play, and I will be angry about it for the rest of my life! So anyway. I know! Let me finish! Anyway, Mr. Tangent for 10 years. You tangent for a little while, and then you circle back, dingus. Anyway, so they are declaring war on the Arakoa, who are still around somehow. Despite all odds, the birds are still here. Alright? They're still here, and they're having a fight. However, they're defeated by the Talon King Tarok, who is a very important Arakoa figure. He establishes the city of Skyreach, which is a bird perch, but fancy. It's a fancy bird perch, alright? But later, Tarok is stabbed in the back by the Enhari priesthood, who want to be the only leaders, basically. He's stabbed in the back and betrayed by his own people. You know, just evil bird. Evil bird does evil things. Okay? Tarok and his daughter are cast out, thrown into a place known as Sethic Hollow. Let me Skyreach up here, and Draenor over here, once again. Sudden and inevitable. Do you get to the Cloud District often? Yeah, these guys are assholes. So they're thrown down into the Sethic Hollow, and they become outcasts. You know, they're thrown out of the bird perch, their wings are broken, they're not allowed to be birds anymore. It's a horrible, horrible fate. His daughter dies. But Tarok and his followers, the people who abandoned Skyreach because Tarok was their hero and was cast out, and they didn't believe in the other people, they followed Tarok instead. They willingly became outcasts. They're guided by the bird spirit Anzu, who still has not dropped for me the motherfucker. He's a mount you can get in World of Warcraft. It's Anzu the Raven Lord. He is a beautiful old classic model, and he still will not fucking drop for me, even with the increased drop rate. Are you kidding me? Anyway. Eric has also been trying to get him for years. So unfortunately his daughter dies, but the Raven Lord is like, follow me, and they're creating the Talon Priests and establish the city known as Sketis. And they all, you know, they're like hunched birds now because they can't fly anymore, and they're all corrupted by blood and everything. Tarok eventually goes insane and is sealed in a realm of shadow by his followers. Stuff happens. It's fine. That's only important later in the expansions. We're not digging deep into it. It's just a thing that happens. Speaking of drops, ran into a treasure goblin and got the Belial pet. Nice! So that was happening over on Draenor. Alright, about 600 years ago. This is in the 600 years ago range. Now, 500 years ago. Much closer. The Farstriders are formed. High elves who travel the land, being nosy. So just an elf, but one that actually leaves home. Yeah, these are the elves. These are the high elves, the Travelf, yes. These are high elves that do not have agoraphobia. These ones can actually leave their goddamn house. Who let them out? We don't know, but they were let out. Someone allowed them out into the world, and they start interacting with people. All right. Meanwhile, Queen Ashara, you remember the Sundering and how she contacted Sargeras and tried to betray the planet and enslave her own people for the sake of power and magic and all this other stuff. Yeah, she's still around. This bitch still breathing. She has some stuff going on as to why she's still breathing, but spoilers a little bit. Now, in this time, she imprisons a kraken, or a leviathan. The kraken Leveroth. She imprisons him because she's a bitch of the highest order, and blesses the trident of Riplash's emperor, Raz Najan, so it can slay the monster if it ever escapes. She just makes a... She's like, not only am I going to capture you, but if you ever die, this one specific fork will ensure you... Or if you ever escape, this one specific fork will kill you forever. So that's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. About 500 years ago. And then 403 years ago, back on Draenor. I'm sorry, I swear this does eventually become relevant. The stuff happening on Azeroth, it does become relevant. She and her fellows got cursed at the Sundering. Amara, we didn't find that out until later! You don't find that out canonically until Legion! Amara! Amara, up until Legion, everyone thought she was dead! No one knew about what had actually happened to her. Yes! Canonically, no one really knew what happened to Ashara. Until Legion. It was a big reveal who she was. Like, that whole thing in Asuna. The whole thing in Asuna with Ferondis. Finding out her identity, being shocked. Yeah, they had no idea. Anyway, so that was a secret to the narrative. That was a secret within the narrative. In the meta narrative, you know, the people outside, obviously we know she's alive because, you know, she's imprisoning the Kraken. We have evidence that she did that. But, yeah, so. In the year 403, Imperator Moloch. It didn't hit you as a surprise because, oh, I knew that. Yeah, it was a surprise for anyone who didn't deep dive into the lore. For most people, it was a surprise. Let's see. The Gorian Empire, remember those guys? The ogres? But yes, Queen Ashara is still alive. She and some of her followers are cursed. A thing happened. I won't go into it because that's into spoiler territory and it's relevant later. But yes, Queen Ashara is still alive, but everyone thinks she's dead. In the Gorian Empire, they send an ogre army to the Throne of the Elements, you know, the shaman place. And they want to claim the power of the elements by force. This is widely regarded as a bad idea, as anyone who has tried to force elementals can attest, including the old gods, who often struggled trying to, you know, contain the elementals. It's a bad idea. The dissonance between the arcane magic, you know, the fancy ogre magic that they learned from the birds. Remember, it was originally bird magic. Scraw. And the lingering power of Grond's remains, you know, the big ogre titan thing made to fight the plant people. His remains, yeah, there's lingering power in his remains because he was made by a titan. So even when he died, he just kind of stuck around. But it combines and crosses streams, as you know we should never do. That causes a massive explosion that destroys the Orcish temple. Boom. Okay, it's gone. Leaving behind a few standing stones that remain to this day. You know, just a few standing stones are all that remains of that massive, beautiful temple. And the most key point of all, this throws the elements into disarray across all of Draenor. Magic sure likes to explode a lot for something that's supposed to be from order. Magic isn't the part that's exploding. The conflict with other forces is what causes it to explode. It was specifically the conflict between the arcane magic and Grond's magic that caused the explosion, not the arcane magic itself. And that threw all of the elements into disarray across all of Draenor. This is a problem. This is a problem for everyone. This is causing all sorts of bullshit everywhere. And about a year later, the orcs band together, all of the different clans of orcs that have been forming over this time and everything, they all band together to fight the ogres. Because the ogres are causing problems with the elements. They're shamans, and they all revere the elements, and they don't want their homeland to be having elementals just kind of, you know, running amok, doing whatever the elementals are doing, which is often a lot of bad things. And then, speaking of bad things, this is a year later, 402 years ago. They, you know, band together the different orc tribes and everything to fight the ogres. 400 years ago, I don't like this part. It makes me uncomfortable because it has parallels to real life. The orcs lay siege to Goria. They've been having such success that they've managed to push the ogres back to their capital city of Goria. This greatly displeases the ogres. Moloch, the imperator of the Gorian Empire, and his many sorcerers create the Red Pox, which begins to spread among the orcs. A disease. A fierce and disgusting disease. They did biological warfare. And the very idea of that disgusts me, and it just makes me unhappy that they resorted to that at all. Traded them some blankets. Yeah, there you go. Are you a boy or a girl? No, but welcome on in. But he's camping? Welcome on in. Welcome to the slime cave. So, they passed a disease among the orcs, but the orcs and all the shamans managed to convince the elements to destroy Goria. So even though they tried to wipe out the orcs with a magically created disease. Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. My children were too loud. I said no. Yes, if I'm a boy or girl, I said no. Despite the fact that they used a magically created disease, the orcs survived, mostly. There were survivors, and they convinced the elements to destroy Goria, the ogres' capital. So Goria was gone. And at the same time, back on Azeroth, the last gnome king, King Mechagon, leads his followers in search of a mystical land of technology. Yep. I'm not really sure why this happens. I don't really dig into the gnome lore because I don't care. I don't like them. I'm sorry, I don't like the gnomes. What do you mean, no? That was the last answer I ever expected? I'm not a boy or a girl. That's what it means. Anyway, so King Mechagon takes his people and they're like, we're gonna find the fabled land of Atlantis, but Mecha. they're gonna find Mechalantis. And so they head off. That was around 400 years before the start. And then 300 years. Let's separate this. There we go. The last reported case of a Genosaur birth on Draenor, prior to the creation of the blooming Genosaur, which happens during the Draenor expansion. The last Genosaur birth, so they're just not thriving. The poor little things are no longer in charge. It's very sad. The plant people are very sad. Draenor is very happy though, but they look kind of like this. The Genosaurs look kind of like this, and I kind of love them. You legitimately have to be one or the other though, don't you? No. For one thing, scientifically speaking, there are more than just the two chromosomes pairings that you're taught of in high school, which is XX and XY. There's more than that. The chromosomes can go up to XXYY, XYXY, XYYY, and other combinations that are just all over the place and are not strictly boy or girl. The concept of different genders and different sexes has existed since pretty much the dawn of man. There's been records of other genders and other sexes throughout history in various cultures, and are actually key figures in many mythos and the people of the North American continent in particular. But, I mean, if you're curious, Google's over there. But those are trying to reduce things to either boy or girl. Why don't we ever hear of those kinds of people? Probably because you live in an echo chamber. If you never hear of those people, you're not looking for them. And you're not looking for them because you don't want them to exist. But I do anyway. I mean, have you ever heard of intersex people? The very old and slightly insulting term for them was hermaphrodite. But yeah, intersex people are not boys or girls. So if you've heard of them, then you know for a fact that you don't have to be one or the other. Intersex people exist. You've already contradicted yourself. Saying you don't ever hear of those kinds of people, you've heard of intersex people. I am intersex. I had unconsensual, invasive surgery on me when I was an infant. This is well known. Most of my community already knows this. I'm very open about this. But I am not a boy or a girl. Is that what you wanted to hear? Because it's not a secret. But anyway, so the last Venusaur was born. They're very cute. They're the plant people, and a lot of people are sad about it. A lot of people are happy about it. And here we go. Now you're attempting to troll other ways because I didn't rise to your bait. You're an amateur, aren't you? That's kind of a pity. You should work on your technique a little bit. Maybe hang out at 4chan a bit longer. Yeah, I'm sure you're serious. I'm sure you're serious, but your technique is really lacking. Like, if you're trying to get a rise out of anyone here, that's not gonna cut it. That's baby tier trolling. But good luck. Good luck. I hope you have a nice night. So, back at 300, the last Venusaur and the Shadow Moon Chieftain banned the worship of the Void. The Shadow Moon orcs were like, man, what are you doing with this Void shit? No, we're getting this out of here. We want no Void. No voiding. Thanks for making you feel less. You're welcome. I mean, that's what you tried to do when you came in here. But you can't handle it being dished out at you? You really are an amateur. You really should go back to 4chan or Reddit. You won't make it here at all. I'm sorry, honey. Let's see. And then in 231... 231 year. This isn't actually the year 231. This is 231 years before the start of World of Warcraft, which was technically in what year? Six something. Came from straight from Tarkov. That's a good game. That's a fun game. I am very strange. I know. We're all a little bit weird here. There's nothing wrong with being weird, though. Let's see. 231. A group of Tauren. You got out of Tarkov? You did it! You escaped the Tarkov. Now, 231 was when they founded the Earthen Ring, which is basically the shaman equivalent of Cenarian Circle. You're real weird? Yeah, I know. It's okay. I don't care. Should I care? Why does it matter? Okay. Thanks, honey. I don't want anyone I know to know you. All right. I mean, I probably don't know anyone you know. You are probably safe there. Because people I hang out with wouldn't put up with people like you near them. Let's see. I need to draw a Tauren now. Oh, God. I need to make him look less like a horse. No, it looks like a capybara. with horns. I can't draw Torrent. They have like horns like that, and then. I'm so sorry, Torin. I'm so sorry. You're beautiful individuals, and I cannot draw horses or cows or anything like them to save my life. But, I'm so sorry. Mara, I don't know anyone you know that knows you know I know that you know I don't know. Edward! Edward! We must balance the elements, Edward. I can't unsee it! No! Why would you do this to me? Anyway, this alchemical abomination of a Tauren, they founded the Order of the Earthen Ring to basically be the Cenarian Circle, but for shamans, where they want to lead their people with wisdom and maintain the harmony between elemental spirits, much as the druids of the Cenarian Circle attempt to do regarding druidic magic and nature. So they also wanted to be a balancing force. There's some good people. And then a year later, 230 years before, we get the War of the Three Hammers, which is something that's mentioned a lot and makes people feel like it happened very recently, but it didn't. It was 230 years before the beginning of the World of Warcraft storyline. Okay? The war? Yeah, it is. That's why it feels like it's wasn't long ago, because a lot of people are like, oh, my dad was in the War of the Three Hammers. But for humans and whatnot, that was a long ass time ago. So after the death of the High King Modimus Anvilmar, the Bronzebeards, which you may recognize as a Bran Bronzebeard, it's very famous, the Wildhammers, and the Dark Irons, another familiar name to many of you, start a war over control of Ironforge. It's known as the Three Hammers because each of the hammers represents one of the factions of dwarves. They're really important hammers. Eventually, it's the Bronzebeards who win. The Wildhammers fuck off into Grim Batol up north in what becomes the Twilight Highlands. And meanwhile, the Dark Irons, unfortunately, become enslaved by Ragnaros, the Lord of Fire of the Fire Plains, under the newly created Blackrock Mountain. A new mountain. And the Fire Lord Ragnaros is like, yeah, new mountain just dropped. And Ragnaros is kind of a bastard. He's the king of the Firelands. He's kind of, he's a dick. But he enslaved the Dark Irons. Some of them went willingly. Most of them did not. It was the king, Thurician, who led them to, worshipping Ragnaros. And a lot of the people had to do so to save their lives. It was in order to save them, because Ragnaros is basically like serve or die kind of thing. So they served in order to not die, and unfortunately that made them have a lot of conflict for a very long time. And so there's a lot of bad blood between specifically the Dark Irons and the Bronzebeards, especially as a Bronzebeard, Moira, the daughter of King Magni, ran off with the Emperor, the leader of the Dark Iron, because they were in love, and Magni would not allow it because Romeo and Juliet situation. Magni didn't approve. Moira left home. When Thurician dies, she takes over as the Queen of the Dark Iron, and eventually they get folded back into the Alliance as she tries to reform them after Ragnaros is defeated. But that's not for a very long time. Right now they've got some shenanigans going on. They're building up the bad blood. And then 200 years before, where did that circle go? 200 years before the start of World of Warcraft, back on Draenor. I'm sorry. You'll see where this starts to become relevant, okay? You'll see where this starts to become relevant. Because back on Draenor, you made a meanwhile in Draenor image. Oh my god, yes. Please post it in the Discord if you haven't already. Oh, you did? Okay, good. Alright, so back on Draenor, the Draenei, who have been wandering in space for over 10,000 years, we're talking 13,000 years at this point, okay? 13,000 years, and the Draenei crash land on Draenor. Which, you know, they name it Draenor. Up until this point, Draenor was not called Draenor by the natives. The Draenei crash land on the planet and go, this is ours? We name ours? They were very British about it, really. They were extremely British. Yeah, absolutely. They created the Council of Exarchs. The ruling council of the Draenei in order to keep order while the galaxy team is colonizing his sweep. Yep. Yeah. And so they establish a place called Shatrath City. Anyone who's played Burning Crusade and been to Outlands will know what that is. Shatrath City was built on top of the ruins of Goria, the Ogre Kingdom, the Ogre Empire. On rock and roll. It was not built. We did not build this city on rock and roll. I'm sorry. I mean, kinda, actually, if you think about it. If you go back far enough, they were rock at one point. So, kinda. Yeah. Like, you know what? I take it back. It was built on rock and roll. And, they also establish... Yes. Oh, yeah. So, the Naru Dore... remember the beings of light, like the one that helped them escape and whatnot? Its corpse, its remains, because they do die. Its corpse was attracting souls for some reason. The souls of deceased Draenei were being attracted to the corpse of the Naru. Anyone got... I'm sure that's not a problem or symbolic of anything or, you know, whatever. There's nothing concerning about that. I don't have any questions. So, they then make the facilities of Auchindoun and create the people, the class of people, or the order of people, the Auchinai. Now, Auchindoun is basically the city of the dead type of situation where you go and honor your ancestors. You go and, you know, you put their urns and whatnot, you leave offerings, you respect the dead and their spirits and maybe even see them because they're being drawn to the corpse of the fucking Naru. And the Auchinai are the soul priests who specialize in soul magic, and that's very normal. Applaud me for your tolerance and patience towards internet trolls. Oh, it's fun for me. I have a good time doing that. Did you see how fast they failed to react? Did you see how quickly that person fell apart? Like, it's a good time. I have a great time with that. Yeah, what's up? Smiles. Not while they were on Draenor. Because that's where Dore's corpse was. Dore's corpse was there attracting their souls. But at least we can assume, because their souls were known to be there. You never have the tolerance for that, you're too sensitive. Yeah, it could be a soul fragment situation. I used to be sensitive, but I just kind of, you know, it's kind of a way of flexing my superiority over them. It's kind of like stepping on them, but with my words instead of my actual feet, because I don't want to get my toes dirty on their face. They're interrupting the lore on top of being rude. Yeah, I don't usually time out trolls. That was folly. I don't care enough. But if it's bothering the chat, then absolutely, that was a good move. Thank you, Folly. Are there any Draenei in the Maw or Shadowlands at all? I can't think of any. I can't think of any Draenei souls that were there. There might have been, and we're just not remembering them, but if they were recent. It's hard to tell. Some of them transform. Yeah, once you're in the Shadowlands for a long time, you either reincarnate or become a member of the Shadowlands. So there could very well be members in Revendreth or Ardenweald or Maldraxxus who were once Draenei, and we just don't know. Probably Bastion. They're looking at Draenei culture. Probably Bastion. Anyway. I have words about Bastion, but I won't get into it. I know Bastion is important to a lot of people, but no, I have complaints about it. However, Bastion was the first canon mention of a trans person, so that was great. Vaguely recall. Okay. You're hard when you're in an area that's one of those echo chambers. I understand, Ash. Like, absolutely. I grew up in a place like that. I was very sensitive when I first came out of that kind of environment, so I absolutely get it. Like, there's nothing wrong with being sensitive or having feelings, not being able to handle that. For me, personally, I now find it fun. I now find it fun and use it to kind of exercise my critical thinking and, you know, my analysis and everything like that. The quicker I can trap them and get them to contradict themselves, the more fun it is. It's like a game for me, but doesn't mean I'm always good at it. Sometimes, you know, sometimes they do get the jump on me, but it's just good practice. Like, if you're gonna be streaming or anything like that, you've got to be able to deal with people being with sometimes people are just not gonna like you, you know? Like, most people, if they don't like your vibe, if they don't like your voice or whatever, they're just going to leave and move on. But some people will make it very known that they don't like you. And if you're doing anything where you're sharing your work, like your art or your writing or anything, you have to acknowledge and be ready for the fact that some people just won't like you or what you create. And that it's not a personal failing if people don't like you. Vaguely recall some insinuation in the past that Draenei didn't have souls. I don't remember that. If there was something like that, it might have been in a Warcraft thing, like it might have been in a novel or one of the Warcraft games that isn't World of Warcraft, but I don't personally remember that kind of claim. It might exist. I'm not saying it doesn't. Just that I'm not aware of it. And yeah, Bastion was very fascist. Yeah, it's also common that it isn't even that they don't like you. They could just be looking for a chance to pick at a random person. Yes, Folly is absolutely correct. Oh my god! Hello? Mighty Star, thank you for rating me. Can we get a shout out? Exclamation point. Oh, shout out.
The Mighty
I'm gonna have words with OBS. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. We are doing some World of Warcraft stuff. We were discussing lore. I'm sorry that everything is broken for some reason. I need to turn off that redeem. I need to figure out what is going on with that. I am unhappy that it is once again crashing things for me because I like the sit on lap redeem, but it always causes OBS to break. Yes, I'm back. Hello. Welcome. Oh, no.
Me? Gungaga.
Thank you, Stoner. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hi, I'm sorry that my thing crashed as soon as you raided in. Me, Gungaga. I'm so sorry. That redeem is dividing by 0. I don't know what it's doing. I think I might have to update, something in particular. I might know what it is. I'll try and fix it, but I'm very sorry about that. But thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. My name is Faye. I am an Elder Slime Cat. Don't worry about that too much. I'm currently describing the lore of World of Warcraft. We started at the beginning with, the creation of everything, and we've been working our way slowly towards the beginning of the World of Warcraft game. I don't usually do a whole ton of World of Warcraft. Mostly I do Pokemon stuff, but I have been having explosive World of Warcraft autism. I've just been having the autism all day. I've been live since, 4? Yeah, I've been here for 5 hours talking about World of Warcraft lore. So, strap in if you like hearing about fictional history described very badly. Very, very badly. We were just getting to the year 180, actually. Still on Draenor. I need to get my Draenor color back. With the Draenei, so we'll do the Draenei color. The Temple of Karabor. The Temple of Karabor was founded. Again, this stuff is more relevant later on during, the Draenor expansion, but stuff about this is important towards stuff later. But, oh no. Oh no, DMing on Discord. Oh no. He's AFK at the moment. Sorry about that. So, the Temple of Karabor is, just kind of the Draenei, basically, just being Draenei and being like, yay, the light, yay, the Naru, praise the light, praise Helix. Okay, that's basically what they were doing. And they were making government about it, but it's just kind of a thing that was happening. And meanwhile, the Shadow Moon Orcs, so we're going back to the Draenor color, the native Draenor color, instead of the colonizers who named a planet after themselves, despite it already having life on it. Praise Naruto. No, not praising Naruto. The orcs, the Shadow Moon Orcs in particular, the clan known as the Shadow Moon Orcs, begin worshipping a darkened Naru. A darkened Naru, known as Kara. They're calling this Naru... Rude. I'm trying to lore. I'm trying to autism, and you would be out here silencing me. It's fine. Hi. Welcome. I'm back from the isekai. It's fine. So the orcs are praising a darkened Naru. Now this is important because up until Burning Crusade and whatnot, in the Burning Crusade, mods ban T-Pain. Mods, what is baby on it? So in the Burning Crusade expansion, we learned about the Naru.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
I don't want to go to Hogan. We learned about the Naru being beings of light, and we also learned that a Naru, when it dies, turns to darkness, or when it gets close to death, it turns to darkness. And there is, or void. There is a void Naru named Kara, on Draenor, as we speak, being worshipped by the Shadow Moon Orcs 180 years before the start of World of Warcraft. They've been calling it Dark Star. However, the other Shadow Moon Orcs, like, there's like kind of a faction difference in this. They're worshipping it for a while, and then they ban the bitch as they realize that worshipping Kara makes them kind of googly bonkers. They go insane. So they say no more Kara. No more Kara. It's not our deity. It's been making us googly bonkers. And it's just kind of terrible. Meanwhile, still on Draenor, but elsewhere, the Naru Kure. The Naru Kure begins. I don't know why I draw the Naru like that, but you know, it kind of fits, right? They do kind of look like that. The Naru Kure was attracting the souls of deceased orcs to the wreckage of the Genadar, which was the ship that the Draenei were on that crashed. It crashed, it's broken, Kure is inside, and it's attracting the souls of deceased orcs because that's fucking fine. I was legit thinking of like how you draw the squigglies. It does look like them, I think. That's how they look when I look at them. But so the Naru Kure, who are you? What have you done to Faye? Hi, Wise. Welcome on in. Draenei do like to crash their ships a lot. There's no cutely in the title. You're right. Explaining WoW lore. Cutely. I fixed it. Where were you like 5 hours ago when I started streaming? But anyway, so the Naru is attracting the deceased orc souls for some fucking reason, okay? For some fucking reason that people still have not looked into or considered, the Naru is just attracting souls. Orcish shamans begin making pilgrimage to commune with their ancestors. Naming the site of the crash in the former ship Genadar, they call it Oshigan. If you go to Outlands...
Did I jump scare you?
Bitch.
Yeah, I bet I did.
If you go to Outlands right now and look on the map and you have the map described, this is on the western edge of Nagrand. It is still called Oshigan to this day. It does not look like a crashed ship, it just looks like a big white boulder. But it is a crashed ship. And it was formerly where a Naru was just kind of suctioning orc souls into. Which is, you know, it's great, that's fine, there's nothing weird about that. Yes, it does kind of still do that. Oshu, not Osha. And a group of orcish exiles dwelling below Nagrand for some goddamn fucking reason. Why were they there? Why were they exiled? I don't fucking remember. I think they were the Shadow Moon people who were exiled for worshipping the Void after they banned the Void. Because the Shadow Moon banned Void worship and exiled people who still followed it. So I think they were originally Shadow Moon orcs who moved there, if I remember correctly. Moist has been based recently. Moist is usually based. He's got a pretty good perspective on most things. Like his opinions on movies and games and whatnot, you can kind of take it or leave it. But when it comes to people and like, you know, when it comes to like people's drama and stuff like that, he usually sees through to the problem pretty quickly and points it out. So there's been very few times where he was wrong, and every time he always apologized and owned up to it. So I respect him greatly. I also think he's a nerd, but that's not a insult. That's not an insult. He's a fucking nerd. So these orcish exiles, who were probably former Shadow Moon, if I remember correctly, begin tapping into the void energies, bleeding from Kure, who I guess were they a dark one at this point? Were they a dark Naru? I can't remember. It might have been a dark Naru at this point. This one might have been incorrect. I just have to draw over it a little bit. I don't know if it's light or dark, so we're just gonna have it be both. I can't remember. There are some things There's game drops for watching lore drops. I know, right? Isn't it great? So they are tapping into void energy bleeding from the Naru. Okay, they're getting the void magic from the Naru. It's making them stronger, more insane. They basically begin calling themselves the Pale because they get sickly white from being infused non-binary. Yep, these guys again, the Pale Orcs, the Golems of Draenor, the Garbage Pail Kids. They're kind of assholes. And then we cut that off. And we're going we're going back about 100 years before Warcraft begins, okay? Back over on Azeroth. Good night, Stoner. Thank you for bringing by your raiders. I'm sorry that I crashed when you sat on my lap. I just got squished a little. It's fine. But have a good night. Thank you for stopping by, and I'll see you later. So about 100 years before the start of World of Warcraft, the Goblins of Kazan, it was an island, I believe, were granted heightened intelligence by the existence of Khagamite ore, which they turn into soda eventually. I'm not kidding. That sounds googly bonkers, but they did indeed turn a rock into soda that makes them smart. Khagamite. They originally were they were slaves of the Zandalari at this point. Okay, they were slaves of the Zandalari, and they became smart enough to break free from the shackles of oppression thanks to rock soda. Thanks to rock soda, the goblins broke free from the shackles of oppression. Good for them, honestly. And meanwhile on Draenor. Got Draenor. The ogres back at it again. Are trying to retake Goria from the Draenei. Okay, they want their house back. The Draenei have colonized, and they've had enough. The Draenei made Shattrath on top of the ruins of their city. They want it the fuck back. However, the Draenei are fucking chads. Okay, don't let their defeat at the hands of the Burning Legion fool you. They were defeated because their own people turned against them. That was the only way to stop them. They're fucking chads. They are the goddamn Protoss. They're scary as fuck. So when the ogres, who previously had been masters of the arcane, very scary forces, terrifying to this day, show up, the Draenei are just like, no. They just go, actually, fuck you. Actually, fuck you. And they defeat Imperator Hoklon, who was leading the charge, trying to get Goria back. The ogres flee when Velen, the 13,000-year-old Draenei, appears on the ramparts, wreathed in light, and tells them that they're allowed to leave unharmed. Velen, the absolute fucking Chad of Chads, shows up glowing like a fucking Super Saiyan, and is like, die or go in peace. Stay here and die, or flee with your lives. And the ogres are just like, yeah, we're gone. We're gone, Zo, we're gone. We don't need that fucking kingdom anyway. We don't need... Yeah, the runaway sound, the noise. They're gone, okay? And about a year later, the orc clans... Or not the orc... Yeah, the orc clans, actually, yeah. The orc clans of Draenor have noticed that the Draenei are fucking scary at this point. And they're like, dude, like, we're fucking scary, but those guys are a different kind of fucking scary. Like, what the fuck, dude? And they're like, so is this how everyone else felt when facing us? Me not that kind of orc. Alright, so they're talking about how to deal with the Draenei. One of them, the Bladewind clan, start raiding Draenei caravans and being like, aha, you know, we've got your goodies, orc good zug zug. We've got your stuff. Hang on, let me draw a wagon. You're like, aha! As the, you know, Draenei civilian just kind of does a girlish Wilhelm scream. Except that only lasts long enough for the Draenei to receive reports of the bandits. And then they start sending Vindicators to protect the caravans, which, for reference, is like, you hear reports of some bandit highwaymen on the road, and so you send a contingent of space marines to protect them. Okay, like, these shaman orcs, these shaman orc, like, bandits who only know, like, basic melee warfare and, you know, earth magic and whatnot, are suddenly faced with Big Shoulder McGee. Okay? Like, they're just like, hey, I heard you want to fuck up my wagon. They're like, actually, nah. Like, you know what? I changed my mind, actually. I actually don't want to do that. I actually don't want to do that. You know, just they're basically the Draenei. Hammer sounds intensify. The Draenei were just fucking scary, okay? The Draenei were so scary, they scared the orcs who were scared of nothing. The orcs literally scaled giant mountain-sized monsters in order to kill it with their bare hands, and then they look at the Draenei and are like, never mind. So that should tell you how scary Vindicators are supposed to be. Okay, they're scary-ass bitches. The orcs are like, nah, no. And then, 91 years, just out of nowhere, over on Azeroth, okay? Over on Azeroth, there's this creature called Manta. Okay? Over on Azeroth, there's a creature called Manta, who is absolutely massive, like 10 times bigger than the biggest dragons, okay? This thing is terrifying. It's considered as unstoppable as Deathwing. Alright? And the only thing that kills it, the only thing that stops it, is the consort, the younger consort of Alexstrasza, the Dragon Queen. Let me just get he's a red dragon, so, you know, Scraw in red. Coriel Straz, known affectionately to humans under a different disguise when he infiltrates the Kirin Tor. Don't worry about it. He's great. I love him. He's missing all of his fingers on his left hand canonically. I want y'all to know that. All of his fingers on his left hand are canonically gone. He lost the last two of them while searching for his wife. We're putting a pin in that for later. It's coming up, and I'm not looking forward to talking about it, but it is a thing that happens. Oh no! Yeah, it's just a stump. He has his hand, but the fingers are gone. He can't fingers. Pixie, it was his left hand. He still has his right hand, and he still has his tongue. He's a consort, honey. He's got to do his job. One of two consorts, actually. He's the younger of the two consorts. No double-handed action, no. But, you know, we can't have everything all the time. And, you know, they also have tails. Maybe they make use of that somehow. Hang on, my imagination is going places it shouldn't before the ads are running. Hey guys, how's it going? There we go. I have been jailed for my behavior. Understood. Hey, Eric, so while we're on a temporary break for the ads, what are you gonna do for food? It's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your dinner is? Non-subs do not get access to my overly sexualized content. And by overly sexualized, I mean me just sitting there wondering. It's like, how does he? Does he use the stump of his hand? Again, this is assuming they're in human mode for this. Like, they're dragons. They're dragons. If he's in dragon form, you're not going to be fingering nothing with those claws, Buster. No way. Those claws are going nowhere near anything sensitive. Thank you. Unless they're into that, it has to be consensual. I don't get to tell you about what Coriel Stress did until you get back from the ads, because I don't want anyone to miss it. I hear dog go bark bark. Eric is swiftly realizing he... Excuse me. Eric is swiftly realizing he didn't plan anything for dinner. Yeah? 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 Lamau? Bleeper again? We had Bleeper yesterday. Ooh, I do like that though. Morning. I'm still going. I just got a message. Just like, I just woke up. I'm still going with the stupid ass fucking WoW lore dump. We're still here, but we're taking an ad break briefly. This is what happens when you let me ramble. It just keeps going. I'm gonna exhaust myself. I'm gonna sleep so good tonight, talking this much. I'm probably not gonna do a movie stream tomorrow because I'm gonna have to let my voice rest. I'm just gonna go non-verbal for 24 hours after all this. Talking is hard, guys. It's difficult. Okay. Are we back? Hey, we're back! Okay, so back to Coriel Stress, and not talking about how he does or does not pleasure his wife. Coriel Stress kills this thing called Manta, which is a big-ass Leviathan creature, right? Absolutely massive, like, absolutely terrifying, said to rival Deathwing in size and power and everything. Coriel Stress, the younger of the two Dragon Queen's consorts, kills it with an arrow that he had put 3 drops of something black from a vial onto. That is the extent of what we know about that. He used a vial of something that had black liquid in it, put 3 drops onto an arrow, and that arrow instantly killed this massive, terrifying Leviathan creature. We don't know anything else. At least, I don't know anything else. There might be an explanation somewhere eventually, but when I learned about this, there was no explanation. It was just like, this is the thing that happened. It's like, okay, what was the black things? We don't fucking know. We don't know. It was a thing. We don't know. Like, oh, god damn it, you little bastards. You little bastards hiding information from me. And then, we're getting closer now. We're getting closer now. This is 75 years before it starts. Alright? 75 years before it starts, a group of high elves finally leave home. A group of high elves finally conquer their agoraphobia, and they're not Farstriders. They leave Kel'Thalas to go to Winter Spring in search of the mysteries of Kel'Tharill, which is a night elven city. They want to find Kel'Thuzil, right? It was destroyed a long time ago during the Sundering, okay? And now there's a bunch of highborn ghosts hanging around there, and they're just vibing at the lake in Winter Spring, being dead and just tormented and everything. It sucks. Okay, there's a remorseful highborn here that actually gives you a quest, and it's kind of heartbreaking. Can you start over? I just got here. 5 hours of VOD awaits you, Juniper. Hi, Juniper. Welcome on in. Good to see you. But 5 hours of VOD awaits you. I've been talking the entire time. just so you know. 5.5 hours. Oh, excuse me. But the lake is actually the ruins. The city itself is under the lake. And so they're looking here for the mysteries of Kel'Thuzil, you know, like all sorts of all sorts of things about it. There's all sorts of rumors about it, apparently. Except all they find is the crystal of Zin Malor. And this thing, unfortunately, contains powerful arcane energy, which, as we know, high elves in particular are kind of susceptible to. Please hydrate. Oh, don't worry, I've had drinks. I've been having lots of drinks. We're not even at year 0. We're close. We're at 75 years before year 0 when World of Warcraft starts. Now, we're saying year 0, but in the King's calendar of World of Warcraft starts around 640 something, I think? 630 something? Yeah, 602. Oh my god. No. That was Warcraft. I think. The year 592 was the first war. By the King's calendar. Year 592. Yeah. And then the third war was like 620, 630 something. Anyway, point being, we're counting down to the year in which World of Warcraft, the MMO, has started. We're not quite there yet. We're getting there. So they found the crystals of Zin Malor, and the leader, the Archmage Manius, hilariously, his name is spelled like this. But for those who don't know, mania is another term for madness. So giving him that name a little bit lazy, writers. I see you. I see you, writers. It's a little lazy. But he was driven mad, and all the elves are driven to madness, and bad things happen to them, unfortunately. And meanwhile, not in Draenor this time, back in Stormwind, King Barathan Rin of Stormwind defeats Garfang and his Gnoll armies during the Gnoll War. For anyone who didn't know, Gnolls are little hyena guys. They're very scary at times. When they're organized, they're ferocious foes. When they have a leader that can actually organize them, they are tenacious and terrifying. And so it was a pretty hard fought war for Stormwind. But the King Barathan Rin managed to defeat Garfang, the leader of the Gnolls, of the Gnoll armies, and, you know, kept Stormwind safe with his giant pauldrons. Yes. So, unfortunately, the Gnolls did not make it. Mania is a Roman god that Mania was named after. Yes! He is a Gnoll. I like Gnolls. I honestly like Gnolls, but these ones were bad. These ones are bad ones. Pauldrons, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Look, I'm in problems. I'm in problems. And now we get to something so important that even though I left this gap here for anything else that I might need, actually, I think I'll start a new layer. Y'all remember Egwin? Y'all remember Egwin? You know, the Guardian. Yeah, Egwin the guardian of Tirisfal, who kept her power and has the spirit of a defeated demonic avatar titan thing inside her head, has a baby with Nihilus Aran. Okay, she has baby. She has baby. Now, what she does, because she's being manipulated by Sargeras, she puts the power of the Guardian of Tirisfal inside her son to be activated when he reached maturity, because she thinks she can't trust anyone else with it, so she gives it to her newborn son, who hasn't proven what kind of personality and upbringing will have an effect on his mentality. It's fine. That's not a bad decision whatsoever. I am calling her Mother of the Year. Absolutely. We're going to give her a little award for that. Yay. Good job, Mother of the Year. Anyway, she gave him the power of the Guardianess Tearsfall, which is, you know, the inherited power of all the fucking mages, powerful mages of all time. And, Sargeras' spirit, who was still haunting her all this time, was like, finally, a host that has a penis. And he just hops into the baby instead. He possesses the infant because he's sick of having periods, and honestly, I get it. Okay, I fucking get it. Like, I would do the same thing, alright? It's fair. So he goes and he possesses the baby. The baby is named Medivh. Period saved the day. No, Period do not save the day, unfortunately. Period kind of spared her a bit more. Now, however, this man, this baby becomes a man known as Medivh. That is Medivh. This is about... Oh god, there's some stuff going on at this time. This is like, yeah, 45 years before the events of the original Warcraft game. And, oh my god, there was some stuff going on. This is when, this is also when Sargeras, once again, being a fucking problem, okay? Once again, being a fucking problem, Sargeras, being angry but sneaky at times as well, meets an orc on Draenor, known as Ner'zhul. Ner'zhul is a problem. Alright? And Ner'zhul is a problem. So, Kil'jaeden is contacting them, basically. A buddy, a pal. Yeah. Kil'jaeden is being the go-between here. And, he's like, man, these orcs are way susceptible to our manipulation, and they're kind of awesome fighters. They're not as great as the Draenor, but, or the Draenei, but, you know, the Draenei are kind of resistant to us, you know, that whole thing with, the Eredar, and Kil'jaeden, formerly being an Eredar, you know, he is a Draenei, but corrupted by Fel. Sargeras and Kil'jaeden. Sorry, I got frustrated because my hand started to do a thing and I couldn't write. I'm sorry. Anyway, so Kil'jaeden, you know, servant of Sargeras and a former Draenei, shakes hands with Ner'zhul, being like, hey, you guys are so susceptible to our manipulation. Do you want to be addicted to Fel magic? And Ner'zhul, who was previously an orc shaman, was like, yes, because he also was very cunning and wanted power. And they spread battle lust and savagery through the clans. Previously, the orcs had been actually more friendly compared to how they were at this time. The orcs, you know, believed in nature harmony. They were shamans. Like, they had conflict with the Draenei, but that's because the Draenei are colonizers, and this was their home. Alright? So I think their conflict with the Draenei is fair. You know, a little bit. And they didn't go over the top in how they did their conflict with the Draenei. They never really did too much against them. They fought, they had conflict, they didn't go straight up massacre until this point. The Shadow Pact between Kil'jaeden and Ner'zhul. They completely give themselves over to the pursuit of death and war. And basically Ner'zhul is a very bad example for his young and impressionable apprentice, a little guy known as Gul'dan. Who looks like Igor for some reason. I mean, he kind of does. All right, anyway, sorry. He's just kind of a little guy. But he's a very, very bad influence as Kil'jaeden goes along and promises Gul'dan a whole bunch of power because he's ambitious as fuck. He's like, I'll give you untold power in exchange for obedience. And Gul'dan is like, okay, and became the most powerful mortal warlock in history. This man is terrifying. He taught other young orcs arcane arts and was eradicating their shamanistic traditions. He was erasing their entire cultural heritage. Wasn't he the first warlock? No. He's the first. Well, no, I wouldn't even say he was the first. I mean, look at Eredar. Oh yeah, I was just okay there. Yeah, he was the first orc warlock. Absolutely. Cool then. And he showed his new fell magic to the other orcs, and they founded the Shadow Council. They became the Shadow Council. I'm using black, even though this is over on Draenor. I'm sorry for confusing anyone, but this is happening over on Draenor. Hang on, I got this. Watch this. Ready? This Draenor filter. It's back in place. Okay, there we go. Anyway, nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, on Draenor, yes, this is all happening on Draenor. They're making the Shadow Council. More and more orcs are becoming warlocks and abandoning their shamanistic path. They are turning the gentle fields and streams of Draenor into blackened wastelands. The vast prairies are just red soil now. They have basically killed the planet of Draenor. They're working in the background to kill the planet. Drained of mana? No, it's the fell energy, the demonic energy was poisoning the planet, choking out life and everything in it, just corrupting it and driving it away. It was all becoming dust in the wind. It was very gross, very terrible. And then, let's see, a few years later, while all that is happening, in, 31 years, Medivh, at the age of 14, who's now a little child boy, his powers, his stupid Guardian of Tearsfall powers, lashes out on his birthday and kills his dad, who has that mustache. Why not? His dad is dead. He kills his dad on accident at age 14. And then he passes the fuck out from it. He just passes out from this as his dad is dead. He just is overwhelmed and is tended to for many years at a place called Northshire Abbey, which is near Stormwind. He's taken care of in an abbey by some clerics. They're all taking care of him because he farted, killed his dad, and passed out about it. Yeah. That's the old human start. It sure is. Yep, that's where Medivh was tended to while he was unconscious. And, year 26 years before the start of Warcraft, Gromash Hellscream is born. That name will not mean anything yet, but it will. Oh, it will. Hang on. Making him the buffest damn baby. Oh my god! Ah. There we go. Baby Gromosh. Baby Gromosh is born. About about 26 years before the events of Warcraft, okay? Baby Wog, he already fucking wogs at the age of 0. Amazing. And then 5 years after that, Medivh wakes up from his coma and asks what year it is. Medivh wakes up, and at the same time, the Gurubashi, you remember the mentions of the Gurubashi earlier? They were fighting against the Hikari and called for the Zandalari to help push the Hikari out. Well, the Gurubashi are now lashing out at human settlements in retaliation for pushing further and further south into Gurubashi territory, which is also known as Stranglethorn Vale. The trolls do not like us being in Stranglethorn Vale. They're unhappy about it. Unhappy. They're fighting. No, the Hikari were. The Hikari were chased out of Stranglethorn Vale. Because the Zandalar helped the Gurubashi against the Hikari, and they chased them out of Stranglethorn Vale. And then that left the Gurubashi in charge of Stranglethorn Vale. But that is the best troll anyone has ever seen drawn, ever. But King Barathon of Stormwind, you know, the guy who defeated Hogger's grandpa. I think it's Hogger's grandpa or dad or something. I genuinely, I'm not even kidding. Dr. Doofentroll, yes. Now, King Barathon is dispatching soldiers, but Barry the Paladin, he's dispatching raiding parties, but does not let them step foot into Gurubashi land. He just wants to defend his own territory, his own people, without riling them up further. I don't know who that is. That's Ninja Warrior, I guess. So that's going on. Cyberpunk, man, I guess. This is all happening in 21 years before Warcraft. Now, station this a bit. And then, a year later, minus 1 year, I was actually gonna fucking do that. Don't worry about it. 19 years before Warcraft, how many drawing pages are we up to? I'm on layer 25. So, yeah, 25. "19 years. There is a gruesome attack on 3 Westfall towns by the Gurubashi. And, Medivh, Mr. Magic Mage Man who killed his dad at the age of 14, and his 2 friends, Anduin Lothar, not to be confused with Prince Anduin. Prince Anduin was named for this man. But, Anduin Lothar and Prince Lane Rin, Anduin's dad. The 3 of them, and their impressive pauldrons, because they're humans, they went and had to go assassin. We covered about 2,500. We covered more than that. 2,500. I mean, we went as far back as 150,000. Yeah, 25,000. We used to need them big pauldrons. Now, they're sneaking in to Stranglethorn. Alright? They sneak into Stranglethorn, where they're not supposed to be, because the king said don't go into the fucking Gurubashi lands, but they did. How about we do anyway? Okay? And they wanted to kill, and they did successfully kill, the Gurubashi leader, Joknan. Parry the paladin. They kill Joknan, but only after Medivh goes Gale from Baldur's Gate 3 and just goes, you know, full nuke on him. Medivh just has to nuke him with his full might as the Guardian. They can't just defeat him. They have to use a cheat code because that troll is strong. He's a strong man. So they do manage to defeat him, but only after that. However, this leads a year later to the Gurubashi War, where they rally under Joknan's son. Joknan's son did not inherit as good of a jawline as his father. But got his hair, though. Got his Shadow the Hedgehog hair. His son is Xanon. And he marched against Stormwind. I'm absolutely... Yes. Marched against Stormwind. Yes. Big troll army. Big troll army against Stormwind. However, Barathin, the king of Stormwind, who never wanted this to happen in the first place and tried to tell his people not to fuck with the Gurubashi, right? King Barathin dies in this attack, leaving his son, Lane Rin. Lane Rin is the successor. Oh no. Lane Rin, no. Sorry, Lane Rin wasn't Anduin's dad, by the way. Anduin's dad is a variant. But yeah, not Lane Worm. Another war in this world? Yes. Lane Rin, sad about his dad, now has to take over because they pushed the war too far. Lane is forced to convince Medivh to once again go full Gale and explode the trolls, which he does eventually. And then Lane, Medivh, and Anduin are all hailed as heroes. Everyone's like, "Yay, we did it!" However, Medivh gets the scolding of his life from his mother, who confronts him at Karazhan, angry that he keeps using his godly cheat powers to win fights that he shouldn't have picked. How many attempted genocides are we up to now? Too many. Way too many. She urges him to isolate himself from the world and leaves him with a caretaker named Morose. He's a very good butler, really. He's a good butler. He does a good job. It's fine. Morose takes good care of Medivh. And then, unfortunately, after he's used his powers a bunch of times, here and here, and it's just like, back when he killed his dad, so, even since he's used his powers a bunch of times, the Council of Tirisfal has noticed his existence. They start sending apprentices to study under him, little bright-eyed apprentices, but none of them last longer than a day. Medivh is just like, man, these guys fucking suck. I hate them. They're stupid. None of them understand me. I hate you, Mom. I hate this family. Yeah, Medivh goes very emo, and Morose convinces him to begin launching banquets and feasts to lift his spirits. Morose is like, why, we party now? We party now? Like, would this help? And for a time, it kind of does. Medivh does turn into kind of a party guy. Yeah, okay, we party now. He is just kind of a party guy.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Listen. And then, let's see. Back in Draenor.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Sorry, I'm waiting to see if anyone else is going to interrupt me. It seemed like a chain was about to start. I didn't want to get into ranting while everyone's jumping things up at me. But, 13 years before the start of Warcraft, Ogrim Doomhammer and Duratan, very important orc names, you should probably remember that for later. Ogrim Doomhammer and Duratan are saved from an ogre by a group of Draenei, actually. Here, goat people. With also big pauldrons. But that's because they are big and not just because, they're compensating. Mewtwo is bored now! The Draenei invite them to the nearby settlement, and Velen requests an audience with them before they're escorted back to the borders of Gorgrund. So it's a very peaceful encounter. Like, they help them, they save them, they send them back. It's all very good and nice, right? They're having a good time. I know, it was great. They were friends. And then someone else, Talgath. He was an Eridar. He was also an Eridar. He also discovered the Draenor civilization, the Draenei on Draenor, that they named after themselves because colonization. But Talgath discovers them and Kil'jaeden, who already knew about them and is in the middle of corrupting the orcs, basically tells him to shut his mouth and observe the Draenei. So that, it doesn't ruin all his plans. As, Kil'jaeden's favorite boy, Gul'dan, is causing nonsense. So it's like, no, leave them alone. I've got this handled. Just observe. And Talgath does. He does observe. And then there's a couple of battles. Not too important. I mean, there's stuff happening on Draenor, but again, we're just kind of scooting over the things that become important later. Such as 10 years before the start of Warcraft, Gul'dan is exiled. Little Igor boy is exiled. He seeks out the throne of the elements. Oh. He seeks out the throne of the elements after he was exiled, but he was rejected by the elements. This is before he really got into his stuff, so this is about the exact part in the timeline where this happens. He got exiled, he went to the throne of elements, the elements rejected him, and that's when Kil'jaeden is like, hey, how you doing? And that's when he becomes the first warlock. With an imp. That's basically what imps look like. Yeah, so he becomes the first warlock around this time, okay? Because he did not like being rejected by the elements. He went and corrupted the throne of elements with fell magic. And that's when the elements got thrown into disarray, specifically. Like, you remember how we were talking about how, the Draenor elements got all fucky-wucky and it was a problem? Yeah, it was Gul'dan's fault. It was Gul'dan's fault. He told the fell energy, rise, wakey, and they did. And it caused a problem. He also created the worst fucking outbreak of the red pox, the sorcerous disease that the ogres made in order to wipe out the orcs. He used it against his own people. Against his own fucking people, he used the red pox. And they all contract the plague at the festival of the elements that they held every couple years. At a big celebration, a big traditional thing of the orcs where all the clans come together, he used that to spread the red pox and kill a bunch of them. We're not even at the first war yet! We're not at the first war! This is pre-Warcraft 1. We're getting there, though. We got 10 more to go. When we get to year 0, I am leaving and going to bed. I want y'all to know that. The Frostwolf clan chieftain establishes a village in Nagrand as a quarantine. Okay, he's like, man, we gotta lock these people up. Let's heal them. Let's take care of them. Let's quarantine them. And the village is named after him, after he also dies from the red pox. Okay, like poor man also died from the red pox, but he founded the village Garadar in Nagrand, which does become a point of contention later during Outlands. And Medivh, back on Azeroth, continues to be an emo little shitlord. As he is. As he does. He's just a little punk, kind of. See, what he's doing is he's studying demonic lore and Azerothian history, and becomes convinced the world is inherently flawed, too divided by petty rivalries to ever unite into a single force in case of a demonic invasion. He concludes he needs an army to change things. He's like, man, these guys are assholes. I should just take over and fix everything myself. So he starts venturing into the fucking cosmos. He could just fucking do that. He just goes into space. He's like, fuck this planet. I'm gonna build an army. And as he's doing that, one of the places he finds is Draenor. We have too many armies. Let's make my own army. Yes. Medivh finds Draenor. Now, on Draenor, 8 years before Warcraft, Gul'dan returns to his home and burns it to the fucking ground. All of it's gone. All of it's gone. His whole house is gone. To prevent anyone from learning about his past, he burns his entire fucking village to the ground. And then goes to the Shadow Moon clan and convinces them to let him join, claiming that his hometown was destroyed by ogres. He's just like, oh no, my carrots. Okay. And the Shadow Moon chieftain, you know, the shaman known as Ner'zhul, becomes Gul'dan's friend, which is what allows Kil'jaeden to manipulate Gul'dan in the first place, or Ner'zhul in the first place. I got it a little backwards earlier when I said it was. I meant it the other way around, but you know, I did warn you that my concussion makes me mix up some things. But yes, it was Gul'dan who had initially, made a pact. He's a warlock, and then he went to Shadow Moon, became besties with Ner'zhul, which allowed a foot in for Kil'jaeden to begin manipulating Ner'zhul, which becomes a huge problem later on. And Gul'dan is the reason that they started attacking the Draenei caravans. Lamel. Which, not a good idea. But they've already learned that this is not a great idea. But they started killing and kidnapping dozens of Draenei. Vindicator Marad, one of the fucking Draenei space marines, retaliated, stormed Bladewind Village. The Bladewind clan who was manipulated by Gul'dan to do this in the first place. They storm into Bladewind, and Marad, the Vindicator, the space marine guy, he sees his dead sister. He sees the corpse of his sister at the camp. And he goes into a rage. And Gul'dan is killing them as they flee. not the Draenei, the Blade Winds. He makes sure there are no surviving Blade Wind. Hello, cesspools? Welcome on in. Good to see you. So Gul'dan makes sure there are no surviving Blade Winds as they're attempting to flee the rage of the angry brother, and goes back to the Shadow Moon and tells them that the Draenei started an unprovoked massacre. This bitch lying. Why the fuck he lying? We know why the fuck he lying. He is sowing chaos for his lord and master, Kil'jaeden. Kil'jaeden is appearing to Ner'zhul in his dreams. The poor man is having dreams of sexy demon mans. And disguised as the spirit of Ner'zhul's deceased mate. Kil'jaeden appears as his dead wife and warns him that the Draenei are planning to destroy the orcs. And remember, these are shamans, they do the dream messages, spirits are a thing that does happen. Okay, so he took this very seriously. Ner'zhul calls for a clan meeting at Oshu'gun. Remember Oshu'gun being the remains of the Jin'Dar from the Draenei crash, landing on Draenor in the first place. They call for a meeting at Oshu'gun, which is very significant to the orc shamans, and all the chieftains agree to band together to defeat the Draenei, marking the creation of the Horde. 8 years before the events of Warcraft 1. We have the first iteration of the Horde, because Gul'dan is a manipulative asshole. Within the year, the orcs begin launching attacks against the Draenei hunting parties. And the Draenei just assume the orcs are agitated by the elemental turmoil. They're like, oh man, the elements are fucky-wucky, and the orcs are really sensitive to the elements. They're probably just, they're just agitated because of the elemental shit. We kind of understand. So they start organizing new defenses, just, keep them out, let them have their rage outside, and we'll just kind of hunker down in here. So they begin organizing and constructing new defenses to keep the orcs away. Ner'zhul, meanwhile, is having apprehension about the war with the Draenei. Enter the Warcraft with you now. Okay, he's having some apprehension. Kil'jaeden again appears to him as his dead wife and tells him of powerful beings who could aid the orcs. And then after that, Kil'jaeden appears to him again, as a fucking powerful, radiant, elemental entity, urging him to push the Horde to victory and exterminate the Draenei. Ner'zhul secretly goes on this journey to seek the guidance of his ancestors, because he's like, Ner'zhul, despite everything, Ner'zhul was very resistant to the manipulation and very clever as far as things go. So, he was like, man, should I even be doing this? This doesn't feel right. This ain't great. But unfortunately, Kil'jaeden is very, very good at what he does, and was aware of his plans, and tells Gul'dan to gather allies to control the Shadow Moon. While he's off, debating with his ancestors, Gul'dan is taking control of the Horde. Little Igor man over here is stealing his position of leadership. Okay? He is becoming the leader of the Horde. Gul'dan recruits a guy called Terrangor and several other shamans and starts teaching them fel magic, which is never great. And then at Oshu'gun, the real ghost of his wife, the real one, and all his ancestors tell him that he's being manipulated. They shame him. They shame him for being manipulated in the first place. They tell him, not only are you being manipulated by a goddamn demon, but how fucking dare you follow his darkness so readily that you start, slaying the Draenei. And Ner'zhul is so upset by what happens, by finding out how used he was and how upset that he has made his wife and his ancestors, that he falls into despair and is captured by Gul'dan's followers, who treat him as a slave. I'm just gonna put a little band thing on him. So he's basically a slave now. He was the leader, and then he realized everything and became a slave, unfortunately. And by that point, Kil'jaeden, about 6 years before Warcraft, Kil'jaeden is now annoyed that the Horde has a bunch of infighting. He's just like, dude, get your shit together, as he talks to Gul'dan, okay? And is like, time for a raid, you need food. I will get food. I will get there. I promise. I'm just trying to get to year 0. Let me get to... I'm speeding so much to get to year 0 to end this. I'm trying so hard to still explain things and get to year 0 at least. Kil'jaeden tells Gul'dan, hey, you guys need a leader. Someone to rally around that is not you, because you suck ass at leadership. And Gul'dan is like, that's a bit harsh, but you're right. It's a bit harsh, but you're right. Eric already had a dinner idea following. And so they're like, we need a war chief. We need a war chief. And Gul'dan chooses Blackhand, a certain orc who is kind of well known for being absolutely fucking brutal and ruthless, but also charismatic. He's very popular. So Blackhand becomes the first war chief after training some of the Blackrock clan shaman. Well, I mean, Gul'dan is the one training the shaman, but he's teaching them how to wield fell magic and stuff and not use the elements anymore. They're using magic to age up young orcs, including Blackhand's sons, in order to make them fit for battle. They're literally making child soldiers. It's so fucked up, dude. It is so fucked up. And at this time, he's making the Shadow Council to watch over the orcs. It includes Blackhand in it. However, Gul'dan's Shadow Warlocks, little Shadow Moon Warlocks, are the secret core of the Shadow Council, and they're just letting Blackhand and his people pretend like they matter. I'm very irking of them, honestly. The Warlock is recruiting new members for the council, including Cho'Gall, who is a two-headed orc. Two-headed orcs are said to be much more intelligent than their counterparts, and also very skilled at magic. So Cho'Gall, who becomes a very big problem later on, and also Garona, half-orcan, who is, as one might expect, half-orc. Or ogre, sorry, he's an ogre. Cho'Gall is an ogre. I meant to, yeah. But, Garona, half-orcan, is half-orc. I believe she's also Draenei. She's half-orc, half-Draenei, I think, or is she ogre? I can't remember. I just remember she's only half-orc, and it's a point of shame and contention for her for many years. She, however, is raised to be an assassin. And they create a group called the Necrolites, who are just kind of running things in the background. Draenei, yeah, okay, I thought so. And then, speaking of assassination, the chieftain of the White Claw clan, she kills him on behalf of Gul'dan, because the chieftain of the White Claw clan was speaking out against the Horde, saying, like, what the fuck? Yeah, Lintresser is the half-ogre. Okay, I thought so. Lintresser of the Blade, right. Garona is the one that was half-Draenei. Got it. 5 years before the beginning of Warcraft, Gul'dan has been persuading many shaman into becoming warlocks. Like, look how awesome this club is. We have jackets, we have Hot Lady Garona, we have Hot Cho'Gall. Like, we are so great here, right? We are so awesome. and things are going awesome. They order the construction of a citadel, also known as Hellfire, or later known as Hellfire Citadel, a big ol' building place for them to rule and be demonic at. They organize the various clans into specific roles, including a new clan known as Blacktooth Grin, and names an orc called Eitrig, as well as Ogrim Doomhammer and Varrock Sourfang as lieutenants in Blackrock. Those are all very important people. You should kind of remember them. We've got... Yeah, we're putting a pin in the name of Eitrig, Ogrim Doomhammer, and Varrock Sourfang. Those are very important orcs later on. Okay, they're very important. So we're putting a pin in those guys. I can rage all at the end. Oh, I was planning to. Love this lore and history. There's so much and it's so interconnected. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It is so much more interconnected and so much deeper than people give it credit for. Like, yeah, it's a little hokey, it's a little cliche here and there, but it's still fun. And there's still a lot of it. And, you know, especially early on, it makes a lot more sense and interlocks a lot better. Later on, the writing gets a little shaky, especially as a certain writer does shit just for shock value. Sylvanas Teldrassil, rest in peace. But lots of hands have touched this beacon. Okay, this is a very slutty beacon that we've got ourselves a hold of. Sorry. So anyway, the orcs are being magically aged, which makes them turn green. The reason the orcs of Azeroth are green is because they were magically aged. And their descendants are magically aged, or green like that. The orcs of Draenor, who were never magically aged, have brown skin, like the Maghar orcs. They're the survivors of the Red Pox. Like, it's got so much. It's got so much. And meanwhile, like, while they're doing all this, Cho'Gall is recruiting the Pale Orcs into the Horde, and forms something called the Twilight's Hammer. Which also, let's put a pin in that. Twilight's Hammer. We'll put a pin in that with Cho'Gall. Just, you know, put a pin in it for later. They did kind of drink demon blood. There is something about that, but that's not why they were green. It's something they did, but they became green because they were being magically aged. And the ones who drank demon blood were the ones who were magically aged. So, you know, it's an understandable misconception. So then we get 4 years before the events of Warcraft, the Draenei's morale is absolutely fucking plummeting. Okay? They're just like, what the fuck, dude? These orcs were like, they were kind of chill, they were kind of okay, like, you know, sometimes we clashed, but they weren't like horrible people or anything, but now they're fucking slaughtering us and shit. They're launching coordinated assaults on their settlements, like, their outposts across an entire dying world, because, again, the elements are rampaging in the background. The elements are rampaging in the background, things are going wrong, water is draining, the land is dying, it's getting harder and harder to make food. And Velen and the Exarchs, the leaders of the Draenei there, know that their only chance of survival is to hold off the onslaught and hope that the Burning Legion does not launch a full-scale invasion. They order their forces to withdraw to Shatrath and Karabor. They have to abandon the rest of the planet. The elemental spirits pull their power into the Fire Lord, Sirik, to stop the desecration of the land. They are desperately trying to survive. This planet is dying. The orcs, meanwhile... Poor Sirik. Fireman. No, not strong enough. Sirik is not enough fire. He's not enough fire. He needs more fire to try and stop the planet, but it's not working. It's not working. The orcs are gathering for an assault on Karabor. You know, one of the two bastions left, the Temple of Karabor. Remember, where they have like the Naru and stuff. They're at the temple, and it's not going great, man. It's not going great. Cyruk appeared in a nearby volcano to confront the orcs, but Gul'dan and his warlocks gather on the volcano slopes to shatter his physical form and infuse its power into the orcs, shattering the last connection between the orcs and the elements. The elements all poured their power into Cyruk to stop the desecration of the planet, and the orcs were like, how about nah, actually? And broke him and infused it. It was absolutely awful. The volcano became known as the Hand of Gul'dan. That's where Cyruk died. Yeah, it was a huge-ass trick. It was fucking horrible. The Draenei managed to hold off the Orcish assault for a while, but are defeated when the Horde summoned that fucking Dark Star. You remember the Naru, the Void Naru? You know, the one they weren't supposed to be worshipping anymore because it caused insanity? Yeah, they summon this fucking bitch and are like, explode our enemies. Okay, and they kill or drive insane the defenders. They permanently cast a veil of darkness over Karabor and turn it into a place that some of you may know as the Black Temple. Which is such, oh god, it was such a tragedy. So many people fucking died of that. A few survivors managed to escape and flee to the harbor, including Velen and a handful of other Draenei. Now this, 3 years before Warcraft begins, the orcs gather at a mountain near the Citadel, you know, Hellfire Citadel. They go there, and they drink the blood of Manoroth. The demon blood that you were talking about earlier. Yeah, they drink that now. They chug it all up at Gul'dan's urging. Duratan, a good orc, a good man who deserved much better than the fate that befell him, forbade the Frost Wolves, his clan, from drinking any after he received an anonymous message from Ner'zhul. Ner'zhul sent him a warning. And so he's like, nah, don't drink the blood. Orgrim Doomhammer refused outright out of suspicion for the growing corruptions of the orcs and Draenor itself. Until then, they'd been spinning that the planet was dying and they needed to take control, yada yada yada. But Orgrim was like, I don't think that's what's happening, man. Like, I think the planet's dying because of you guys. Those who do drink the blood are driven into a ferocious fucking bloodlust. These guys become berserkers. Okay, they're scary-ass motherfuckers. They just want murder, kill, death. Alright, they are the stereotypical cliche orc. Unfortunately. It is absolutely tragic. It's the demon blood doing it. And they march against Shatrath, the last bastion of the Draenei, where the last survivors are. And meanwhile, as they're marching, fucking Gul'dan, being a fucking little nerd-ass Igor bitch that he is, goes back to the Throne of Elements, where he's still bitter that they rejected him, and in true incel energy, converts the Throne of Elements into the Throne of Kil'jaeden. No, not really the Throne of Elements. Kind of. The mountain near it. The mountain near Shatrath is, infused with fell energy. In true incel fashion. Still mad about the Elements thing. He's still mad about the Elements thing, and he's like, I'm going to turn this mountain into a demon. And now the mountain is angry. And now it's the Throne of Kil'jaeden. And meanwhile, the victims of the Red Pox in Garadar are isolated from the fell corruption. Remember how we said they're survivors of the Red Pox? The Maghar orcs. Maghar, in the Orcish language, means uncorrupted. Oh god, here we go. Yeah, the Throne of Kill... Yeah, I know, I mixed up the locations of them. I did mix it up, that's why I corrected myself. Oh no, the ads. I'm so close to the end and you gave me ads now. Oh my god. I hate Twitch. I hate Twitch sometimes. I just want to finish the story, guys. I just want to finish the story. Let me finish the story. We're coming to the beginning of Warcraft 1. Come on now. We're almost there. We got like 3 years to go. Got 2 fucking minutes. Oh my god. Unbelievable. I'm on a roll. We gotta finish this. There's stuff going on. We can delay ads. You can only delay it 3 times per stream. And I've already used them. I delayed back when we were raided because I didn't want them to raid into a bunch of ads. Yeah, we'll raid Jaw. We'll get there. You know, the longer we take to raid Jaw, the more likely that it won't be absolute corrupted fart noises when we get there. You know, I'm just saying. The longer we wait, the more likely that he will at least be audible. Because the first hour of a Jaw stream is chaos and noise. Yeah, right after the corrupted fart noises end, we raid Jaw, the corrupted fart noises start again. Yeah, raids usually result in chaos. But it's okay. I hope all of you are prepared for the chaos. Those of you who don't, it's gonna be great. Take long enough and we raid 10 Ocon! Pixie, no! That stream just ended, god damn it. Come on. Too many hours. I'm not going that long. My hand hurts from all this drawing. That's why my drawings have gotten progressively lazier. Been getting progressively lazier because my hand hurts. Effort is appreciated. Thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I will not draw with my left hand. Oh. Okay. Hang on, I'm stretching my wrist. Are we back from the ad yet? Are we back from the ad yet? Can I finish talking about Manaroth? Okay, anyway, so the Maghar orcs, Maghar means uncorrupted. They're the ones who survived the Red Pox because they were all quarantined in Garadar. Okay, so they lived, they survived, they didn't drink any of the fucking blood. They're all over there, like, putting a line in the sand, like, hey, we're diseased, don't come over here. Right? They're like, don't come any closer. Don't come any fucking closer. And so they keep themselves separate from the horde. Velen, meanwhile, and, you know, he's corrupting the mountain a bit a ways from Shatrath. You know, the Berserkers are marching on Shatrath. The orcs of Garadar are like, please leave us the fuck alone. Velen is leading Shatrath civilians to a refuge in Telrador, which is, you know, they're kind of like evacuating, right? They're going into the forests to escape. The orcs are launching an assault on Shatrath, however, and guess what these motherfuckers do? They unleash something also known as the Red Mist, the carrier of the Red Pox. Once again, we go to biological warfare. The orcs, once victims of the Red Pox, are now using it against the Draenei. And before long, the city falls to the horde, as you can imagine. The survivors retreat to Auchindoun, Remember that place earlier where the Naru was bringing in the souls? That was fairly near to Shatrath. The Draenei survivors of Shatrath escape to Auchindoun. Terrangor and other Shadow Council agents are dispatched to the mausoleum, which, you know, Auchindoun, basically a mausoleum. Okay, they're repelled by the Draenei and the ghost spirits. This is not the first time ghosts saved the day, by the way. Well, I mean, this won't be the last time ghosts saved the day. It is the first time. But, the ghosts saved the day. The spirits of Auchindoun and the Draenei managed to repel the orcs. The orcs' assault on Auchindoun. So the orcs, being fucking angry little bitches, try to summon a demon. Okay, they try to summon a demon to help them take down Auchindoun, and instead accidentally summon Murmur. They try to summon a demon, but they fucked up so bad that they summon a primordial essence elemental instead. He is a cosmic being. He is the essence of sound. He is the essence of sound, and they fucked up so bad trying to summon a demon that they summoned an elemental instead! Who exploded Auchindoun. You know, as those things kind of do. He did explode it. They did yell too loud. It exploded Auchindoun and levels the surrounding forest. Okay, including the orc army. Not just the Draenei. The Draenei and the orcs there were absolutely ravaged by Murmur. The warlocks, the orc warlocks, bind Murmur inside Auchindoun to keep it from fucking up the horde. They're like, oh shit, look what happened. They fucked around, they found out, and now they have to bind an entity. God damn it. You know, it's just one of those things. They fucked up colossally. Like, I summoned the spirit of sound, idiot. At least their souls didn't have far to go. Shut up with that. And then 2 years before, more Draenei survivors are arriving in Tel'Rador. They're doing their best out here. They're trying to survive. They're trying to get away from the horde. Okay, they're doing their best. However, the ones affected by the red mist, you know, the thing carrying the red pox, you know, ones who have been infected with the red pox, they mutate into beings known as the Broken. They become kind of funky looking. They get longer faces and they look old and sad. Every time you see one, you just kind of feel sad for them. They very much look like they're sick and old. And the people there send them out. They're like, hey, you're infected, you need to leave, you're exiled. Because they're afraid that the condition will spread, which is kind of a fair, you know, assessment, but it's still mean that they cast them out. And some Broken continue to get sick and change with the red pox and become lost ones, which is a even more mutated version of sad, old, sick Draenei man. Okay, like it gets worse. They get worse, man. It's so sad. And the horde continues to be assholes. We're talking Blackhand. You know, the current chief of the horde, Blackhand, is turning his attention to the rest of Draenor. Which means Kilrog Deadeye, which, by the way, fuck that guy. He's a sadistic bastard, and I hate him. And the Bleeding Hollow clan launch a campaign against fucking... Where was it? Let me check my thing. Yes, it's the place that turns into the Nether Storm. Farallon. Brent has always been like that. I know, right? Kilrog Deadeye goes to Farallon, launching a campaign on Farallon into, you know, what would eventually become the Nether Storm. Which, you know, shit goes wrong. Gromosh Hellscream. Gromosh and Cho'Gall, the ogre, topple Highmaul, which is it was an ogre city, stronghold, capital. It was very powerful, lots of magic. The ogres were big assholes. I also am disappointed Farallon was not in Warlords of Draenor. It would have been nice to have some places like that, but, you know, it is what it is. I'll be sad forever. They took so much content out of Draenor and out of fucking Cataclysm, and just, I am enraged. I'm enraged. So they take down High Mall. And, meanwhile, the Frostwolf, White Claw, and Thunderlord clans... Hey! Frost, Wolf, White Claw, and Thunderlord clans are sent off to hunt fucking the ogres and the ogrons, the gron and the magrons, right? The big fuck off guys. They're sent to fight the big fuck off guys, except the only one that does are the Thunderlords. Frostwolf and White Claw clans do not obey. They get the orders to go hunt them all down, and they're like, nah, that's fucked up. High Mall, ultimate shopping location. They have everything, man. They have everything. They've got all the flavored popcorn places. And, let's see. All this is happening. Kargath Bladefist. That motherfucker is sent to fucking Skyreach. You remember Skyreach? We were talking about that earlier with the fucking birds. You know, it's a fancy perch. It's the fancy perch? Yeah. Kargath Bladefist is the one who goes to capture the perch. And they ally with the outcast Arakoa. The kind of, they're not great. They've been exiled. Their wings are broken. They can't fly anymore. They're hunched and just kind of having a rough time. And they are also bitter about being cast out of Skyreach and agree to sabotage the super weapon, the cursed ones. Yes. The Arakoa have a super weapon, and they agree to sabotage it. And then Kargath and his forces slaughter all of them. The cursed and the uncursed. He turns on the ones who helped him, because of course he does, because he's a fucking bastard. And he casts some of them into Sethic Hollow. He throws some of them off into the Cursed Lands to turn them into outcasts. And then the Cursed High Arakoa rally under Grizik, another Arakoa guy. I'm gonna make it little and small. They all rally under him in the shadow of the ruins of Auchindoun, which is, you know, where Murmur is trapped. They go hide there. And then, meanwhile, the saddest breakup in history, okay? Kil'jaeden ghosts Gul'dan. On Sargeras' orders. Sargeras tells him to stop texting that fucking orc, and Kil'jaeden says, shut up, you're not my real dad, and gets grounded. And his phone is taken away, and he can't talk to Gul'dan anymore. So, since that's happening, the orcs are now floundering. They don't have instructions anymore. They don't have all the demonic power and influence that they were relying on so heavily. It's all gone. And now they're floundering as the world is dying around them because of their own fucking actions. The world is collapsing. It is cracking at the seams. They are starving to death. They're fighting native creatures to extinction. They're fighting among themselves. There's stories of cannibalism. It is desperate. They are getting absolutely fucking desperate. They've been abandoned by the Legion. 1 year before the event of Warcraft 1. Back on Azeroth. Sort of. Rather, one person is kind of on Azeroth, and it's Medivh, the emo kid, projecting himself into the cosmos in order to make friends for an army. He appears to Gul'dan, recently broken up with Kil'jaeden, still kind of bitter, looking for a rebound, okay? He's like, oh, Oh, we could be. Shut up, Eric. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. So Medivh is telling them about Azeroth. They're like, hey, we have food. We have grass. We have food that eats the grass. We have fresh air and clean skies and all the people you can eat. It's great. And Gul'dan is like, me that kind of work. Me is that kind of work. He shows a vision of the tomb of Sargeras to Gul'dan. Remember, the tomb was sunk into Suramar with the remains, the sunken remains of Suramar. The tomb was put down there by Egwene as she sealed the body of the avatar of Sargeras, but his spirit escaped, but she didn't know that. So Medivh shows Gul'dan this temple with Sargeras' avatar's body in it. This leads to perhaps the worst event. The worst possible event to happen. They start building the Dark Portal. Connecting Draenor to the world of Azeroth. Opening it up to the Horde. Medivh opens the portal, right? But adventurers come and try and stop him, and Khadgar stabs him in the chest with a sword. Khadgar is his former student, and has to stab his mentor in the chest with a sword, and as he does, Medivh curses him to make him look old. That's why Khadgar is not actually that old, but looks like a grandpa, because he was cursed by his mentor for killing him. But, not in time. Medivh was able to open the Dark Portal and let through the Horde. Khadgar! I met him 5 minutes into starting WoW, had no idea who he was. Khadgar is a former guardian of Tirisfal, one of the most powerful mages to currently exist. Very clever, very genius, very funny as well. He's a funny guy. The only successful apprentice of Medivh. The only one who could actually keep up with the brilliance of Medivh. Like, there's a long history between the two of them. It was heartbreaking. Yes, I did just mention that he was cursed to be older. Yes. He looks old because he was cursed by Medivh as Medivh died. And they only learn later that Medivh had been manipulated by Sargeras from his youth because the demon was haunting him in his head since he was born. Which leads to the Warcraft movie. I mean, all of these events that I just told you are the Warcraft movie, yeah. Like, the Warcraft movie leads up to this point, and then they go through the portal, and it's, the end. It's honestly, if you know this much about the lore and you watch the movie becomes a lot more interesting. If you don't know anything about World of Warcraft, the movie is terrible. If you have heard everything that I've just said and you kind of vaguely remember it, watch the movie and you'll be like, oh, so that's what's happening. Oh, that's important. Oh, I know that character. Yes. It's the movie is very much made for people who love Warcraft. It wasn't really made for people who don't know anything about Warcraft. But, yeah, so Medivh dies at the Black Morass where he opened the gate. And it's very unfortunate, and it leads to a lot more tragedies later on. However, that leads us to year 0. This is when, well, the year 592 by the King's calendar. The year that Warcraft began. Warcraft 1. Orcs versus humans. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope you had a nice time. To be continued. I've been live for fucking, what are we, 6-7 hours? Oh my god, help.
6.5.
6.5. Okay, I'm dead. You watched it in theaters and you loved it? Oh, I loved it. As someone who really loves the lore, I genuinely loved the Warcraft movie. I thought it was great, but
I haven't actually seen it yet.
I understand that people who don't know about the lore wouldn't be as excited about it as someone like me who did deep dive into the lore. 7 hours of autism. I hope you enjoyed it. We're going to raid Jal, who is very loud, very chaotic. If you have ADHD, if you get easily overstimulated, it will be kind of exhausting, but he's great. He's very sweet. It does calm down once the chaos goes away. It's just the chat gets excited and makes a lot of noises. His community has a lot of control over the stream. So they make a bunch of noise when people raid in when the stream is starting, but then they mellow out a lot and it becomes really quiet. You know, it gets really quiet. People are just having a cozy, chill time. It's just there's certain bursts of chaos that can get overwhelming, but I promise the community is very warm. They're very welcoming. Jal is a great person, a great streamer. I love him to pieces, and I cannot wait until we can go to another convention where he's at so we can jump scare him a bunch and steal his stickers that he owes us from the last time. As someone with ADHD, you love the overstim. Oh, me too. At first, the overstimulation was too much and I could only watch a little bit at a time. But then, like, I kept going back and now I can handle it just fine. And it's helped with my overstimulation in my everyday life. And I don't know how to explain that, but I use it to sleep now. Yes, I will sleep to a Jal stream, which everyone who hasn't been there long will be like, that is absolutely fucking insane. And I'm like, no, I genuinely put it on. Like, Eric can attest to it, Folly can attest to it. I have a Jal stream on my phone next to my pillow and fall asleep. Because all of the noise and chaos is predictable. It has patterns, it becomes white noise. It becomes a comforting level of nonsense, you recognize it. So, he's French, he's white noise, Eric! But anyway, thank you everyone for coming. I hope you had a nice time. I hope you have a wonderful time zone, and I hope to see you next time. I will be back on Monday. I'll probably be playing some World of Warcraft. I might do some Pokemon instead. We'll see what my mood is.
Oh yeah.
But, if you'd like to join the Discord, we are a, cozy, friendly community, mostly furries. We love Pokemon, we watch movies, and I sometimes stream there if I can't make it to a Twitch stream because my health takes priority and my health is not great. So if I have to miss a Twitch stream, I may do a low-key mellow stream on Discord instead. So if you want to come hang out with us, please do. We absolutely love new people. We're all very welcoming and we just kind of chat nonsense. But 7 hours of Warcraft lore. Oh god, you know what? Yeah, let's keep that one. Let's keep that one. You can use any emotes you like if you don't have a subscription to my channel. Thank you everyone for all of the follows and for sticking around, lurking, enjoying. I hope you had a wonderful time hearing me autistically dump about World of Warcraft lore up until year 0. No, I'm keeping the typo. I'm keeping the typo.
Oh yeah.
I'll see you all later. I hope to see you again.
Oh yeah.
And have a nice night, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Get food, water, rest, medicine, whatever. And I hope you enjoy yourself at Jal's. It is loud. It is chaotic, but he's a very good bean. I love him a lot. He'll take care of you. I promise. Just stick with the noise for a bit. It'll be great. I'll see you later. Bye.